Other update as far as that shooting goes. You can see our camera getting prepared ahead of time as well, getting focused just so that they can bring us this latest update. Again, this is on those 8 lives that were lost, unfortunately, with that shooting that happened out in Atlanta. It has also sparked across the country many people to call out and speak to anti-Asian hate crimes. It's something we've actually been showing you on NewsNOW from Fox on our stream from multiple different cities already, but now with this recent shooting, it's brought even more attention to the issue as well. So as I mentioned, here's the Atlanta police giving their latest update again on that deadly shooting that happened.
How are you?
And you can see they are just waiting, getting ready to bring us this latest briefing. Again, this shooting took place at not only a massage parlor, but also 2 spas. Unfortunately, again, 8 lives were lost. 6 of those 8 were Asian women.
All right, Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr., Hampton. Good afternoon. First, again, I would like to offer my condolences to the families of the victims of this tragic incident. March 16th, a total of 8 innocent lives were violently taken by the hands of one lone killer. The Atlanta Police Department continues to offer our support to the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities. We've been in contact via Chief Bryant with many of these civic leaders of these communities. As you all know, there was definitely a joint operation that led into the swift apprehension of the suspect. Within 3 hours of our last homicide, this individual was captured. And it could not have been done without the efforts of our state and federal partners. As a result of that, though, we still have an investigation that is still ongoing. Our investigation is separate from the Cherokee County's investigation. Our investigation is slightly different. We had 4 Asian females that were killed. And so we are looking at everything to make sure that we discover and determine what the motive of our homicides were. So it's just very important to let you know that we are not done. In most cases of homicides, we don't have a quick apprehension. There's usually a lengthy investigation, especially when there's involving multiple victims. And so again, we're still working very diligently and to ascertain all the facts so we can have a successful prosecution, because that's what's most important now. I was hoping that we would be able to release the names of the victims, but we are not able to do that this time. And the reason is we need to make sure that we have a true verification of their identities, and then that we make the proper next of kin notification. And so again, I thought we were going to be able to do that. And out of respect of the lives and of the family, we want to make sure that we do that privately before we release the names of our victim publicly. Again, we can have a couple of questions, but again, it's very important that everyone knows that, our investigation has not concluded and is still ongoing.
So is the investigation into a possible hate crime, is that still on the table?
Our investigation is looking at everything, so nothing is off the table for our investigation.
You've got a lot of reaction reaction yesterday after Cherokee investigators said that right now they don't think it's a hate crime and that this suspect had a bad day and said some things about sexual addiction. And some people criticized that for them saying it so early and for what he said. I know you cannot speak for the people who said that, but what is APD's position on that?
I don't have a position. Like I said, I'm only going to comment about our investigation. And again, we're not prepared to talk a lot about what has been said because, again, we're not trying to try the case in public. This is, again, it's a tragic. And again, we try to remember that 8 families are impacted by this. And we wouldn't be doing justice by putting a lot of this information out in the public, and especially if, in our cases, where the next of kin has not been notified. So I know it's tough. I know there are a lot of questions that want to be answered. But again, we just ask that you just respect the families that are still mourning, and some who may not even know yet. And so that's the real key part of for our victims, that our victims' next of kin have not been officially notified.
Do you anticipate being able to identify the victims tonight, having reached all of the family members?
I'm sorry?
Do you anticipate being able to release the identity?
As soon as we verify and make those notifications, we're working with the Consular Office of the Republic of Korea also to make that verification. But as soon as we are 100% sure and notifications have been made, we will definitely release those names.
That'll likely go beyond today?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the main thing, because they're in a different country, they're from a different country, that's the main holdup?
That creates part of the delay, yes.
Is there any indication that the suspect had been to those spas before?
I'm sorry?
Is there any indication the suspect had visited those spas previously?
Right now, early in our investigation, it appears that he may have frequented those locations, yes.
Both of them?
Yes.
Frequently?
Yes.
And that's what I was going to ask you. Is there anything more about the suspect? Did he have encounters at those locations or with any of the victims that you know?
Not right now. I can't be able to answer that.
Do you believe he has been physically at both of those?
I can say that he had frequented both of those locations, yes.
Are you able to say that he targeted the specific individuals that he actually shot and killed?
I will not say that. I would just say that unfortunately they were at that location. I can't say that he specifically targeted those individuals. But you know, what I will say is that he did frequent, as the question keeps coming up, that he did frequent those 2 locations within Atlanta.
And is it also part of the problem in identifying the victims? Do they not have any family members in the United States, or all the family members overseas in Korea?
I'm not saying that. It's, again, we just want to make sure that we do our due diligence of that. Some family may reside stateside. So I'm sorry.
Have police ever been called to those?
Again, I think that was addressed last week. I mean, we've had we've had some incidents there, calls there. But again, that's not why we're here. So.
Any word on how the suspect got his hands on the gun, the 9mm gun, considering his reportedly mental illness?
I'm not sure about any mental illness. All we do know is that he did purchase the gun the day of the incident.
Thank you. The suspect?
All right, so once again, getting that brief update there that police are still in the early parts of their investigation. They did say they are going to keep their minds open, keep everything on the table as far as looking into the reasoning behind this shootings that happened, again, at a massage parlor and 2 spas. The gunman has confessed to the killing of these 8 people, and you just heard from police as well saying that he has frequented those locations where these shootings did happen. So we're always trying to keep you up to date on the latest happening. Don't forget, you can always stick with us no matter where you go on newsnowfox.com. That's where we do stream 24/7 for you. So that was some breaking news that we had for you. I do have a few other live events that have been happening here as we continue to keep you up to date on all of them. I want to just let you guys know we not only have a NASA event, we're still listening into the Derek Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis, but we do also have an update for a kidnapping of a 1-year-old out of Georgia, which will be coming to us here shortly as well. So once that does get started, we'll head on out to that. But until that time, as I mentioned, the jury selection continues as far as the Derek Chauvin trial goes. And again, they have selected one new juror here this morning on this Thursday, and that juror describes herself as a cardiac
and maybe
care nurse, and we're going to be listening in here live. So once again, while they're in sidebars, they don't have audio, and when we do have their audio, let me just double check.
Remember what your answer was.
And we do. So what we're going to do is continue to listen into this until we do have other breaking news events to get you out to here on NewsNOW from Fox.
So in any case, they might still read it to you just so that you can refresh recollection. Okay. You weren't supposed to read any articles. The questionnaire advised you against any following any media coverage about the case, but we realize it's been fairly prevalent in the media, and it's been several months. Have you become aware of any information about the case or related cases since you filled out the questionnaire till today?
Just the announcement of the settlement.
Okay, and what specific details do you recall from that?
I think just the number 27 million, I think I don't know what it was.
I'm going to ask you to pull a little closer to the microphone,
Sure.
only because
just the amount of the settlement. Didn't read any details, just
the headline, right?
Just the headline, yes.
And they put the amount in the headline. Do you recall what the amount was?
I think it was 27 million, if
Okay.
I'm not mistaken.
All right, great. One other thing is, we have plexiglass between us, plexiglass in front of you, plexiglass in front of where the lawyers are going to ask you questions. I only point all that out, and I'm going to keep my mask on. Just to give you permission, if you wish, with all those protections, it's permissible that you take your mask off if you want. Yes. Totally your, okay. Didn't take a lot of convincing. Yeah, if you ever want to put it back on, feel free. I kind of leave the mask or unmask up to the individual juror.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Any other items you may have heard about in the media?
No.
Okay. Let me talk about that settlement then. I think you indicated in your questionnaire you could be fair and impartial in this case?
Absolutely.
Now, when you've heard about that settlement after you filled out the questionnaire, has that moved the needle for you? Do you think it would now I think I might not be impartial. I might be leaning one way versus the other. What do you think?
Not at all. It hasn't changed.
Okay.
No.
What effect do you think it had on your decision, if you have one as a juror in this case?
I don't think it had any effect, 'cause once again, I just don't have any details.
Okay. And if it doesn't come into evidence, which it won't, it's not part of this case. Different parties, different issues, different decisions to be made. All those are different and they aren't part of this case. Can you put aside what you've heard about that in deciding this case?
Absolutely.
And really, it comes down to everything you've heard about this case. Everybody's heard something. And the question is, can you put everything you've heard aside? Some of it's accurate, some of it's not accurate. But can you put it all aside and put aside any opinions you may have formed and decide this case just on what you hear in the courtroom based on the evidence and the law that I give you?
I believe that I can, yes, sir.
Okay. Excellent. Did you recognize any witnesses on the witness list?
None.
Okay. And we have a trial that's going to be about 4 weeks long. Do you think that you can make that work for your personal and professional life?
I will make it work.
Okay. We understand it is burdensome the longer a trial gets on everybody's life, but you think you can make it work?
I can make it work, yes. It's a challenge, but it's workable.
Yeah, and I think I've stopped asking people, is that okay? Because, well, in some ways, no. But I'm glad you can make it work. There's something I want to ask you about, but to get to the specifics, it may involve reading to information that might identify you specifically. Basically, you know someone in the Minneapolis Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you mind if I gave you a pen and paper if you wrote down that name so I can share it with the lawyers without the world hearing who that person is?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Who's dinging, by the way? Who's dinging?
Me.
Okay. As long as I know who it is, you're allowed. They aren't.
And again, just a reminder, sometimes we do have the mics muted. That way they can have these private conversations between each other. Potential jurors have been questioned the last 8 business days. We again have 10 seated at this time. We're going to need 14 to begin the trial, which is expected to start March 29th.
If you identify the person, that might make it easier to identify you. And we are doing everything we can to protect your anonymity.
I appreciate that.
Now, when they talk about the relationship and how often you talk to that person, please feel free to, in fact, I'd encourage you to be general. Because if, for example, if you give enough detail that they can someone can figure out who that person is, again, it's too close, it might come back at you. So with that, when the lawyers are there, and I'll ask this question while they're conferring. That person's name was not on the witness list, am I correct?
It was not.
Okay, great. All right, then as I'm going to turn it over to the attorneys, so as to juror number 91, Mr. Nelson, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for being here and thank you for your patience. Sorry, I gotta adjust after taking off the mask. I have a few questions for you generally that I'd like to just get to know you a little bit better. And then from there, I'm going to follow up and ask you some questions about your responses to the questionnaire. Would that be all right with you?
Yes.
All right. So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances, a more casual conversation occurs, it's our first conversation, what are a couple things I learn about you after I walk away from that conversation?
You would learn that I'm a grandmother.
Congratulations.
Couple of grandchildren. And I enjoy taking care of my family.
Okay. Do you get to spend a lot of time with your grandkids?
Absolutely.
Great. You'd obviously heard about this case before learning that you were going to be a potential juror, right?
Yes.
And had conversations, maybe saw some things on the news, right?
Right.
What was your impression when you received this packet of information and you were identified as a potential juror on this case?
What was my impression?
Yeah. What was your reaction?
My reaction? I guess I was kind of excited to possibly have an opportunity. Never served on a jury before. I feel strongly about it being my civic duty to do so. And so when I received the information, I was proud to complete the questionnaire and send it back.
Okay. So exciting to fulfill your civic duty, and especially on a high-profile case. Or
I didn't really think of it as a high-profile case, just to fulfill my civic duty.
Okay.
Have that opportunity, yes.
Fair enough. Did you have several jurors have said that they had some concerns about their personal safety, physical safety, COVID? Did you share any of those types of concerns?
First, the only concern I really had was COVID, but since I had been vaccinated, and there's a year behind us, I'm feeling a little bit more comfortable. I'm getting into the routine of keeping this mask on hand and social distancing, so I have no concerns at this point.
Okay, great. I'm jealous of your vaccination. When you got to the government center today, have you been downtown since preparations for this trial started?
I have not been downtown in years.
Oh, okay. When you got down here today, however, what was your kind of reaction to the fortifications, the military, the fencing, all of that stuff?
Frustration, because I circled the block about 5 times trying to figure out how to get in, because it wasn't the same as it used to be.
Right.
And it looked like construction going on. And as I drove by slowly for the 5th time, I kind of saw through the fence an armed guard. And so I slowed down, and he very nicely pointed me in the direction and actually walked while I drove. And there was a magic gate that opened, so I was afraid I wasn't going to make it on time because I couldn't figure out where to park. Yeah.
Excellent. Again, I don't think you're alone in that experience.
Yeah, it was quite an experience.
So, can you think of a time in your life where you have been called upon to be to resolve a conflict between people? You have kids, grandkids, professionally. Can you think about a time like that?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So when you think about the word conflict, it generally, would you agree, involves 2 other people, or 2 people, or 2 or more people, perhaps?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Do you think it's different if you are personally involved in a conflict versus simply being asked to observe a conflict or resolve a conflict?
I suppose it could be different. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you approach a situation where you are being asked to resolve a conflict between 2 people?
I am being asked to resolve a conflict between.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's the question again?
What tools, how do you approach that? What's your methodology involved in resolving conflict between 2 other people?
2 sides of the story. I need to hear both, get all the information, the details, the facts, the feelings, and then proceed accordingly.
Okay. How do you think it changes if you're one of the people involved in the conflict?
If I'm one of the people involved, once again, I need to think about the facts, try to think about how I can resolve the conflict if I did anything that really helped fuel the conflict, and how I might help resolve it.
Okay. So you understand that the role of a juror is essentially about conflict resolution.
Yes.
And obviously there's a conflict between the state of Minnesota on one hand and Derek Chauvin on the other hand. That's the global conflict, right? But then if you were selected as a juror in this case and you're in the jury deliberation room, you may be involved in conflict yourself, or you may be called upon to help resolve conflict between others. Do you think that you can apply those same principles in the jury room?
Absolutely. I feel like I do it every day with 2 grandkids.
Yeah, those grandkids will do it to you. But now let's take a kind of a really broad abstract, right? You understand there will be lots of evidence that's introduced in this case. We're expecting this case to take 4 weeks, roughly. People will testify, and some people will remember or perceive things differently than you remember or perceive things, right?
Right.
So what tools do you bring to kind of that analysis to say, how do we figure out a just result here?
The facts. Go back to the facts. What was presented, what happened, and what are the facts.
Okay.
It has to be based on the facts, yeah.
All right. Wonderful. I'm going to venture a guess that perhaps with your grandchildren, this may have also come up, but do they ever lie to you?
Oh, yes.
How do you tell if someone is telling you the truth?
Well, they're pretty young, so you can usually tell. But
Right.
For the older one, just look her in the eye, let her know that I know that she's not being forthcoming, and it's not appreciated, and it's good to be forthcoming.
Okay. So in terms of, can you think of a situation, you've got two people who may perceive an event at the same time, right? Do you think that, and they have two completely different stories about that event. Do you think that that automatically means that one or the other is lying?
No, I don't. I
Okay.
think their perception is their truth. So we just have to work harder at getting to the common truth.
And I know you have a background in psychology, right? So the question being, if two people are perceiving the same event, what types of things would you think affect their perception of that, might affect their perception of that event?
Possibly experiences they've had in the past. Any moral thoughts or moral things that they feel or convictions that they have possibly could affect it.
Okay. What about a particularized training or lack of particularized training?
I'm sure that could influence it also.
Right.
Absolutely.
So perhaps a medical doctor will look at a situation, someone having a medical emergency, differently than a nurse. They both have a medical education, right? Would you agree with that?
They both have a medical education, basic, yes.
And they may perceive something differently despite having medical education, right?
Yes.
And one person who has a lot of training in something may perceive it much differently than someone who has no training. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that again, is necessarily that one or the other is lying about what they perceive?
No.
Okay. Can you think of a situation where you've been 100% convinced that you're right, only to later learn?
All right, guys, just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. And we've been listening in as they continue to question potential jurors on the case of the Derek Chauvin trial. And again, this is in the case of the death of George Floyd. What we're going to do is we have a couple more live events that are happening here across the country. Fighting with my speaker over here. Apologies for that if you heard a lot of background noise. They're just letting us know and aware of what's coming up here across our desk. We are expecting to hear very shortly from President Joe Biden, as well as we do have NASA, who's doing a 2-hour test window. Just reading a little bit about it, this is a hot fire test of the core stage for the agency's space launch system rocket. And so this is happening down in Mississippi. We'll be jumping into that coverage here in just a little bit. But what I want to do is send some of you onto a quick 2-minute break. And then, as I said, and here's a quick look at that picture, we're expecting to hear from President Joe Biden here just moments away.
Of administering 100 million shots for the virus in the first 100 days of our office. 100 million shots in 100 days. It was considered ambitious. Some even suggested it was somewhat audacious. Experts said that the plan was, quote, definitely aggressive, and distribution would have to be seamless for us to be successful. One headline simply put it, quote, it won't be easy, end of quote. Well, it wasn't. When we took office, there was a lot that had to be done. We needed more vaccines, more vaccinators, more places for people to get vaccinated. And we needed a whole of government approach. So I directed Jeff Zients, the coordinator of our COVID-19 response, to put us on a war footing, and I meant that in a literal sense, to get us on track to truly beat this virus. And I'm proud to announce that tomorrow, 58 days into our administration, we will have met my goal of administering 100 million shots to our fellow Americans. That's weeks ahead of schedule, and even with the setbacks we faced during the winter storms. And there's another big step on the path to putting checks in pockets and shots in people's arms. When we crossed the 50 million doses just 3 weeks ago, I told you that every time we hit the 50 million mark, I'd update you on our progress. So here's where we are today. 8 weeks ago, only 8% of seniors, those most vulnerable to COVID-19, had received a vaccination. Today, 65% of people aged 65 or older have received at least one shot, and 36% are fully vaccinated. And that's key, because this is the population that represents 80% of the well over 500,000 COVID-19 deaths that have occurred in America. We have nearly double the amount of vaccine doses that we distribute to states, tribes, and territories each week. We have gone from 1 million shots a day that I promised in December before we were even sworn in to an average of 2.5 million shots a day, outpacing the rest of the world significantly. And here's how we accomplished this. Using the power given to a president under the Defense Production Act, we expedited critical materials in vaccine production, such as equipment, machinery, and supplies. We work with vaccine manufacturers to speed up the delivery of millions more doses and brokered a historic manufacturing partnership between competing companies who put patriotism and public health first. These steps put us on track to have enough vaccine supply for every adult American by the end of May, months earlier than anyone expected. And we stood up or supplied more than 600 community vaccination sites that are administering hundreds of thousands of shots per day. We launched the federal pharmacy program, which has allowed millions of Americans to get a shot at one of 14,000 local pharmacies in this country, the same way they get their flu shot. And for folks who aren't near a pharmacy or mass vaccination center, we've supplied more than 500 mobile clinics, like pop-up sites or vans, meeting people where they are. We deployed nearly 6,000 federal personnel, including FEMA, active duty military, and Department of Health and Human Services to support vaccinations and serve as vaccinators, putting the needle in people's arms. We're also supplying vaccines to community health centers to reach those who have been the hardest hit and suffered the most, especially Black, Latino, Native American, and rural communities. This is really important because we believe that speed and efficiency must be matched with fairness and equity. Now, when President Harris and I took a virtual tour of a vaccination center in Arizona not long ago, one of the nurses on that tour, injecting people, giving vaccinations, said that each shot was like administering a dose of hope. A dose of hope. That's how she phrased it. Behind these 100 million shots are millions of lives changed when people receive that dose of hope. Grandparents can hug their grandchildren again. Frontline workers who can show up at their jobs without the same fear they used to have. Teachers with the confidence to head back into the classroom. These milestones are significant accomplishments, but we have much more to do, much more to do. And the American Rescue Plan will help us do it. In addition to the cash payments it provides to you and your families, it also provides the funds to add vaccinators, to supply more community vaccinations, support more community vaccination centers, and increase testing. It'll help us accelerate nationwide efforts to reopen our schools safely. And as I told the nation last week, I've directed all states, tribes, and territories to make all adults eligible to be vaccinated no later than May the 1st. I'm glad to see that several states are already taking that step to make more and more Americans eligible, even before May 1st. Tomorrow, we will hit 100 million doses our administration has administered. But I've always said, that's just the floor. We will not stop until we beat this pandemic. Next week, I will announce our next goal to put shots in arms. This is a time for optimism, but it's not a time for relaxation. I need all Americans, I need all of you to do your part. Wash your hands, stay socially distanced, keep masking up as recommended by the CDC, and get vaccinated when it's your turn. Now's not the time to let down our guard. In the last week, we've seen increases in the number of cases in several states. Scientists have made clear that things may get worse as new variants of this virus spread. Getting vaccinated is the best thing we can do to fight back against these variants. While millions of people are vaccinated, we need millions more to be vaccinated. And again, I need you to get vaccinated when it's your term and you're able to do that. I need your help. I need you to help. Not just the country, but your family, your friends, your neighbors. Get them vaccinated as well. If we keep our guard up, stick together, and stick with the science, we can look forward to a 4th of July that feels a bit more normal, with small groups able to gather for cookouts in backyards, and where we began to declare our independence on Independence Day from the virus. Look, together we're going to come through this stronger, with renewed faith in each other and our government that fulfills its most important function, protecting the American people. Let me be clear again. Wearing this mask in the meantime, making sure you wash your hands, making sure you socially distance, listen to the CDC. We've got to reach the point where we have herd immunity, meaning where we have a vast majority of the American people have been vaccinated before we can stop wearing these. So please, please, don't let what you see happening in Europe and you see on television. Keep the faith, keep wearing the mask, keep washing your hands, and keep socially distanced. We're going to beat this. We're way ahead of schedule, but we got a long way to go. So I just wanted to bring you up to date. I thank you very much, and may God bless America. May God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin wants open talks. Would you agree to that?
All right, so once again, listening in there as President Biden does announce that tomorrow they will hit 100 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine given to Americans across the country, saying that they had an ambitious goal of doing it in his first 100 days, and tomorrow they will have that done in his first 58. What we're going to do is continue to move things along here for you. I do see we do have an update with a case that was breaking earlier this morning. It's about a missing girl. She was 1 year old and she was found safe. So let's go get that update again from police here on News Now from Fox.
Are we ready? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to start this off in a way that our CEO, Michael Thurman, normally does, which is today is a good day. As you can see today, I'm smiling, and I'm smiling because royalty has been found. And she has been found in what appears to be good health, so that makes us very excited. So I want to take a moment to thank you, the media, thank the community, thank our local law enforcement partners who have all volunteered and have contributed to this successful day that we've had today. So I do want to take a moment to say that. Today we received a call from a homeowner who had been alerted by a passerby that a baby was crying on her porch. When she came out, she found the baby matching the description of baby royalty. She immediately called the police, and upon our arrival, we were able to confirm that it was indeed baby royalty. We called her mother, who quickly reunited with her on the scene, and while she appeared to be in good health, she was taken to a local hospital to make sure that that is indeed the case. As it relates to Malachi, he is currently in our custody in this very building, and the investigation is ongoing with him. So we hope to have some answers soon. But as I said, it's just a good day to know that we have a baby back in the arms of its mother and the subject in custody. So we want to thank you again for everyone's help and contribution to this successful outcome.
Where was the baby found when they...
The time, do we have the time on that? Oh, I'm sorry, I left the report, but it's not been an hour since we received that phone call.
So where has the baby been from 2 a.m. till an hour, just sitting on that porch?
No, ma'am. The baby had been dropped off. The passerby had saw the baby being dropped off, heard the baby crying, realized there was no one on the porch, and alerted the homeowner. So the baby had not been here this entire time, but we know nothing more than that at this time. We're currently investigating that further.
Who dropped that baby off? What kind of vehicle was it? Was Malachi involved in that drop-off?
That is all the information that we're investigating, and we will push that out information as it unfolds during this investigation.
What was the address where the baby was dropped off, please?
It was the 1500 block of Stoneleigh Hill Drive.
Where was that in connection to the place where the vehicle was abandoned?
It was not that far.
Again, give me that address again, please.
1500 block of Stoneleigh Hill Drive.
So what's the timeline on that? Was Malachi in custody? Because it sounds like he was already in custody when the baby was dropped off.
That would appear to be correct, ma'am.
So there's a second person involved?
We are looking into the matter. We don't have any information on the actual drop-off or who and what and how. We are canvassing the area. We are viewing surveillance cameras, so we hope to have some information on that forthcoming. We did feel that it was important to let the community and everyone know that the baby was home safe. I thought that was a priority. The rest will be forthcoming.
Did Malachi cooperate with you in helping to locate the baby?
The investigation is currently ongoing, but we had not had him in custody at that time. He was on his way here to headquarters, so we had not spoken to him as of yet.
And what is he being charged with?
As of this moment, he's being charged with kidnapping and theft by taking motor vehicle.
So where were mom and baby reunited, at that house?
Yes, we did not want to move the baby until her mother was with her. Her mother came. She had originally been checked out on the scene and was eventually taken to the local hospital as a precaution.
So has she been released from that local hospital?
She has not been.
But she was, I'm sorry, the mom was reunited with...
Her at the location where she was located initially. Yeah, we didn't want to keep them apart any longer, so we stayed there with the baby until the mother was able to arrive.
Were you there too?
No, I was not. I have not made it there yet, but I can't wait to see the baby.
Have you heard anything about the mom's reaction?
No, sir, I have not.
Can you provide any more information about how Malachi was tracked down?
And where was that location on Bolton Road? What is that, where he was arrested?
I will tell you that information was provided to his whereabouts, and he was located at the 2300 block of Bolton Road in Atlanta. Our officers, along with Atlanta PD, assisted in taking him into custody and bringing him here to headquarters.
So was he at a house or just out on the street?
He was with a family member, and at this time, we're still investigating the additional on that, ma'am.
I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and once again, thank you for your assistance in this matter. I don't think we could have done it without you. Thank you so much. At this time, we stand by believing that he was the only one, but the investigation may reveal differently, but that's where we stand as of this moment. Thank you so much.
The person that dropped the baby off, could they be charged, or would you consider them as helping?
It's difficult until we know further. It'll be difficult to speculate. But thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
All right, some good news there to report. 1-year-old found safe, and her mother was reunited with her. What we're going to do is send some of you off to a quick 2-minute break. When you return, we're going to be jumping in again, listening to the Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis as we wait for NASA to run their green run hot fire test. So, as I mentioned, some of you going to a quick 2-minute break, some of you going to be going into the Minneapolis trial coverage.
You were asked if you want to serve on this juror, and you said yes, and the reason why is because you feel it's your civic duty.
I truly do believe that, yes.
And you believe you can be fair and impartial and judge this case exclusively on the facts as presented in this trial?
Yes, I do.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
And again, we do have a total of 10 jurors who have been selected of this 14 needed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 91, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How long have you been retired from your current occupation?
About 5 years, I think.
And I noticed that you do some volunteer work without identifying the organization. It appears that it has to do with volunteering with youth, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Can you please share with us a little bit about why you decided to volunteer in that capacity?
I enjoy working with children.
Tell me about the times you don't.
Sometimes I don't. Depends on the day. I like teaching children, helping them learn, helping them kind of, find their way.
Can you tell me a little bit about the children that you work with, volunteer with?
These are, I want to say it, not underserved, probably a little underserved youth that need guidance, that need help with homework, help with, getting up to reading level. They spend a lot of hours away from home because, the parents work. It's usually a single parent home. And so they come to a place where they know they can get help, support, and they'll be safe and play and get the support and homework help that they need.
Now, is this something that you've done since retirement, or have you done this, other times during your adult life?
I've done it other times during my adult life, but since retirement, I just kind of do it intermittently.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because previously you were in a marketing capacity, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
But for a financial institution?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. But your undergraduate degree was in child psychology.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if the volunteering was out of a desire to use those skills, or?
I hadn't thought about volunteering to use the skills. I just felt there was a need for strong adult help in that particular place. And I was available to do it, and I was happy to do it.
Well, thank you for doing that. You indicated that in terms of your own experience with the criminal justice system, you don't really have any. Is that right?
In terms of being arrested or anything of that nature?
And that was the basis of your saying, in terms of not really being sure if the system is fair or unfair.
Correct. Yes, I don't have any experience there.
Do you have any friends who have shared other experiences with you that maybe felt that they were not treated fairly?
No, I don't.
All right, guys, what I want to do is continue to give you more news. We're going to be popping back into this trial later in the day, but let's go out to that great look NASA TV is giving us of their test run.
We've been in kind of replenish mode for both the liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen. We've got, at this point, 540,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen on board, and another 200,000 gallons of liquid oxygen on board. And they're in the conditioning process right now, where we're trying to get that temperature down as low as we can, get it within the start box. And we're also doing the same thing on the engine side of things. And what's important about all of this is that, this timeline that we're going through here will help inform the operations that'll take place down at Kennedy Space Center, where not only do they have these things to worry about, but then they've also got to do the things where they're getting people on board and taking care of all the other extraneous things that they have to do down there. So for us here, right, we've also been monitoring things like the battery charging. They're basically up to speed at this point. And then we've got the redundant inertial navigation unit wet checkout, which is basically, mounted up in the LOX dome area. And so they're looking to see how it behaves relative to the low temperatures that we're seeing now in that compartment. And so at this point, too, the teams are basically looking at all their data, making sure that their systems are where they're supposed to be and ready to go for proceeding into the terminal account.
Thanks, Bill. And can you tell us a bit how the timeline is different for today's test than for a launch, and how is determining the time of the hot fire different from setting the time for a launch?
Yeah, so for us, it's actually we're in a pretty good spot. We're trying to at this point maximize the amount of commodities that we've got here in the test facility. So we're playing a little bit of a game where we've got crews that have been on for a number of hours, and at 12 hours roughly, they'll time out. We want to make sure that we don't have to end the operation any earlier than that, so we're really trying to maximize that. So they're in the process of working that with the nitrogen and helium, liquid oxygen, and liquid hydrogen. The other part of it is, right, the beauty of us is we're in a test. We're not going anywhere today, and so we don't have a destination. Our destination is right here. And so the difference right at Kennedy is they've got, the orbital mechanics, their destination as to where they're going to go. And so they have to work basically all those details in to their exact launch window. Our launch window is basically when we start the test, and that doesn't matter too much today. But they do have they've got a real time hack that they have to hit. So they'll have built-in holds into their process and procedures down there. And that'll inform them kind of how they move through the next steps. We just are fortunate we don't have to worry about that today.
Great, thanks. So that means that we don't have a specific hot fire target time right now at this moment, but we'll keep listening in and we'll provide updates. We do know that the test remains to be projected within the test window, and we believe we're within about 45 minutes. And so we'll continue to listen in here, and I'll turn it back to Lee.
Thanks, Catherine and Bill. And we will come back to you in just a few minutes, like you said, to take us all the way to the test, or sooner if you have any updates for us. We will be listening in, and I'll head right back to you if you do. Now, if you are just joining us, welcome. We're live at NASA's Stennis Space Center in Mississippi, and we're following the second Green Run hot fire test of the Space Launch System rocket's core stage. The core stage is the center core of the rocket that includes 2 propellant tanks and 4 RS-25 engines, miles of cables, all of the avionics, electronics, computers, the brains of the rocket, and all of the plumbing that work together to launch the rocket during the first 8 minutes of the mission. The green in Green Run refers to new, untested rocket hardware. So this is a comprehensive series of tests of all the core stage hardware for the SLS rocket to demonstrate it's ready for launch, culminating with today's hot fire. The core stage will power every SLS mission. So this test is important not just for Artemis 1, but for all future SLS launches as well. Those RS-25 engines are expected to fire up shortly here at Stennis Space Center. Before that happens, let's get a closer look at the Space Launch System rocket. Super heavy lift rocket and provides the foundation for human exploration and scientific missions to the moon, Mars, and beyond. Powered by 2 solid rocket boosters and 4 RS-25 engines, this rocket provides unprecedented power and capability. Designed to reach 23 times the speed of sound and an altitude of more than 100 miles in just over 8 minutes, offering more energy, volume capacity, and payload mass than any rocket built today. Under the launch abort system, Orion and the upper stage, and between 2 solid rocket boosters is the heart of every SLS configuration, the core stage, towering 212 feet with a diameter of 27.6 feet and storing 537,000 gallons of liquid hydrogen and 196,000 gallons of liquid oxygen. This is the world's largest core stage ever built. The core stage for Artemis 1 fires up for the first time at NASA's historic B-2 test stand. The core stage was designed by NASA's SLS program at our Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Then built by lead contractor Boeing, using state-of-the-art manufacturing just down the road at NASA's Michoud Assembly Facility in my hometown, New Orleans. It includes engines manufactured by Aerojet Rocketdyne, with contributions from more than 1,100 large and small businesses in 44 states. It was shipped up here to Stennis on the Pegasus barge in January of last year, and then installed on the B-2 test stand where you see it here today. Engineers then began activating the stage's components one by one and taking it through the series of tests that make up the green run over the past year. Each test built upon the previous one and added a little more complexity. So today's hot fire builds on all of that work for a full test of the entire integrated system that will simulate all parts of the core stage working together during launch. Today's test will take us from extreme cold to extreme hot as the team loads cryogenic or super cold propellants into the fuel tanks and then fires up the engines to drain the propellant from the tanks to simulate launch. Now, the hottest part of the test today will be those 4 RS-25 engines at the bottom of the core stage. These RS-25s we are testing today are repurposed from the shuttle program. These 4 engines flew on some pretty iconic shuttle missions, including one of the Hubble Space Telescope servicing missions, the historic return to space of Mercury astronaut and Senator John Glenn, 6 flights to the space station, and the final shuttle space mission in 2011. So you can trace a direct line from that final shuttle flight to the first flight of SLS. We've worked with our partners at Aerojet Rocketdyne to upgrade the 16 shuttle main engines, which will power the first 4 Artemis flights. And now we're building 24 new engines using 3D printing and other manufacturing innovations to reduce cost, complexity, and manufacturing time. Of course, all of this work is building towards that Artemis 1 launch from Kennedy Space Center later this year. Here's a closer look at that mission and how it paves the way for future exploration beyond.
3, 2, 1, 0. Mission liftoff.
Artemis 1 will lift off from Launch Pad 39B at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida with 8.8 million pounds of thrust provided by the most powerful rocket in the world, our Space Launch System rocket, or SLS. The uncrewed flight will be the first integrated test of SLS, our new Orion spacecraft, and exploration ground systems at Kennedy. Artemis 1 will send Orion beyond the moon, 280,000 miles from Earth, farther than any human spacecraft has ever flown.
This is not NASA doing this. This is the United States of America doing this program, the Artemis program, and there are companies all across our country that have a part in it. So there is kind of this wave of excitement being generated just by saying, we're going back to the moon.
After the upper stage of the rocket separates from Orion, the upper stage will deploy small satellites over several days to perform science experiments and technology demonstrations. Orion will make its multi-day outbound trip to the moon, propelled by a service module provided by the European Space Agency. Engineers will test Orion's systems on the way to the moon. Then, Orion will fly about 60 miles above the lunar surface, using the moon's gravity and engines on the service module to enter a lunar orbit. After about a month and a total distance of over 1 million miles, Orion will return home, faster and hotter than any spacecraft has before. A primary goal of Artemis 1, ensure Orion safely returns to Earth before we fly with humans. When we do, we'll build our capability for sustainable lunar exploration, preparing us for missions farther into the solar system.
Initially, what we'd like to do is start establishing a presence on the moon. So we're going to establish going back there on a regular basis, and then we'll end up setting up Gateway, and we would launch to the Gateway, and from Gateway, land on the surface of the moon.
We are there for, weeks, months on end. And there, we're going to be able to test out all the hardware and the habitats and the hatches and the suits and the rovers that'll allow us to prove out those technologies. The moon will lead the way to Mars, and we should be there, within the next couple of decades.
Just amazing. And now we are going to hand things over to Catherine and Bill again in the control center. Catherine?
Thanks, Lee. We are in the secondary test control and outside the control room here listening in so that we can provide you updates. Bill, can you give us an update on how things are progressing?
Yeah, so they're in the process now of going through the final checks. Everything's really nicely going really great today. So everything's right on schedule, nominal. They're trying to do this thing what they call right now is jump the clock. We're just trying to work it a little bit ahead. So they're in the process of resetting the clock and making sure that when they get to that 10-minute point that it doesn't continue to count down, because that's where they have to go to that poll well ahead of that. So they're working on setting that stuff up right now.
All right. So we'll continue to stand by and listen and provide updates. And as Lee mentioned earlier, the team previously conducted a hot fire test in January. The engines did shut down earlier than planned during that test, but the January 16th test successfully completed several operations for the first time. They were able to transition to the automated launch sequence operated by the core stage flight computer and the green run test software. They completed the terminal countdown sequence that is like the launch countdown. They also pressurized the tanks and delivered the propellant to the engines and demonstrated the performance of the core stage's main propulsion system, firing the engines at 109% power, and they operated the thrust vector control system that steers the engines. So it's a smooth countdown so far today, and we'll keep standing by. We'll take a pause for a moment, and we'll check back in just a few minutes.
Guys, we've been listening in to some of NASA TV, and now we're getting these live pictures too, as they are doing a hot fire test here of the core stage for the agency's Space Launch System rocket at NASA's Stennis Space Center, which is near Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. Now, on test day, engineers are powering up all the core stage systems. They load more than 700,000 gallons of cryogenic and supercooled propellant into the tanks and fire the rocket's 4 RS-25 engines at the same time to stimulate the stage's operation during launch, generating 1.6 million powers of thrust. A post-test briefing will follow here on NASA TV. And media then will be asking their own questions during that briefing by phone. Hot fire is the 8th and final test of the Green Run series to ensure the core stage of the SLS rocket is ready to launch as they get ready for their mission to the moon. The core stage includes the liquid hydrogen tank and liquid oxygen tank, 4 RS-25 engines, as well as the computers, electronics, and avionics that will serve as the brains of the rocket. Now, the first in a series of increasingly complex missions, this will test the SLS rocket and Orion spacecraft as integrated system ahead of crewed flights to the moon. NASA is working to land the first woman and the next man on the moon to pave the way for sustainable exploration at the moon and future missions to Mars. Now, as they test the Space Launch System rocket's 212-foot tall core stage, this is the tallest rocket stage the agency has ever built. And they're doing a green run test on Earth before launch day. Core stage designed to be used for all configurations of the SLS rocket, and the series of 8 tests are verifying the stage is ready for the first and future Artemis lunar missions.
The B1, B2 test stand that you're seeing there is a dual position vertical firing facility with the B1 side equipped for single engine tests and the B2 side designed for rocket stages. The stand is anchored to the ground with 144 feet of steel and concrete. We talked a little bit about the history of the RS-25 engines, and the B2 stand, which is where the SLS core stage is secured now, also has quite a bit of history. It was used in the 1960s to test Saturn V rocket stages that carried humans to the moon during the Apollo program. And the Space Shuttle main propulsion test article, consisting of an external tank and 3 main engines linked together with a simulated shuttle orbiter, was also tested on the B2 stand. The B2 stand has been modified to test the SLS core stage for the Artemis program that will return humans to the moon, with a new steel superstructure added for testing the SLS core stage. The stand is now almost 350 feet high, ranking it as one of the tallest structures in the state of Mississippi. For a little bit more about the RS-25 engines, Each of the RS-25 engines is about the size of a compact car if the engine were turned on its side. Standing up, they are each 14 feet tall and 8 feet in diameter. They each weigh about 8,000 pounds. The RS-25 is designed to operate in extreme temperatures from negative 423 degrees Fahrenheit to 6,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And as Lee mentioned, today's test will go from extreme cold to extreme hot. When the hot gases exit the RS-25's nozzle, they travel at 13 times the speed of sound, which is fast enough to travel from Los Angeles to New York City in about 15 minutes. The core stage itself stands 212 feet tall and at a diameter of 27.6 feet and weighs about 2.3 million pounds when loaded with propellants.
And NASA's Space Launch System, or SLS, is a super heavy lift launch vehicle that provides the foundation for human exploration beyond Earth orbits. It has unprecedented power and capabilities. It's the only rocket that can send Orion astronauts and cargo to the moon on a single mission. And because NASA is building these rockets needed for several missions to reduce the cost and development time, NASA has been using proven hardware from the space shuttle and other exploration programs while making use of cutting-edge tooling and manufacturing technology. Some parts of the rocket are new, other parts have just been upgraded with modern features that meet the needs of deep space missions, which did require higher launch vehicle performance levels.
So the next major milestone coming up will be the poll for the terminal count. It's the last 10 minutes of the countdown. Bill, can you tell us a little bit about what we can expect to hear during the terminal count?
Yeah, so just ahead of terminal count, we'll hopefully get that call. They'll do a poll, which is all the members of the team basically getting their go for going into that terminal count sequencer. And then once we actually get into it, there's at least 500 different events that take place in that last 10 minutes. So I'll not go through each one of those with you, but there are some pretty good ones, I think, that highlight, kind of what the major ones should be or are. We've got to terminate the hydrogen replenish, and then we've also got to go into the hydrogen tank pre-press operations, which is where they'll pressurize the hydrogen tank. It'll start doing that on its own as well. Initiate ground helium spin start supply to the CAPUs. So initially, when the CAPUs come up, they'll be running off of the helium supply in the stand, and then it'll switch over to the engines when they come up as part of the plus count.
Can you tell us a little bit about what the CAPUs are?
Yeah, so that's the core stage of auxiliary power units. They're variants of the ones that were flown on shuttle. The difference is that where those were hydrazine powered, these are basically run off inert gas and then into hydrogen off of the engines when they get into the plus count. So it's basically the it's basically a turbine system that spins a pump, and that pump then in turn pressurizes the oil in that system, and through a series of valves and commands, they could then go ahead and actuate the actuators that are mounted to each of the engines in pitch and yaw. After that, we'll get into liquid oxygen terminate, and liquid oxygen replenish will stop that operation. And then we'll go into CAPU starts, and that's where each one of those core stage auxiliary power units would be powered up. And that takes, on the order of about 30 seconds to bring each one of those units up. They're done individually. And then they basically move into transitioning into the LOX tank pressurization operations. They do a TVC gimbal profile on helium, so that's actually something different that you won't see in the plus count. In other words, we do a lot of actuation of the TVC system in that, but we don't move it as far because of the limits we've got in the stand for how far you're moving it relative to having the engines burning at that time. So in the pre-count, we'll basically get the full movement, the full gimbal, full displacement, and then once they get into the plus count, they will not do that, but they'll do some other things. And then after that's complete, they'll basically bring the actuators into their null positions. That basically they'll go ahead and make sure the engines are ready to go ahead and start. They will then transition the core stage to internal power. They do have, with the redundant inertial navigation unit, they've got the gyro compass alignment that they'll finish up. And that's when we get into the next big sequence, which is the go for the automated launch sequencer, and that'll start roughly at 33 seconds. So that's kind of the big steps that take place up to that point. And what happens once we get into that ALS is that if we have to recycle, then that's a big deal. It's probably not something we can recover from that easily on day of. But ahead of that, we can basically recycle back to the 10-minute mark. And then it would take us probably an hour or two to get back into position where we can go through it again. But that's kind of how the day would look.
Thank you. So it sounds like the majority of the calls are actually going to come in the last 5 minutes of the terminal count. And so we're waiting to hear when we are ready for the poll for the go, no go into the terminal count. So we'll stand by for a little bit here, and then we'll come back when we have another update.
All right, guys, thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. I am going to send some of you into a quick 2-minute break as we continue to wait here for this hot fire test. All right, and some of you did go into that 2-minute break. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. NASA's Space Launch System is the most powerful rocket in the world, and it is powered by RS-25 engines that combine proven performance with advanced engineering and technology. SLS will launch astronauts on missions to the moon and eventually Mars. We do have that successful landing of the rover that we showed to you on News Now from Fox, and they've been still sending back some photos and some pictures of Mars as they continue to work towards looking for ancient life there. The SLS program is taking advantage of hardware and cutting-edge manufacturing techniques developed for Space Shuttle program and other exploration programs. Now, these are being integrated with new designs, new technologies that will significantly reduce the development of it and costs of operation. SLS is designed to be flexible and evolvable to meet a variety of crew and cargo mission needs. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is continue to bring you more news. We're going to take you back out, and we can always re-watch that launch later. It's been kind of a waiting period for that test run to take place. So, of course, we like to go to live content. We're going to jump back out to Minneapolis again, where they are doing their jury selection. They continue to question these potential jurors, even after that 14-page questionnaire that they filled out. Now they're kind of going back through some of those details, asking them questions about what they may have filled out, and especially details about how they may see themselves on the jury. Will they be able to be impartial? So we're going to jump into that live coverage here for you on News Now from Fox.
I will try as well, Your Honor.
Me too.
Thanks. Did you have concerns about your personal safety, COVID, family safety, any of that type of concern?
The only personal safety matter would be if the only thing that came to mind would be what would happen to me if I was a juror after, like if somebody found out, or that was my main concern.
Okay. Well, let's kind of work up to that, if you don't mind. What did you think about the government center when you got down here today? When you saw the military and the fencing and all of that stuff, what was your reaction?
Quite honestly, it made me feel pretty protected.
All right. So while you're here, at least you feel safe, you feel protected, right? Were you shocked at the scale of it? Like how many people and how much fencing there was?
How many people I saw, or that would lead me to each particular point along the way to get here.
It was a little, it was a lot, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about when you came into the courtroom and you were told that your photos aren't going to be taken, your pictures not being televised, stuff like that? Did that make you feel better, worse, indifferent?
Indifferent. I knew it wouldn't be.
Okay. So you knew that kind of coming in, that it wasn't, you were not going to be televised?
Correct.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
And were you instructed that like by the court, or did someone tell you that they're watching, or how did you learn that?
I honestly don't know. I think I just knew that you don't show the faces.
Okay. Just, all right, fair enough. And then you understand that we're doing everything we can to protect your anonymity, but at some point your name may be released, and that would be when the court deems it safe to do so. We have no idea what that means or how long it will take, but at some point your name would be publicly released. How does that make you feel?
I'm pretty confident it'll be okay.
Okay, fair enough. So, can you think of a situation in your personal or professional life where you have been called upon to resolve conflict?
Only maybe in my personal life with family members.
Okay.
That's probably about it.
Well, you understand that your role here as a juror is essentially to dive right into some conflict, right?
Right.
There's obviously a pretty big conflict between the state of Minnesota and Erick Chauvin. That's the global conflict, so to speak. But then if you're a juror in the jury deliberation room, there may be conflict between you and other jurors, or just between other jurors. And what I mean by that is not that I think people are going to start fighting physically, but that there will be people who disagree with you or disagree with others within the group. So that's what I mean by conflict. How do you approach the resolution of conflict, first, when it involves two people, not yourself, and second, when it involves you?
Well, if it's two people, I generally get both sides and try to come to some sort of an agreement.
Okay. So it's kind of talk it through, listen to both sides, try to reach an agreement.
Yes.
How about when it involves you?
You mean as far as like if I'm in a conflict with somebody?
Right.
I do the same thing.
Okay.
Take what the person is saying, make my own decisions on how I'm going to move forward.
Okay. Do you think it's more difficult if you are personally involved to resolve conflict?
Yes.
Okay. And why?
I just think you have more emotion when it's you personally when instead of looking at two people outside of yourself.
Right. So think about it in this context: is during the course of this trial, there will be evidence that comes into the courtroom, and you will be in the jury room, and you and your jurors or the fellow jurors are talking about various pieces of evidence that were admitted during the trial. And one group of jurors thinks that some group or particular piece of evidence is really important, and others don't. Now, you're kind of in the middle, you don't know. How do you approach that type of a situation?
If I'm in the middle and I don't know?
Mm-hmm. But there's a conflict, right, between the interpretation of this evidence.
I'd probably do the same thing, just listen to both sides and make the best decision upon what they're saying.
Okay. Now, ultimately, you understand that a jury decision has to be unanimous, meaning all 12 of you would have to agree. But you have this division, right? How do you work towards resolution of that conflict?
I don't know other than just stating what my feelings are.
Okay. I mean, one piece of evidence may tie to another piece of evidence, and someone may recall something differently than you. So is it just sort of talking it through, looking at all the evidence, and trying to reach a decision?
Yeah.
Are you the type of person that will just agree with someone simply to get this process over with or make a decision?
No, I'm not, but I probably wouldn't be the first one to make a statement or...
You probably would not be?
No.
Okay. Why do you say that?
I'm more of an observer.
Okay. Will you speak your opinion if you think it's important?
I will.
But are you kind of sit back, get everyone's perspectives, and then pounce, so to speak?
Yes.
Is that an accurate kind of description?
Did you say pout or pounce?
Pounce.
Oh, pounce, yes. Yes.
Not pout.
Or pout.
Or pout, maybe, I don't know. But you're not going to just agree with people for the sake of agreeing people.
Not in this situation, no.
Okay. I mean, I guess it's different than what restaurant we go to, or right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been confronted with or tasked with trying to decide if someone is telling you the truth about a certain situation?
In life, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sure.
How do you kind of make that analysis?
Just the same way. I listen to what someone's telling me and then make a decision on what I've heard.
Okay. Do you think that two people can observe the same event and have completely different interpretations of what happened?
I do.
And they may be seeing the same thing and they ascribe certain meaning to something. Mm-hmm. Why do you think that happens?
Some of it is just personality. I mean.
Okay. What about personal experiences? Do you think our personal experiences formulate how we look at or observe events?
I do, yeah. Things that have happened in your past or people that you're around, I think that forms a lot of who you are and what you think. And
okay. What about your training, a person's training or education? Do you think that may affect how they perceive an event?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Can you think of a circumstance where that may come up?
Training or education? I mean, if you're given tools or I guess I'm not really going to have a good answer for that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let me give you an example. A wall falls down, right? And there's an architect and a builder and a truck driver, right? And we got to figure out how to put this wall back up. Do you think that their training and experience may come into play?
Yes.
Okay. And some people may have, you can maybe easily take their opinion off the table, and others you're going to listen to a little bit more carefully?
Yes, yeah.
Now, in that same situation, would you simply believe someone based upon their training an education over someone else who's observing it, that same situation, just by virtue of their training and education?
No, I guess it depends on the situation. But
right.
No, I wouldn't just go based on what someone's trained or educated. I'd have my own thoughts on.
Like, what if you were to learn that that truck driver has built 10,000 walls in his life? And even though he's a truck driver, he's got a lot of experience.
Sure, it'd give him credibility.
Right. And what if you learn that that architect, he only has just graduated from college and he's never designed anything? Do you think that that could make a difference?
Yeah, I do.
Ultimately your job here is, as a juror, is to listen to the evidence as it's presented in court, to analyze it, and to apply the law as the judge gives it to you. At the end of the case, the judge is going to tell you what the law is that you need to decide. And sometimes, occasionally, jurors will read the law and they'll say, that can't be right. There's no way that that's right. Or this should be changed, right? If that were to happen, if you were to read the law and say, I think the law should be different, can you follow the law as the judge gives it to you, regardless of whether you think it's wrong or it should be changed?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for those answers. I'm going to ask you some questions, some follow-up questions on your questionnaire.
Okay.
Again, the questionnaire kind of makes reference to, and I think some of your answers make reference to a video, and I want to make sure we're talking about the same video. There was a bystander video that was uploaded to Facebook. It went viral, became international news. Is that the video, as you understand, that you've seen?
I've not seen the full video.
Okay, but when we talk generally about the video, that's the video?
It is, yeah.
Have you seen, there were other videos that were released, like body cameras, there were some surveillance videos from local businesses. Have you seen any of those videos?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay. And the video, you said you've not seen it in its entirety. Is that right?
Correct.
The bystander video? Have you just seen it like on the news, or have you seen it like?
Yeah, just like a clip of it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So at no point did you go on Facebook or social media and try to find the original video?
No.
Okay. And you estimated that you'd seen that video 4 to 5 times?
Mm-hmm.
And you had obviously read some news stories and had conversations with friends, right? About this case?
Yeah.
And so you were able to kind of write down a paragraph or so about what you remembered hearing prior when you filled this out.
Right.
Okay. Would you agree that some of what you heard or recalled may just be wrong?
Yes.
Okay. And you can look at the evidence as it's presented in court, and even if there's something that you kind of remember hearing from before, can you set that aside and focus only on the evidence as it's presented in court?
Yeah.
All right. And there may be information, whether it's true or not, that is not admitted in this trial. Can you set those other pieces of information about Mr. Chauvin or Mr. Floyd that you may have heard, again, and only focus on what you hear here?
Yes.
All right. You were asked about your impression, your general impression of both Mr. Chauvin and Mr. Floyd. And for both, you had a somewhat negative, you checked the box somewhat negative, right? I mean,
I did.
That's fair enough. All right. And what you wrote about Mr. Chauvin is you wrote, the media paints Derek Chauvin as an aggressive cop with tax problems. All right.
Just what I heard.
Understood. And again, you're entitled to form your own opinion. You're entitled to form, you were exposed to information. Nobody's questioning that, all right? But you understand that whether there's a companion case or something else going on in a different county, It has nothing to do with this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And you may have that. So I guess the question is if you're in the jury room, right, and you never hear anything about a tax case, in this case, are you going to go, I think we should not believe him because of that tax situation?
No, that's not going to, no, that wouldn't sway my decision.
Okay. Well, and likewise, too, with respect to Mr. Floyd, you heard that what you wrote is you heard George Floyd's record wasn't clean and he abused drugs at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what you had heard about him?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, whether or not any of that information comes in to trial here, can you likewise set that information aside, what you may have heard, and again, focus only on the evidence in this that's presented in this trial?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what I'm hearing is just coming from certain parties and it's not necessarily
true,
or I mean.
Okay. You were asked about your conversations with friends and family members or potentially posting any information on social media about the case. Did you ever post anything on social media about this case?
I don't post on social media.
Okay. But you did have conversations with friends and family then, and when you were asked what opinions have you expressed, you wrote, I don't believe he deserved to die and that the cops used excessive force, but I don't believe he is completely innocent. So I'm going to assume the he in this situation is Mr. Floyd?
Correct.
All right. But you formed the opinion that the police used excessive force?
From what I heard, I did.
Okay. You're not a police officer, I presume?
I am not.
You've not had police training?
No.
And are you able to articulate the legal definition of what constitutes excessive force?
No, I am not.
All right. So I guess my question is again, it's perfectly fine that you have formed an opinion. I'm not questioning that. Mm-hmm. And that your opinion was that excessive force was used. Can you set that aside, kind of like become a blank slate and move forward?
Yes.
And listen only to the evidence in the case?
Right. Mm-hmm.
You were asked a question of whether you believe your community has been negatively or positively affected by any of the protests that have taken place in the Twin Cities area. And without identifying your city, you wrote, not my close community.
No.
So I'm going to assume that what you mean by that is there was no rioting that occurred in your
correct.
city,
No.
right?
Correct.
Is kind of something that's emerged as we've talked to jurors over the last couple of weeks.
This is Andrew Kraft here. We're going to step away from the Derek Chauvin jury selection. We're going to go out to Mississippi. We've been following this story as well. There seems to be a lot of action happening with NASA and this test right here. Let's listen in, see if we can hear anything from the control operators.
We're about 3.5 minutes into the bus stop.
Number's still good. That's a conservative issue. Sequence 4 minutes 30 seconds. I'll shoot in the FRT profile. Item 16. plus 5 minutes.
We're just over 5.5 minutes in the plus count.
About 6 minutes. Still having it from Michael 16. Yeah, I'm not seeing any TCC violations, so I copy, we're good. Thanks, sir.
We're coming up on 7 minutes of the plus count.
And just to give everyone a sense of what they're seeing right now, NASA is performing this test of the Space Launch System at their center in Mississippi, the Stennis Space Center. It's an 8-minute test. It's known as the Green Run test of the Space Launch System core stage. It's the last step before any hardware can be sent down to Kennedy Space Center to launch the Orion spacecraft on the first flight known as the Artemis 1 mission to the moon. So this is a core stage booster you're seeing right here. It was built by Boeing. It contains this liquid hydrogen tank and liquid oxygen tank. And so it's slated to fire its 4 engines that you see there on the test stand here at NASA's Stennis Space Center. So let's listen in once more. Pretty, really cool sights here out of the Stennis Space Center.
Amen. And then the PBC profile number 2.
All right, so we're just over 8 minutes into the plus count.
Personnel is coming up hopefully on the last depletion here, and we have our cut on. All right. REA, can you verify? REA on channel 16. REA on channel 16, safe engine shutdown, please.
Safe engine shutdown.
And you're in post shutdown standby, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all personnel, that takes us to page 656. All personnel go to page 656 to start the post-hot fire shutdown securing operations.
All right.
Okay, all personnel on page
Bill, as you said earlier, as we talked about earlier, the team was hoping to get at least 4 minutes of data. And we All right, they are proceeding with their shutdown procedures now. As we said earlier, the team was hoping to get at least 4 minutes of data, and they did get more than 8 minutes, excuse me. So they should have gotten what they need. The team will obviously need to look at that data, but based on what we've seen, Bill, tell us more about what it looked like to you.
Yeah, so they clearly got the full duration that they were after, which is really great news. And I think you heard the applause. They had, the commanded shutdown, which is exactly what they were looking for. They had no TCC violations, test commit criteria violations that would have prompted an early shutdown. So that was really good news. Clearly there's a lot of data that's going to have to be analyzed. The engineers got to see what worked and what didn't, or what needs to be tweaked and what doesn't. But that said, I think the applause says a lot about how the team feels, that they got through the test, and it looks pretty good right now. Yeah, so there was some, observed burning on the aft end. One of the things that Boeing had done after the last test was to apply a lot of extra cork to the aft end, because we didn't, unfortunately, with this test, right? We're not flying through the thin air as we ascend. And so we knew we were going to have more of that, and that was one of the reasons why they added that. They also put a tape covering over the top of that. We knew that, if the tape gets hot enough, that adhesive layer below the tape surface is going to start burning, and so we clearly saw a lot of that. But there was nothing that prompted a shutdown early, which was really good news.
Great, thank you, Bill. I think that's all the updates that we'll have for you here as the team proceeds through their shutdown procedures. So we'll turn it back over to Lee.
The engineers gather the data from today. We look ahead to the next steps. This core stage will be refurbished and sent by barge to our Kennedy Space Center in Florida. There, it will be stacked in the iconic vehicle assembly building with other elements of the SLS rocket, including the twin solid rocket boosters, which our teams have already begun stacking on the mobile launcher. The core stage and boosters will then be stacked with the upper stage and the Orion spacecraft. All of this work putting us on track to roll out to Launch Pad 39B for a liftoff later this year on Artemis 1. We've got several other firsts on the horizon. This year, the first of our commercial lunar payload services, or CLPS missions, begin with 2 companies delivering instruments to the lunar surface. The golf cart-sized Viper rover will search for water at the moon's south pole. And a small CubeSat called Capstone will head to the moon, scouting the orbit to be used on later human missions. Meanwhile, the hardware for the next 2 Artemis missions, which will carry astronauts to the moon, is coming together. The Orion spacecraft for Artemis 2 is down at Kennedy undergoing assembly, and the spacecraft for Artemis 3, as well as the rockets for Artemis 2 and 3, are also being manufactured right now at Michoud. So that wraps it up for us here today. After a major milestone on America's return of astronauts to the lunar surface, a successful test of the core stage of the Space Launch System rocket. Up next, we'll be replaying the test, and we will have a post-test briefing in about 2 hours here on NASA television. We invite you to follow all of our progress online at nasa.gov/Artemis program, or join the conversation online with @NASA Artemis and @NASA_SLS. Thank you for joining us. And go Artemis.
Okay, so there you were watching really cool sights and scenes there out of the Stennis Space Center in Mississippi. So during the test, you saw all 4 of those engines fired at the same time, just like what will happen when it launches from Florida. If all goes well, though, those engines should produce 1.6 million pounds of thrust for about 8 minutes. It provides NASA and Boeing enough data to determine if it is ready to launch on the Orion spacecraft later this year. You just heard for the Artemis 1 mission to the lunar surface. And so we'll play out some of that test. It's about 8 minutes long, and you saw some of it, not the whole thing. But we'll play out some of that a little later this afternoon or tonight, but it's been a busy day here on News Now. And we have just some replay of it here. If you didn't catch it, actually, this is pretty cool.
For 60 seconds, starting TBC profile number 1.
So we'll be moving on from the Space Test Center there in Mississippi. Let's go back, though, to the Derek Chauvin jury selection. The prosecution and the defense right now in the process of interviewing potential jurors. They need a few more to complete the jury selection. So let's go back to Minneapolis.
Anything else? Any other acts aside from use of drugs or drug charges?
No.
Have you ever had a close friend or a family member struggle with addiction to illegal drugs or alcohol?
Alcohol.
Alcohol?
I have.
If you were to hear that George Floyd struggled with illegal drugs, for example, do you think that might make you feel more favorably or less favorably toward him?
In this particular instance, or just about him in general?
Yeah. First in general, and then maybe for this specific incident. And I should always give you the choice of no opinion, right? So do you think that would have any effect on your opinion of him generally?
Quite honestly, maybe. If it was somebody I was going to trust, if in that kind of instance, it might give me pause. But I do understand that people, there's reasons that they struggle with addiction.
So
it doesn't make them a bad person, I guess I should say. It would just make me cautious.
And why is that? Why would you want to be more cautious around a person who's struggling with drugs?
Mental state might not be the best, depending on why, they've reached that point. Maybe fear of how people act when they're intoxicated.
Tell me a little bit about that. What has been your own observation of how people might act when they're intoxicated, either on alcohol or drugs?
Just the level of anger people can get to under intoxication.
Do you believe that people who are intoxicated may tend to act more violently or aggressively when they're under the influence?
Yes, they can.
And when we say intoxication, oftentimes we're referring to alcohol, but I'm including drug intoxication as well. Do you think that someone who's taken drugs, illegal drugs, may act more violently or aggressively than someone else who does not?
I do.
Do you believe that's always the case, or that perhaps
no,
it depends on the drug or it depends on the person?
I think it depends on the drug, the person, what situation they're in.
Someone may hold the opinion that if a person is harmed and they've been using illegal drugs, they kind of get what's coming to them. And I'm wondering what you think about that statement or what your views are on that.
I don't think that's true.
And why is that?
I don't. If someone uses drugs, that I don't think that there should be ramifications of violence for that.
Okay. You indicated that you have a respect for law enforcement. I'm assuming that you also would agree that it's important to cooperate with law enforcement if they approach you.
Correct.
Is that something you would do, I'm assuming?
Would do and have.
Okay. Tell me about that. You say you have.
Oh, just getting pulled over and just making the proper steps, getting your license and insurance out and cooperating with the police.
And this has happened to you and you did that, you cooperated?
Correct.
People may hold the opinion that if one does not immediately cooperate with the police, does not comply with their requests or their orders, and they're subsequently harmed, they might get what's coming to them as well. What do you think of that?
I don't believe that.
Why is that?
Well, I don't think that. I don't think someone has something coming to them. I mean, there's obviously rules and regulations for, acting outside of the law. And there's also rules and regulations for how you treat those people.
how you, as in how law enforcement treats those people?
Correct.
Okay. Well, you recognize then that some people may not immediately comply with law enforcement, and that would not be an excuse for law enforcement to use excessive force?
I do. I believe that.
Without identifying your employer or providing any identifying information, I'm just interested in hearing about what you specifically do in your job. What does it mean to be a client advocate?
I work on accounts of our insureds, so I'm kind of the day-to-day go-between. And I guess
so you communicate client concerns to your company? Okay. Have you been working at the office since the pandemic, or from home?
Strictly at home.
Strictly at home. How's that been working out?
I love it.
Okay. Maybe you're not going to go back?
We have to go back. We have to have an office presence.
Okay. Do you have any concerns coming here? If you're called as a juror, if you're seated as a juror, you have to come downtown, be around some people in relatively close contact, although we're distancing here. Does that raise any concerns for you?
No.
Do you think maybe we're taking too many precautions and this is a little overblown? Or?
No, I don't. The main person I was keeping safe has been vaccinated, so I'm a little less freaked out about it, I guess I would say.
Okay, fair enough. One moment, Your Honor. Just to follow up, you indicated on the survey regarding your opinion of Blue Lives Matter, and this is where you said you'd be terrified if police departments were dismantled. But you went on to say, however, there is obvious change that needs to happen. Can you share with us what is the obvious change that you believe needs to happen?
I guess I would say it does look like, for I guess what's portrayed on the media is other races aren't necessarily treated fairly.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your answers today. And Your Honor, the state passes for cause.
Right. Juror 92, you will serve on our jury. And so we're going to have you come back on March 29th at 9 a.m. The jury office will be in contact with you if there's any change, but they'll probably be in contact just to remind you and maybe give you other facilities or other logistics information. But for now, you can go with the deputy. They'll take some paperwork from you. You have the letter that got you in here. Make sure you keep that safe and bring it back next time. So we'll see you on March 29th.
All right, thank you.
Juror number 95. I think you can let number 96 go. Counsel, we already did let 96 go, is that right? Okay, so this is the last one we have available.
All right, everybody, this is Andrew Kraft once again. So it looks like the judge there, Judge Cahill, just seated another juror. So moving along there in Minneapolis, we do want to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to go back out to Minneapolis and hear from Judge Cahill there in the courtroom as jury selection still underway in the Derek Chauvin trial. Let's listen into that right now.
To start with, so is there anything about that questionnaire that you need to change or add to?
No.
Okay, and everything was true on the questionnaire?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, sometimes during the questioning, since it was several months ago, people realize that there's some stuff missing or stuff that was inaccurate and you need to amend. Or maybe there's an opinion you expressed that has evolved and it's different now. In all those cases, feel free. I want you to feel comfortable saying something in court here that is different from your questionnaire. Okay?
Sure.
Any problem doing that?
No.
Okay. The questionnaire also advised you not to read any articles, watch any media about this case. But between when you filled out the questionnaire and today, is there anything you've heard or been exposed to about this case, related cases, pretrial matters, just about anything that might be important for us to know? And we know it's all inadvertent because you can't escape a headline sometimes.
Well, that's right. So I do listen to radio in my car, the NPR. And, well, my household watches news all the time, so that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what did you hear new information about this case or related cases?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recall hearing? And again, we know this is inadvertent, that you can't escape it sometimes.
Right. So just about the settlement.
Okay. What do you recall about the settlement?
Just that it was settlement amount was around the $27 million, which
Okay.
was, and that's about it.
And what was your reaction to that?
Well, to be honest, it was like when I heard, I was shocked.
Okay.
And I didn't expect the settlement to come sooner than the case. So,
Than the criminal case?
Right.
Okay, you recognize that that civil case involves different parties, different issues, different laws.
Yes.
It's not a part of this case. You recognize that?
Yes.
So did it affect you in any way as far as being a juror on this case, or would it affect you in any way?
Well, certainly I looked at it differently before the settlement, and for sure right now I look at it a little bit differently.
Okay. For example, in question 10, which basically asks, no matter what you've heard, could you be fair and impartial? And you answered yes. Do you think the needle's moved on that a little bit, and that maybe you can't be as impartial as before when you heard about the settlement?
Not really.
Okay, tell me about that. Your thought process on that.
So, of course, when anything is settled, then you look at that maybe the person was guilty, or, and your thought process runs differently than before the trial. Most of the cases I have heard in the past is the settlement comes after the fact, and that's fair enough. Like, maybe it was damage or loss of something, and you settle in some way or another. But whenever there is a case, especially, if it's a criminal case and it is settled or settlement comes way before the case, then you might think that, well, did it get settled because of, the person is guilty. Okay. So that's about it.
Okay, and do you think that thought might linger in your mind so that it'd be hard to get back to impartial? Even if you were to try your hardest, it's obviously not a intelligence or personality issue. It's just some people, when they hear certain things, it's like, I can't get that out of my mind. Some can say, nope, I can put it aside. But some people say I can't, and it's kind of moved me off of the impartial dime, so to speak.
Yes, I mean, it is hard to get out of the mind, but once you hear more and you find that you can change your opinion and stuff. So.
Okay. Let me see if I can understand what you just said. Do you think that you're impartial? This may have moved you one way, but that what you hear in court might move you again? Or
yes.
Is that accurate, what you're saying?
Right.
Okay. Do you think that when you filled out the questionnaire, I think you said you could presume the defendant innocent?
Can you come up there, Doug?
And let me see if I can go right to the answer. You'd think I would know this questionnaire by now. Basically, it talks about the presumption of innocence, and asks if you can presume the defendant innocent. In fact, it says, under our system of justice, defendants are presumed innocent of the criminal charge against them. Would you have any difficulty following the principle of law? And you said no, if correct justice, law, and principles were followed.
Correct.
Can you explain a little bit more on that?
So I still believe, that, I believe in the justice system and the law, and just like, for example, in the example of the settlement, right? That is not my last decision, or like what's last in my mind. Of course, whenever I hear the whole thing and weigh the law and the
And we're just going to step away from the Derek Chauvin jury selection at the moment. They keep asking potential jurors questions. We'll get another live update from Minneapolis in about the next 20 minutes or so. But we wanted to take you out now down to Florida. Fox 35 Orlando's Valerie Boy is going to be joining us. And as you know, we're getting more and more answers on the terrible shootings that took place in and around Atlanta just a couple of days ago at massage parlors and health spas, leaving 8 dead. And Valerie, thanks for joining us. But how is the Asian community down there in Florida really rallying around this terrible event?
Hey there. Well, I can tell you that Asian Americans are very worried for their own safety. Even here in Central Florida, many of them are speaking out in hopes of supporting each other. Now, according to the group Stop AAPI Hate, that's Asian American Pacific Islander Hate, there have been over 3,800 crimes committed against Asian Americans since the pandemic started. And of course, you've seen the video of a lot of the elderly Asian American people just being beat up, and it's quite upsetting. But there is currently hate crime legislation going before Congress, and hopefully that will be approved. Many are encouraging people to go reach out to their local leaders and call their senators to hopefully get this legislation passed. Meanwhile, here in Orange County, I did reach out to the sheriff's office, and they told me that they haven't had any reports of hate crimes against Asian Americans here in Orlando. However, they do encourage Asian American citizens to report any crime, even if it may seem minor. So that was pretty important, because a lot of times it may be a verbal assault, may not be physical, but they say still let them know, because it's important to really gather this communication so they can figure out what to do next.
And Valerie, we saw a hearing today in the U.S. House and one of the committees about anti-Asian American violence. Kind of give us a sense of, where you're standing in front of. Is this kind of, a holy space, a temple there? Can you kind of give us a sense?
Well, this is actually a martial arts studio, and so it's, and actually maybe, Jeremy, do you want to point up to the sign here? It's called the Walloon Kung Fu Temple, and so they teach martial arts here. And earlier today, I did talk to one of the instructors who had told me that one of her customers had experienced some of those verbal assaults. So it was quite upsetting. She said that she was just heartbroken after he said that he was at a traffic light. He was stopped at a light in his car, and people just started screaming some racial slurs at him. It was quite upsetting. So a lot of times people blame Asian people for the coronavirus. They say it's your fault, and obviously it's not our fault. And that's why, again, they think it's important to educate people about what is right and what is not right, and obviously it's not right to be verbally attacking people here in the community.
Valerie, just last question for you. What is the community saying? How are they kind of banding together, in a sense, going forward, kind of, like you said, educating the public? Any, concrete steps or measures that they're telling the public?
Well, right now I know the Greater Orlando Bar Association, they plan to have a panel which will include the FBI and the Stop AAPI hate groups, so we can gather together and come up with more solutions. But really right now, again, it's about the education. It is about the importance of reporting these crimes when they occur. Many times Asian Americans won't speak out. They'll be quiet, they'll be docile. And so we are teaching each other to say, hey, it's okay, tell us what happened, and let's get that reported.
All right, Valerie, thanks so much for that live report there in Orlando, Florida. We'll speak to you again on any more developments in this case. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
And like I said, we will be following that story as well. We aired that live press conference from Atlanta officials a little earlier. So if we get any more updates on this terrible case that we've been following for the last couple of days, we'll bring them to you here on NewsNOW from Fox. Anyway, let's go back out live to Minneapolis, where jury selection is still underway in the Derek Chauvin trial. He's accused in the killing death of George Floyd last Memorial Day. We're going to have a live report from Minneapolis in about 15 minutes time. But back to the courtroom.
First, before I can make any assumptions about you. So that's the kind of person I am. I usually get along with everyone and just be I'm a pretty socialized person, I would say. So yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question, because you indicated that you like to watch cricket.
Yes.
Could you explain to me the rules of cricket?
No.
Oh, sorry.
That would take a long time.
But generally, that's what you like. You enjoy to watching cricket.
Yes, it's pretty close to baseball.
Okay.
So.
And I get that. I was kind of more making a joke because I don't really know. So, when you knew something about this case, right? Before you learned you were a potential juror in this case?
Yes.
Right? When you learned that you were a potential juror in this case, how did you react to that?
Pretty neutral. I was like, I've never been through a jury duty, so whether it would be this case or any other, I was just surprised, like, it's an opportunity for me to do something for the country, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you concerned about your personal or physical safety?
Not really, if it's very confidential, and I mean, the only people who knows about it is my immediate family, so.
Okay. At some point, when the judge determines it to be safe, your identity may be revealed to the public. Are you okay with that?
When you say that, tell me more of that.
Well, we don't know when that will happen. We're doing everything we can to maintain your anonymity during trial. And at some point, though, in the future, we have no idea when, but when the judge determines it to be safe, your name will be released publicly.
Okay.
Does that concern you?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
For the safety of myself and my family.
All right. Would you be concerned that one particular verdict or another may bring you more harm?
No.
Okay. So you would think that any verdict could potentially bring you or your family harm?
Yes.
Okay. Would that concern, would it be so pervasive and so just kind of ongoing if you were a juror on this case that it would prevent you from focusing on the evidence in this case?
Knowing the being public of myself later, yes.
Okay. So you would be not able to focus on the evidence in this case, you'd be because of your concerns for your safety.
Correct.
Any further questions?
No. All right, sir, I think given your exposure to the settlement, which might have some impact on you, I think you would try your best not to have it, but I still think that it might have weigh on your mind, but more importantly, the safety of your family, if it weighs on your mind to the point where you can't really focus on the evidence, and that's perfectly fine. I'm glad you were honest about that. And so I'm going to excuse you from this jury. And in fact, you're excused from jury service, so we won't need to call you up on another case. Unless, of course, you get a summons a few years from now.
Sure.
All right, you can go with the deputy. They'll collect some paperwork from you, and then have a good day.
Sure, thank you. Do I leave this with...
You can actually give that to the deputy, and we'll dispose of that. Thank you. Say that was an excusal for cause on, I assume, a defense motion. Am I correct on that defense motion? That's kind of the way we have been operating as a code so that we aren't openly challenging the juror in front of them. That concludes the number of jurors we have today. 8:15 tomorrow for decisions on the motions. We'll start with jurors at 9. I think, I'm not sure, have the parties filed their briefs, because it was closed business today that I expected any briefs, so that I have something to read tonight.
I think they're all filed at this point, Your Honor.
Okay. As long as they're filed, I can find them.
Not sure about the status of ours, but.
Okay.
And I would like to make a record to address a point that was raised by defense counsel earlier.
Sure. You may.
And it's a record, and it's really a request, and that is that we proceed just kind of collectively with some caution before making assertions regarding things that are happening outside of the courtroom. I think that sometimes we're very quick to react to information that may or may not be accurate. And I think, Your Honor, that is something that happened today. I did request just a little bit further information regarding what counsel indicated was a press conference held by the city of Minneapolis in which they discussed the settlement. And I don't believe that as portrayed that was accurate. And what I have, and if the court's permission, I could provide to the court as a court exhibit a transcript from the Minneapolis mayor's weekly press briefing that I believe counsel was referencing. And I think that it will put into exact context what was said. First of all, this was not a press release or a press briefing that was called to discuss the George Floyd case, or a briefing about, or a press conference about the settlement. It was the weekly press briefing that the city of Minneapolis always has. And there were, in response to some questions by reporters, references made to the settlement, and specifically in which the mayor basically says, we're not going to be discussing anything about the ongoing criminal proceedings. And so
that wasn't the problem. It was that they were talking about the civil settlement.
That's right. And the civil settlement, Your Honor, and if I may I provide the court with the transcript of the actual briefing?
Is it a transcript of what was said?
It is, Your Honor. I believe this was prepared by our office, so it's not an official transcript in any way, but it could aid you in listening to the information that's contained in the URL that's listed at the top.
Any objection to that, Mr. Nelson?
I have not received a copy, so if the state has a copy for me to as well.
Certainly.
Because I assume you made that record earlier, Mr. Nelson, as in support of your motion to continue or change venue.
Right.
In that specifically Minneapolis city officials continue to talk about the case.
Correct. And it was, I mean, in the context of how it's being reported, is that the Minneapolis city attorney specifically said that the timing of the George Floyd lawsuit settlement reflected a need to act fast.
All right. I'll accept the transcript as an aid to the actual press conference, which apparently I'll add to my nightly homework list. And we'll consider that exhibit to be part of the court exhibits for the defense motion to continue the trial or change venue. So we'll receive it as such.
Okay.
You can just give it to Mr. Schaefer. He'll mark it as court exhibit 1.
And then I would also ask, Your Honor, again, just emphasizing the importance of maintaining an accurate record. To the extent that the court is going to be relying on anything, I mean, off-the-cuff comments about something that someone may have reported in the media, that's really third-hand information. I think that if counsel is going to be making factual assertions, they need to be made as either a formal offer of proof or a declaration with supporting exhibits attached. And I don't think that the court has limited in any way defense counsel's ability to file articles, newspaper articles, or whatever kind of accounts he thinks is going to support his motion. But just simply in the middle of proceedings saying, hey, I heard that the city council is talking about this case again, without the context in which it's being spoken about, is just unfair.
Let's just stop right there. As an officer of the court, Mr. Nelson was noting something that was in progress almost. He has the right to do that. You have a right to criticize it as not being sufficiently supported by declarations and affidavits. My response to his declaration was to say it was noted, nothing more, no findings. And I would expect that he follows it up with perhaps some filings. I cannot expect Mr. Nelson to step out of these proceedings where we've been in session since 8:30 this morning to file affidavits to add to his record on a motion I'm going to be reading about and deciding tonight for tomorrow morning. I don't think it's fair to criticize either side. Either side. You should not be criticizing each other for noting for the record things that are happening in an emergent manner. It should be followed up. I agree with a good record is much better. But for an officer of the court to make a notation, he's entitled to do that. Whether he wants to just rest on that is fine. I think your answer to give me that transcript and a URL to listen to is also very appropriate, very important for me to look at these questions. But let's recognize the fact that the state has a lot of lawyers on this case. who can sit outside this courtroom and start grinding out things. Mr. Nelson does not, does not have the same level of support. How many lawyers now are admitted pro hoc vice and are working for the state on this case so far, Mr. Slisher? Is it 10, 12?
I don't have that number, Your Honor, but I do know that the Police Federation, the union, is funding the defendant's defense, and they have...
Let's not talk about that. We're not talking about how things are funded. I'm just saying, I can understand why what I'm saying is, I can understand why the state is able to produce affidavits and memos so quickly, because there are a lot of lawyers working outside this courtroom. I can't expect that Mr. Nelson would walk in this afternoon with affidavits when we've been in jury selection all day.
And
I think what we're getting into is criticizing each other's performance. Let's not do that. You do your own performance, you let the court evaluate whether it's enough. We're going to go forward, make your record, make it as good as you want to make it. I'll decide based on the record that's before me, and if it's not good enough, I'll say so. And to be honest, I'm not going to talk about this second press conference. I'm not going to talk about it. Make your submissions. I prefer now they be in writing, and we stop talking about it. I've asked Minneapolis to stop talking about it. They keep talking about it. We keep talking about it. Everybody just stop talking about it. Let me decide what the ramifications are. Are we clear on this? We're adjourned for the day. Submit your additional submissions in writing, not oral. Thank you. 8:15.
Having some heated discussion regarding a press conference related to the civil suit and the settlement that was announced last week, and some city officials that keep talking about that. Judge Cahill obviously forewarning them to not keep on bringing that up and just focus on the case here. We want to recap the day for you. As you heard there, they have adjourned until 8:15 tomorrow morning. 8 potential jurors have been questioned throughout the day today since about just before 9 o'clock this morning. And of those 8 jurors questioned, 3 have been seated today alone, bringing us to a total of 12 jury members. That includes 5 men and 7 women, and the makeup of that includes 6 people who identify as white and 6 people who identify as black or mixed race. And also a side note, those 3 juror members who were seated today, all 3 of them happen to be women. So we're going to recap, in case you missed a little bit earlier, some of the questions that were asked toward one of those now new jury members, juror number 91. Here's a little bit of her conversation, and we will have more for you after that.
So if you and I were to meet under different circumstances at a social event, a party, work gathering, whatever, we have our first conversation. What are a couple of things I'm going to learn about you during that conversation?
What that you would learn about me? Very family oriented, friends, very important to me. Love my work.
Okay. You're kind of in the insurance business generally?
Yes.
Personal benefits or homeowner type stuff?
Commercial.
Commercial, okay. All right. And you've been in that business a while?
Yeah, I've been the same company maybe.
All right, Andrew Kraft back here. There you saw Judge Cahill not very happy with the prosecution there and adjourned the court for the day. The proceedings will resume back again tomorrow morning, and we'll be speaking with our reporter there on the ground right outside the courtroom in Minneapolis in about an hour's time to kind of break down what happened. But you heard there, 12 jurors now seated. They need 14, and we'll be getting the live updates in about an hour's time right outside the courtroom. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then in about a couple of minutes' time, we're going to have a live report down by the southern border on what the crisis is looking like today. So we'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. And welcome back to News Now from Fox on this Thursday afternoon. Thanks for being with us. We're going to show you something we haven't gotten to just yet. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy was holding a press conference from earlier. No doubt that he mentioned the crisis at the southern border. We're going to play out some of that and then go down to Texas for a live report. So here's Kevin McCarthy.
Let me start and begin with 2 weeks ago, I sent a letter to President Biden requesting a meeting to discuss the border crisis. As of today, I still have not received a response from him or anyone in his administration. But in that short time period of 2 weeks, the situation at the border has only worsened. The United States now has an unprecedented 13,000 migrant children in custody. At least one migrant facility hit 729% capacity, and the mass influx shows no signs of stopping. When I toured there, I went to the El Paso facility. It was built during the Trump administration. 98,000 square feet. They said they built it so large that they would never meet capacity. That day, that Monday, they did something they didn't think they could do. They surpassed capacity for the very first time. 1,040. And what that meant was 120 Border Patrol agents who were supposed to be protecting our borders got pulled off to be in that facility. Earlier this week, when I led a trip to the border with 12 of my Republican colleagues, what we witnessed confirmed that the situation is even worse than we anticipated. Now, this photo was taken 4 days ago on private land at the border. This is what a crisis looks like. This is what the president will not go see. This is what President Biden will not acknowledge. The migrant facilities are exceeding capacity and require additional manpower. The overflow is taking border security agents off the patrols and creating more security vulnerability for our country. 10% of the migrants in the facilities we toured are testing positive for COVID. And those are just those that are tested. They do not test them when they enter. While I was there, they announced they were moving 1,000 to Midland, Texas, 3,000 to the convention center in Dallas. More coming probably to your cities as well. Not only does this create a health risk for the agents, but has also sacrificed the efforts of our communities have made to stop the spread of this virus. Even more alarming, during our briefing, we're informed that the Border Patrol agents have caught suspected terrorists trying to enter our country. I thought that would make all members of Congress think we'd have to work on this subject. Instead, I've known several Democrats were quick to accuse me of lying on Twitter. One even serves on Intel. Turns out they should have taken that time to find out the true facts. 2 days ago, Axios confirmed that it's just in the past 5 months, Border Patrol agents have arrested at least 4 individuals who match the names on the FBI terrorist screening list. Even the president's own Homeland Security Secretary confirmed yesterday that the terrorists indeed have been trying to illegally cross the border. When I sat at Monument 3 discussing with the Border Patrol agents, I asked them, for which countries have you found people coming across? Yes, Mexico and Central America. But they talked of Turkey, Iran, China, Sri Lanka, and others. This should frighten every American family. Even one suspected terrorist who gets into our country is too great a risk for our country and our nation's security. We must do more to stop this historic flow of migrants trying to illegally enter our country. It begins by sending a very clear message, united message to the citizens of Mexico, Central America: do not make the dangerous journey to the United States to cross the border illegally. There are legal avenues to enter our country. Doing otherwise is a violation of our laws. Unfortunately, House Democrats are not interested in making any serious attempt to address this crisis. Today, they are voting on 2 bills that not only do nothing to address the problem, it ignores the problem, but will actually worsen the situation. During her press conference this morning, the Speaker Pelosi had a sign up that said, "Home is here." This is the wrong message at the wrong time. Homeland Security Secretary, we're saying, do not come, just do not come right now. But if you wonder when this all started, you could go back to the presidential debate, the very first presidential debate. What did Joe Biden say? He said illegal immigrants should immediately surge to the border. What did he think would happen when he said that? When I entered the facility, there were some families there. There was one from Honduras. Carlos Jimenez spoke to them, asked them how long the trek was, 22 days. Just read a quote from another family from Honduras, said why they made the trek? Because they heard President Biden say they were welcome. They heard President Biden in a presidential campaign debate tell them illegal immigrants should immediately surge to the border. This president denies the right to even meet about it, travel to it, or acknowledge the crisis he created. Our border agents are overwhelmed, and they deserve the help of their federal government. I'm calling on to put politics aside. Let's work together for the security of our nation. That's why I sent the letter before I went to the border. As I sat at Monument 3, you look at the wall that was built in El Paso. It was supposed to be 150 miles. They built 133 miles, 17 short. I asked them, when did they stop? Midnight, January 20th. Has it created a problem? Yes, because it left the old barrier down and easy interest for others. I asked them what they have seen recently. More fentanyl than at any given time. More cartel movement in any given time. President Biden's own secretary says we're going to meet an all-time high, but still won't use the word crisis. The president's going to travel the nation. He's going to tout a $1.9 trillion bill, the single largest. In that bill is health care for illegals. Another clear message to create a bigger crisis along our border. Last week, Speaker Pelosi reappointed Erick Swalwell to the Intel Committee. Based on the briefings she and I received together, Swalwell should not serve on the Intel Committee. This isn't about politics. The Intel Committee is a committee not like others. Those in the majority are only appointed by one person, the Speaker. She has all the information that I have. Even if she did not have that information, I think a basic item that all members who get appointed to the Intel Committee should have. If you cannot get a security clearance in the private sector, you should not be appointed to the Intel Committee. Erick Swalwell, based upon everything in public that you know, cannot get a security clearance in the private sector. But only in Congress would he get appointed to learn all the secrets of America. That's wrong. She's got 200 other members who could serve on that committee. And I think the only criteria that someone would have to meet from the very beginning would be, can you have a security clearance in the private sector? If you can't meet that bar, you shouldn't be able to meet a bar to serve on the Intel Committee. With that, let's open it up for questions. Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm wondering, what is the status, as far as you know, that Iowa congressional seat? I think Dr. Miller Meeks. Where does that stand?
Marinette Miller Meeks, Dr. Meeks. She went with us down to the border. She was the public health officer in Iowa. She's the one who offered the amendment on the floor just this week to make sure the children are being tested for COVID. It was the Democrats who united to vote against her. There's a contested race. The Democrat wants to continue contested, even though Marinette Miller Meeks won the race, won the recount, and was certified. Interesting, the Democrats who contesting it didn't go to the court system, which was the appropriate place to go. She said, I'm taking it directly to the House because that's where she thinks she could get the outcome that she desires. Speaker Pelosi talks about it. I know as of today, their majority is not of 5, it's only of 4. I've watched this majority do things that no Congress in the past have done. I would not put it past them to try to steal a race. They did it before in 1985 at the Bloody 8 of Indiana. but they should not be able to do it now. They should uphold exactly what the recount said. Yes, ma'am.
Would you define January 6th as an insurrection?
Yes.
And also
Yes.
following up on that, on the 9/11 style commission?
Yes.
Where does this stand? Have you spoken with Speaker Pelosi? Is there any path forward?
I think the path forward very easily. I mean, if you go back to the 9/11 commission and those who ran it, Governor Keane and Hamilton, they laid out a very the framework that would work. Unfortunately, the only person who's opposing that is Speaker Pelosi. I read today in some place that she maybe was in Punchbowl. Does that give you a plug? Does that help you?
I guess so.
All right. Is that where I read it?
You haven't said the sentence yet, so
Okay.
I can't tell you.
That she wants to go through committees that Democrats control, so it seems like she wants to do something political instead of get to the truth, instead of making something set up that is bipartisan, much like the 9/11 commission. If she goes down that path, we know exactly what it is, just a partisan play.
Given her any your suggestions?
Yes. I sent back to her. It's the same suggestions that the bipartisan commission, the Republican and Democrat said. You make it equal, number of Republicans and Democrats. You make it equal when it comes to subpoena power that both have to sign off, and you don't start with any findings. That's how you find truth. But if you start with the premise that you only want it one-sided, you understand what the outcome is going to be. We've watched what she has done in the past when she appointed Honoré on the comments he have made. He's never should have been appointed. He literally stated that 30 to 40%, if I got the number right, of the Capitol Police were complacent in the January 6th. He said something to me or qualified honest about Jim Crow laws. When I asked him about those, you know what his answer to me was? When I said, "Why'd you say these?" He goes, "I didn't know I was going to get the job." He never should have been put in that position. But the speaker picked him, knowing what he had said.
All right, there was just a little bit of the House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy there, starting off his press conference today talking about the southern border, and we're going to go down there in just a minute. But the decision to pause border wall construction is causing ripple effects on the southern border. Fox's Hunter Davis joining us now with that live report. Hi, Hunter, Biden's executive order is affecting hundreds of landowners down there. Isn't that right?
That's exactly right. The Trump administration was working to get more than 5,000 acres of land to build that border wall on. But when the Biden administration came in, all of those projects, just like the one you're seeing behind me, came to an immediate stop, leaving all of these landowners in limbo.
Acres of land along the Rio Grande River.
It hasn't been sold because I never got paid.
Danny's land is part of just over 1,000 privately owned parcels in South Texas the Trump administration was buying up for a border wall. But with a new administration, the fate of some of this land sits in limbo.
The land appraisers came through next, and then the negotiations, and then you ultimately signed. And if you didn't sign, they're going to take it away from you anyway.
The latest data from the United States Government Accountability Office showed as of July, the government had acquired about 135 pieces of private land. This includes an acre of Danny's property and an acre from each of his two cousins on either side.
They said that the money has already been set aside for this, that no matter what the Biden administration says or does, even if they pause or cancel the program, the land's still legally theirs.
Because the land backs up to the Rio Grande River, it can be an outlet for migrants trying to cross into the United States.
If you work down here fixing the fences and like that, you're going to see it really often.
Danny's cousin Renee describes one encounter.
There was this girl standing on this side right there, and she was pregnant, and I asked her if she needed help. She said, yeah, I couldn't keep up with the guys, so I had to stay behind. She came to the Border Patrol that was here, and he picked her up.
The cousins say when it comes to the wall and their land, they're not sure what's next.
You would have seen like a major wall coming right through here, through those fields coming all the way across into the brush area. But no activity.
Now, dozens of eminent domain claims are still tied up in legal battles. However, most recently, the U.S. Attorney's Office did drop its legal efforts to take possession of at least 3 properties here in South Texas, citing the president's decision to stop the border wall. Andrew?
Hunter, really interesting story there. Can you kind of give us a sense, the viewers, a sense of, what you're standing in front of right now?
Yeah, Andrew, I am at an RV park here on the Rio Grande River in Mission, Texas. In fact, looking directly in front of me is the river. Directly across, of course, is Mexico. But right behind me is a border wall construction project that has been halted. In fact, there's typically a levee right here that has since been torn down in preparation for that border wall. But now all that sits left is just some equipment and, of course, some road signs, and that seems to be about it as they're waiting for the next step here in Texas.
And Hunter, you spoke to so many locals and landowners down there. What are the reverberations, though, back in Washington on Capitol Hill and in the White House, per this executive order that Biden paused construction?
Right. So, of course, we all know that the Biden administration is stopping short of calling the situation down at the border a crisis. But that is the word that you hear when you speak to local people here, when you speak to government officials here. Crisis seems to about sum it up. It seems that we're having several trips being made to the border. Of course, Kevin McCarthy was just here with a delegation about a week ago. Governor Abbott was here about a week ago. And upcoming, we have another Senate delegation being led by Senator Ted Cruz that's coming down. That's expected to be later on in the coming days. And then just after that, potentially another House delegation is expected to come visit this border. So it definitely seems to be a priority for some up at the Capitol. In fact, there was a letter sent out by Senate Republicans, including Senator Mitt Romney, that accused President Joe Biden of violating federal law when he froze congressionally approved funding for the border wall. So, like I mentioned, it definitely seems to be a priority for some, not a priority for others, is pretty much the feeling you're getting out here, Andrew.
Fox's Hunter Davis there live for us in Mission, Texas. Thank you for that update. We'll speak to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
Really interesting conversation there. A lot of these Senate Republicans, they said, hey, the money is already appropriated for the border wall. They think Biden's executive action is unlawful, for that matter. Anyway, we're going to go back to Kevin McCarthy, the GOP House Minority Leader. He's taking questions from reporters from earlier. But before we do that, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to go back out to House GOP Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. He's taking questions from reporters on a number of topics. Let's go out to that right now.
Taken on, which is forced organ harvesting from prisoners in China. There's a bipartisan bill that's been introduced recently by Congressman Chris Smith, and that is aiming to combat China's forced organ harvesting practices from prisoners, from religious groups and minorities. Would you support that bill?
Yes.
Do you think China should be held accountable for it?
Yes, that and many more. Yes.
Regarding Swalwell,
yes.
Are you suggesting that he has applied privately for a security clearance and was denied for that? So I believe the
No. I'm not suggesting he applied privately. I'm suggesting that the criteria to get a security clearance, that he cannot meet it based upon the information in the public today. It's not what I'm applying. You talk to the intelligence community and others, they're the ones who set the criteria and told me he couldn't make it.
Do you believe that any Democrats will sign on to this, given that the FBI concluded he had no wrongdoing and was cooperative?
Wait. FBI told you that?
It's in the public.
I think you should have a different briefing if you're allowed to have one.
Mr. Leader, the Iowa race, in your view, what is different between the efforts there to overturn the elections in the House versus Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the elections in Congress that you supported?
I disagree with the premise of your question for this reason. In the House race, and you know politics very well, you cover it every day, you know what it takes to win the presidency, electoral college. Do you know how many electoral college you have to win to become president?
I think I do, yeah.
What is that?
270.
Okay. So if you challenged Arizona and Pennsylvania, would that have changed and lowered President Biden's numbers below 270?
You supported the Texas lawsuit that would have invalidated millions of votes.
You ask me questions every week. I just asked you a question. If you removed Arizona, but you weren't removing it, you were just asking the question about it. If Arizona and Pennsylvania were removed in the Electoral College, would President Biden's number lower below 270?
No, but Donald Trump said that
the Congress could have
overturned the election.
I'm not Donald Trump. So you're asking me the question. I'm answering your question. Let me answer your question since you asked me. Let me follow through. So you gave a premise that's not true.
Donald Trump tried to overturn the results in Congress, and you supported that effort.
Well, now you're saying something that's not true. So let me answer your question and show you how your premise is not true. You answered two questions. It takes 270. If you remove Arizona and Pennsylvania, President Biden is still president. He's above 270. So that premise is wrong. If you go back and you look at any time forward, take the quotes of Speaker Pelosi. This is democracy. This is our chance to look at it. Look at the whip, Jim Clyburn. Look at the chair of rules. When they challenged Ohio, would that change the outcome from the Electoral College for President Bush? I can answer the question for you. Yes, it would. Yes, it would.
But in those cases, the losing candidate didn't organize a rally and say, "Stop the steal. We can overturn the certification of the Electoral College on January 6th."
I mean, do you want to talk to Trump, or you want to ask me the question? Because I'm here right now, and I'm showing where your question doesn't hold merit. Now, let me show you another answer.
But you supported the Texas lawsuit, too. Do you regret supporting that lawsuit that would have invalidated?
No, I don't. You know why? Because it's going to the court.
In a number of battleground states.
All right, tell me when you're done with your questions and when I can answer. Are you done? Can I answer now?
Sure.
Okay. Now, which question did you want me to answer?
Do you regret signing on to the Texas lawsuit that would have invalidated millions of votes across several battleground states?
Should I have supported Texas law? The answer is yes. You know why? Because that's where you go, to the courts. Now, let's frame that, since you just asked me that question. Let's put that, since you mixed it with the congressional question. Did the Democrat member, she's not a member, candidate, go to the courts or go to Congress? Because the system says she could go to the courts. Did she go there?
She did not go to the court. She came to Congress.
And what was her answer of why she came to Congress and not go to the courts like the system says she should? Do you know what her answer was?
She said she didn't have time.
No. She did not say she didn't have time. You know what she said? Because that's the place I could get the outcome I want. That's what she said. So the premise of your question doesn't work. So if your premise of the question of going to the courts, she didn't go to the courts. Did she win it on Election Day? No. Did she win it in the recount? No. Does Speaker Pelosi say it's just 6 votes? She's got 6 members that's going to disenfranchise the more than 400,000 people that voted in that district. Pure politics. So what I believe, because you study politics so well, don't mistake things that aren't the same.
But did you or did you not support Donald Trump's effort to overturn the election in Congress?
Didn't we just answer this the first time you asked it? You even answered. How many electoral votes does it take to get to 270?
About it. That's certain. You never raised any concerns about Donald Trump's efforts to organize the rally, to say that he could stop Congress.
Oh, he does this every time. Let me ask you this. Have you ever asked me a question on a bill coming to the floor?
Sure I have, yeah.
Huh?
I have. plenty
You
of
have?
them.
What was it? I forgot. You asked me the same question, the same time, in the same place. It doesn't matter what time of year it is. And 9 times out of 10, you have it wrong. So I answered your question. It's nice to have you here.
Do you agree or disagree with Trump when he said the other day on Fox, quote, our Supreme Court and our courts didn't have the courage to overturn elections?
I didn't see it.
Do you agree or disagree with that? It's a simple question, sir.
What's the question? You asked me, did I agree with what Trump said? I didn't see what Trump said.
You have a statement. Do you agree or disagree with it?
What's the statement?
Our Supreme Court and our courts didn't have the courage to overturn elections.
No, I don't agree with that.
Why not? Why not?
You asked me if I agree or disagree. I don't agree with what his answer was. That's fine.
Why don't you agree?
I answered your question. Go ahead.
The White House apparently is weighing breaking up its infrastructure package into 3 parts to build bipartisan support. Do you like that idea? Could that help attract Republican support?
I got to know what's in the bill. If you break a bill up, it doesn't matter if it's in 5 parts, 3 parts, or 1 part. It's what's in the bill determines whether we'll support it or not.
They were talking about, breaking out some of the roads and bridges stuff, perhaps that could...
I'd have to see it first, but it mainly what's in it. I mean, are they going to try to do Green New Deal in one, bridges in, I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking. And I don't even know, if I listen to Bernie Sanders, who's the chair over in the Budget Committee in the Senate, he says he wants to do reconciliation again, which means they don't want it to be a bipartisan. I listened to President Biden say at the inaugural, he wanted to find bipartisan, and I haven't seen any of that. He can't even have a meeting on a crisis of a border he created. Yes.
I want to go back to what you mentioned about Swalwell. You've been pointing to what's in the public, and then when I mentioned about the FBI's conclusions being in the public, you suggested that there might be some other report that I should see. Are you saying there's something that we don't know about?
You can't see it. It's classified. I can't talk about what I learned in classified briefing. But I do know the speaker heard the same thing I heard.
And do you expect any Democrats to sign on to this?
I would expect the people to hold the same criteria. Unfortunately, the FBI won't give other people briefings. But what you know in the public domain right now, this individual couldn't get security clearance for a private sector job. Why would you put him on there? And he's not voted on based upon their conference, just one person. So all the time before, Democrats could hide behind Nancy Pelosi. It's not about politics. This is surely about members know what Intel Committee gets to review and know. He doesn't rise to that occasion. And unfortunately, he should not serve there. And Democrats should vote with it too, yes. And it's not personal about him. It's not the right place for him.
Shows that he was targeted by a foreign government, not that he was cooperative with it or aware of it.
I cannot talk to you about what I was given in a classified briefing. But I believe even what you know in the public domain, if in the public domain he can't in the private sector get a security clearance, that should be the basis of whether anybody can even apply to be on the Intel Committee.
On what ground could he not get one?
Simply what you know in the public domain, he could not get it today.
So how does that disqualify him personally if he doesn't have any cooperation? Someone externally targets you, the FBI says you're cooperative, that you didn't do anything wrong.
I cannot tell you what I was briefed in a classified briefing. But what's in the public domain, he does not rise to the occasion to get a security clearance in the private sector. If you cannot get a security clearance in the private sector, you should not be able to be on Intel. As easy as that. You don't have to know what's in classified briefing, but that criteria he cannot meet. He should not be able. I would not allow and I would not appoint a Republican to the Intel Committee that could not get a security clearance in the private sector. Simple, basic, where we're at. Yes, sir.
One more quick one, just with respect to the vaccine. I know you have called for a regular order to be restored, yet some members still have not gotten vaccinated or don't want to, and especially now that the former president has come out saying people should get vaccinated, will you tell your members to do the same?
Yeah, I've always told my members to do the same. I've spoken to the doctor. Approximately 75% of the members have been vaccinated. That's probably more than the number that shows up to vote in person. It's roughly 30 to 40 of the members who have the antibodies who got COVID. If you were a impeachment manager from the House and you went to the Senate, you didn't have to wear a mask on the floor in the Senate. The Senate, I would guess, average age is higher than the House. The speaker or the medical doctor allowed people who had COVID to actually come into the chambers on the day to vote for speaker. The speaker said that she was instituting proxy voting just because of an unlimited basis for COVID. The members have to sign a document, the reason why they can't be there. I think we're at a different point in time when those thresholds came, and I think we're at a higher threshold by our vaccination. I think we should change the duration of the votes. I think the proxies should end. I think we should go back to working in committee. I think bills should actually come through committee before they come to the floor. And I asked her in a letter last week, what is her plan and when is the timeline for that? Because with every given day,
more members should need to get vaccinated.
so what's that number then? I mean,
don't you think it should be closer to 100% or as close
well,
as possible?
is that her plan? Have we thought of this? Why shouldn't we plan for when we can go? Should we take down the wall around the Capitol? Should it be easier for a citizen to visit the Capitol than for an illegal person to come across the border? I mean, these are simple questions that if you're a Speaker of the House, you should have a plan. If she can't come up with a plan, I'll provide a plan. Every single day, the percentage goes higher for who's vaccinated on the floor. Why can the Senate, when they speak with not around, not wear a mask? Why can the CDC now tell us as a family unit we can come together without a mask, but you can't do that on the floor of the House, even though more of us are vaccinated than probably the majority of the United States? And why were we told to vaccinate early then? I mean, I think if we're essential, we should work, and it should be essential that we do our work. So my only question to her is, what's the plan to do that? And I would think, as Speaker, you would plan those things. Do you wake up one day and say, oh, now is enough? That's my only question. Yes, sir.
Following on her question, if you're essential, as a member of Congress
Yes.
presumably should be, shouldn't you also just get vaccinated, just be able to allow everyone to do their jobs here?
I don't know if I understand it. Say it again.
If you're essential as a member of Congress, an
Yeah.
essential worker,
Yeah.
shouldn't that also indicate that you should get vaccinated as soon as possible to allow things to get back to normal as quickly as possible here, especially on the floor?
Are people not? I mean, what's the premise of your question?
There seem to be, you say there's 75% people are members vaccinated.
Probably higher by
25% not.
today.
Presumably some of those are voluntarily not vaccinated at this point.
Yeah, there are a number of members, when I ask them, not that they won't get vaccinated, but they feel that they shouldn't get vaccinated until their community gets vaccinated. That's a personal choice. I respect that. There are members who haven't been vaccinated because they had COVID, because they can't get the vaccination yet. But I think all of you would say, if we're at 75 last week, we're probably higher today. That's a pretty high number. You're all sitting together. I bet there's not 75% of you have been vaccinated. You're showing up for work. You're not proxying in your work, are you?
This is my first day here in 2 weeks.
But you wore a matching mask with your shirt, so you're pretty impressive. I like that. Looks good. All right. Thank you all very much. Have a good day.
Mr. Leader.
All right, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy getting a little heated there in the middle of his press conference. Of course, we do like to clip some of those memorable moments if you ever want to go back and rewatch them. And we do have something that I just wanted to let you know that just came across our desk. House floor, they did vote to pass the DREAM Act. All Democrats did vote yay, as well as 9 of our Republicans did vote yay on that. And this is also something we're going to be following here for you on NewsNOW from Fox. Going to continue, though, to give you more news that's happening here all across our country. As we had mentioned, DREAM Act did pass. So let's go out to what was talked about just a little bit earlier here this morning as Dem leaders spoke about what that could mean for Americans and non-Americans here in the U.S.
We are at the cusp of voting for the Farm Workforce Modernization Act and the Dream and Promise Act, two bills that I know will make an incredible positive difference for our nation. I know that personally. You see, due to a terrible tragedy in my family, I was brought to the United States from Mexico as a baby. My parents were farm workers who worked tirelessly day in and day out with calloused hands and tired backs with minimal rests to give me and their children opportunities that they've never had. Farm workers, like my parents, and like many of my constituents back home in the Coachella Valley, taught me the values of hard work, resiliency, and taking care of one another. Why are these bills important right now? It is precisely now, during a pandemic, when we need to pass these bills. Dreamers are doctors, nurses, lab technicians, contact tracers, and job creators. Farm workers are getting infected and dying from COVID at a much higher rate than the general public. They are literally dying to feed you, give you the nutrients you need to heal from COVID. We must protect and secure our food supply chain. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus has led efforts to fix our broken immigration system, and I am very proud to say that the CHC has endorsed both of these bills that will strengthen our economy, stabilize our food supply chain, and give people peace of mind. I would like to thank Congressperson Lofgren, Congresswoman Clark, and CHC members, Congresswoman Roybal Allred, Congressman Costa, and Congressman Carbajal for putting pen to paper and helping draft the bills. I would especially like to thank Speaker Pelosi and Leader Hoyer for their leadership and for building in extra time in the House schedule so that we could vote on these two bills today. And I call on Majority Leader Schumer and Senator Durbin to bring the Dream and Promise and Farm Workforce Modernization Acts for a vote in the Senate. La Ley de Sueños y Promesas y la Ley de Modernización de la Fuerza.
And while he's doing a quick Spanish portion, just want to let everyone know House did pass this. We're listening into a press conference that happened earlier this morning. And again, the DREAM Act would permit certain immigrant students who grew up in the U.S., brought here as minors, possibly even illegally, and other groups provided protection under DACA.
El caucus hispano del Congreso está muy orgulloso de apoyar ambos proyectos de ley. Home is here, estamos en casa, and now it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce you someone who has been a fierce champion for children, dreamers, and immigrants, who recognizes the strength and value of diversity, and who has gone above and beyond to create opportunities to ensure there is diversity in every corner of the House of Representatives. Our wonderful Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very special day for us. In fact, weather permitting, we would have been on the steps of the Capitol to say to the world that we are making a very big difference in how we respect the beautiful diversity of and it did so with the full, Mr. Chairman, full support of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. The Hispanic Caucus made the difference in passing that legislation. You are doing so again now with the Tri-Caucus represented by, and from the AAPI community, Congresswoman Strickland, a freshman from Washington State, and Yvette Clarke, a long-term supporter of immigration issues from the Congressional Black Caucus, Congresswoman Clarke of New York. And when we go to the floor today, as I say, this is a big day for Lucille because of the DREAM Act, which he sponsored. But it's also now the Dream and Promise Act. And the promise part of the bill is the TPS part of it is authored by Congresswoman Velasquez, Madam Chair of the Small Business Committee. When we passed the bill in 2010, the sponsor of the bill was Lucille and Howard Berman, and the chair of the caucus was Congresswoman Velasquez. She took the lead that Mr. Luis has today in persuading other members to vote for the bill. So thank you for making it possible then. Thank you for expanding it now to TPS and DD, et cetera. So this is, again, and for Lucille, the farm worker bill, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act that we've talked about here is in her DNA because her father was instrumental, Congressman Roy Allred, Mr. Chairman, way back when in establishing the farm workers. So Stenny's not here, but Stenny and I served with him on the Appropriations Committee. We knew well his great work in the Congress, but also what he brought to the Congress in terms of such a history. And in this room 1 year ago, the last event that we had before COVID prevented further events, we celebrated the 90th birthday of Dolores Huerta. So there's so much coming together for us here. Let me just close by quoting Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan said, if we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would be lost. It's always been a pleasure for me to sing the praises of our dreamers. They make us so proud. They help in so many ways, as the distinguished chair has indicated. So for us, this is a day of not only passing legislation, but a cause for celebration. With that, I'm very pleased to yield to the person, as I say, this is her day for many reasons, Madam Chair, the chair of the Homeland Security Subcommittee of Appropriations, where she has fought this fight for a long time, Congresswoman Gloria Allred. Madam Chair.
Good morning, everyone. I thank Speaker Pelosi for making the Dream and Promise Act one of the top 10 Democratic priorities for this Congress. I also thank my co-authors, Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez and Yvette Clarke, as well as Zoe Lofgren for her invaluable guidance and leadership as chair of the Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration. After 20 years of fighting to protect dreamers and as co-author of the original DREAM Act, I am truly thrilled that today the House will take a major step in ending the veil of fear and uncertainty that has plagued the lives of our dreamers for far too long. As our nation has battled the COVID-19 pandemic, 202,500 DACA recipients have risked their lives as essential workers. They have packaged and stocked our food, taught our children, and worked, as Chair Reese said, as doctors, nurses, and caregivers to protect our health and safety. While each dreamer has a unique story, they all exemplify American values and a deep love for the only nation they call home. I thank my colleagues for their support and for being here today. Y para nuestros soñadores, los apoyamos y estamos con ustedes en esta lucha. Gracias por sus contribuciones a nuestro país. Su hogar es aquí. I now yield to Representative Zoe Lofgren.
Thanks so much. This is, in fact, a great day. You know, one of the things that we have been fortunate for during this horrible pandemic is that our food supply was never disrupted. We could always go to the supermarket and find food. Now, that's thanks to the farmers of America, but also the farm workers of America, most of whom are undocumented, and most of whom have been here more than 10 years. They live in a period of uncertainty, and we decided we should do something about it. Who is we? The United Farm Workers Union and the growers talked to each other for over a year to try and see if we could come up with a path forward. Republicans, and I want to call out specifically Congressman Dan Newhouse and Mike Simpson, as well as many others, and myself and Jimmy Panetta and Jimmy Costa and Salud Garbo and many others worked together to come up with a compromise that will allow farm workers to gain legal status and also to regularize the existing H-2A program so that farm workers in the future can come over in a legal and orderly manner. This bill is a compromise. It's a bipartisan compromise. It's a compromise between farmers and farm workers. It's something I hope will pass with bipartisan support, and if it does, America will be stronger than it is today. I yield now to a wonderful person who's worked so hard on the TPS matter, and that is Chairwoman Nydia Velázquez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Loughran, and I want to thank Chairman Ruiz, Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, and all the other amazing advocates for humane immigration reform. And let me just remind everyone, immigration and immigrants make America, America. And to all the activists, the grassroots organization who stood up and stood firm to demand a more just immigration system, this bill are made possible by you. As a co-author of the Dream and Promise Act, along with Representative Gloria Allred and Yvette Clarke, I am proud that this bill will shield qualifying recipients of TPS, DED, and DACA from deportation and create a more comprehensive pathway to citizenship. These are our co-workers, friends, families, and hardworking, law-abiding members of our communities. This bill is the morally right thing to do, is the fiscally responsible move, and most of all, it is the American way forward. Thank you, and this is 1 minute.
Jerry Nadler.
Chairman. He's had 4 bills in 2 days.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank Chairman Ruiz for bringing us together today, Lucille Roybal-Allard and Zoe Lofgren, and all the others assembled here for sponsoring the 2 bills we are considering this afternoon, and of course, our distinguished leaders, Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer, for bringing these important bills to the floor. After closing the book on 4 years of disastrous, cruel, and inhumane immigration policies, today we begin a new chapter. It is one based on compassion, on reason, and on the fundamental values we hold dear as Americans. All of the individuals who would gain protection under the bills we're considering today, Dreamers, TPS and DED recipients, and farm workers, are vital members of our communities. And as Zoe said, without the immigrant farm workers, the undocumented immigrant farm workers, we couldn't grow our crops and feed our people. They are our neighbors, our friends, our classmates, our service members, and our essential workers. They are driving forces in our economy and in our culture. The 2 bills we will pass today recognize that America is stronger when we welcome people to our shores. Later this afternoon, the House will send a clear message that we believe in a just, rational, and humane immigration system. I hope that our Senate colleagues will hear us on the other side of the Capitol and will take similar action. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues here today, and I look forward to sending both of these important bills to the President's desk. And I think I kept it under a minute.
Let me thank Chairman Ruiz, Speaker Pelosi, my colleagues, Congresswoman Lucille Roybal-Allard, Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez, of course, Chairwoman Lofgren, and Chairman Jerry Nadler, and all of my colleagues in the CHC. I'm Congresswoman Yvette D. Clarke. I proudly represent New York's 9th Congressional District, Central and South Brooklyn. As the daughter of Jamaican immigrants, I understand the need for the Dream and Promise Act, and a 21st century immigration system worthy of our great nation. Let me be clear, our current immigration system is broken. And to coin a phrase of a another very distinguished Jamaican American, the notorious B.I.G. If you don't know, now you know. Imagine being brought to the United States of America. You're on a road trip with the family. You're a child, you're observing your surroundings. You come to a new place, you settle, you grow up with other children, you dream, you aspire, you reach your goals. You're educated, you're engaged, only to find out you're undocumented. Only to find out that the work that you have done to help build this country has not been given the same value as if you were born in this nation. Today, we are saying, let us continue to build on the American dream. Let us pass the Dream and Promise Act. We have an obligation to bring forth the type of support, undergirding that needs to happen for those who have been a lifeline to so many families across this nation, not only during this pandemic, before it, and will continue to do so as proud Americans as we pass the Dream and Promise Act. With that, I think it was a minute, I yield back.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Representative Clark, Chairman Ruiz, and Speaker Pelosi for this opportunity to speak in support of the American Dream and Promise Act. I am proudly a member of both the Congressional Black Caucus and the Congressional Asia Pacific Islander Caucus here in the U.S. Congress. For the 1.5 million Asian Dreamers and 2.1 million African immigrants, the American Dream and Promise Act isn't just any piece of legislation. It is a pathway to citizenship that will determine their future in this country, in this place that they call home, in this place for millions of people who have known no other home but the United States. And I want to talk a bit about the recipients who are going to come from Korea and from the continent of Africa. Koreans were one of the first groups to sign up for DACA when it was announced by President Obama. And immigrants from Africa, from Nigeria, Ethiopia, Ghana, and Cameroon, to name a few, are now among the fastest growing groups of immigrants across the United States. Creating a viable pathway to citizenship and acceptance is something that all undocumented immigrants grapple with. I want to thank the Congressional Hispanic Caucus for leading the way on this issue, and I want to encourage everyone to support these bills. And I say this because we talk about bipartisanship here in Congress, but these bills are wildly popular with the American public. America wants these things to happen. We've been talking about this for too long, and now is the time to act. It's the morally right thing to do, it's the courageous thing to do, and it's good for the economy, and it epitomizes what it means to be American. I now yield to Representative Costa. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Chairman Ruiz, Chairwoman Roybal Allred, and Chairwoman Sol Lofgren for your leadership and your efforts in bringing us together to this important day. And it is an important day. It's a good day for reform in our immigration system in this country. As was noted, we have a broken immigration system, and it's been that way for decades. And it's time we get about the work of fixing it. The legislation that we will vote on today will cover almost half, or maybe as much as half, of the undocumented people that we have in our country today and give them legal status. Let me start where I think I come from. Food is a national security issue. It's not often looked at that way. We take it for granted. But certainly in the last 12 months with this pandemic, with the closure of schools and restaurants, and our complicated, complex food supply chain turned upside down, I think more Americans are beginning to understand how critical it is for the 5% of the population, the nation's population, that puts food on America's dinner table every night. I know, because I'm a third-generation farmer. It's a partnership. It always has been a partnership between farm workers, farmers, dairymen and women, and it's that partnership that has been part of the great success of America that allows us not only to feed all of our people, but to also produce enough food for other parts of the world where they are in need.
All right, guys. So once again, we've been listening in here as this press conference happened earlier this morning, but I wanted to bring it to you as the House did just pass the DREAMS Act. Again, that number 228 to 197. What we're going to do is send some of you into a quick 2-minute break. When we return, we're going to give you the latest on the Derek Chauvin trial out of Minneapolis. Again, that's just 2 minutes away. And just a reminder for our viewers who are not in that 2-minute commercial break, we are going to be getting an update from Minneapolis just about 45 seconds away. And welcome back here to all of our viewers who are with us on NewsNOW from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. We wanted to give you an update because we've been popping in and out of the Derek Chauvin trial. And so we're going to head on out to Minneapolis, where we do have Paul Bloom joining us live, once again giving us the details on today's findings. We do have 12 seats finally filled here today, Paul.
Yeah, Christy, making some pretty good headway today in the jury selection, as you mentioned, up to 12. They seated 3 female jurors today. Right now, the demographic breakdown, 7 women, 5 men. It was interesting before we went through the drama of kicking off 2 seated jurors yesterday in relation to that massive $27 million settlement. The panel was leaning male. It was male heavy, but the dynamics over the last couple days have shifted. Now 7 women, 5 men. And in terms of a racial breakdown, obviously this case so racially sensitive, with an unarmed black victim, if you will, a white police officer with his knee to the back of George Floyd's neck for some 9 minutes. The court's describing 6 whites on this jury, as well as 6 people of color, so half and half, which is a pretty good diversity breakdown here in Hennepin County, the home of Minneapolis.
Now, Paul, there was some clash today over possible testimony of forensic psychiatrists looking at Floyd's behavior. What was the nature of that disagreement?
Well, it's going to be really interesting. Judge Cahill promising an announcement tomorrow, or a ruling tomorrow, I should say, on this evidence and what a forensic psychiatrist can testify about. There's been a big debate about the behavior of George Floyd in the moments before he dies on the streets of Minneapolis. There's some evidence, videotape evidence from a prior arrest a year earlier. The defense wants to bring that in to show a pattern of behavior with police. He's evasive. He allegedly is swallowing drugs or consuming a large amount of drugs before interacting with police. He's immediately complaining about breathing in both, his mama crying out. The defense thinks they could make some headway to show that this is sort of an MO of George Floyd. The prosecution vehemently opposes that idea. They think it's just a smear campaign to paint George Floyd as a drug abuser, make him less humane to the jury. So they're fighting it, and there's some back and forth about what experts will be allowed to testify. But tomorrow's ruling from Judge Cahill will really set the stage for what evidence comes in and what specifically these experts can talk about once this jury is seated. Of course, so much of this is being discussed out of jurors' presence, and Judge Cahill really has to make some difficult decisions in terms of what comes into that courtroom when this case is all said and done.
Now, if people were watching the trial, we've been popping in and out, but we did have the end of the trial there. Judge Cahill, if you've noticed him before throughout the trial, he seems like a pretty even, steady, emotional guy, but he got a little heated towards the end of today. What was that all about?
Yeah, we've seen him get heated a couple times during this case. Once yesterday, if you watched the very beginning, he really lashed out at the media for some reporting from our pool reporters inside the courtroom. Late today, it's going to be hard to explain to our viewers, but basically this revolves around this whole issue of the $27 million civil settlement, separate matter between the city of Minneapolis and George Floyd's family. Now, I went to a news conference today at City Hall. The topic was security around the Derek Chauvin trial, but myself and some other reporters did inquire about the situation with the settlement and why it was announced smack dab in the middle of jury selection. Well, of course, that got reported by the middle of the day. The defense was raising concerns that here we go again, more bad pretrial publicity. The city of Minneapolis is talking about the settlement again, and he wanted to make a record of it. At the end of the day, the state came back and wanted to clarify that the news conference had nothing to do with the settlement. It's just reporters asked about it. So really it was a back and forth between the two sides. And you know what? Judge Cahill is sick and tired of it all. He's just done talking about the settlement. He clearly wants to get on with this trial. And he's got two big decisions to make overnight, really three. We talked about the evidence of George Floyd's prior arrest, but then two other motions he's got to rule on. One is physically moving this trial out of Hennepin County, basically because of all the pretrial publicity. And then the defense is also asking just for a trial delay to try to get beyond all the pretrial publicity and let things settle down in this city after the bombshell announcement of the settlement. So Judge Cahill's got a lot on his mind. I just felt like he just is done dealing with the bickering back and forth and this discussion of the settlement. He wants to focus on the criminal case. He's got a murder trial going on in his courtroom, and I think he was just making that point. But yes, when he gets upset, he gets angry, and he is not afraid to show it.
And he has every right to then put his foot down, as we saw here today. And as you mentioned, we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on the courtroom tomorrow with all of those big decisions. So thanks again, Paul, for joining us here live and giving us some of the look inside to more of this trial that's so important, top case.
And thank you for having me, Krista. Good night to you.
And don't forget, you can continue to follow the trial, not only with Minneapolis, but also on NewsNOW from Fox. All you have to do is continue to keep watching on newsnowfox.com. As you see here, I pulled up Paul's tweet that he had from just a little bit ago. Again, 12 people have been seated on the jury. We're looking for two more so that they have two alternates, and the trial will continue tomorrow morning. We'll have you fully covered on NewsNOW from Fox. We're going to head into another quick 2-minute break, and when you return, of course, more news your way. And welcome back to our viewers here on News Now from Fox. I'm one of your hosts, Christy Larson, and we're going to continue bringing more news your way. We just got an update from Minneapolis. Of course, don't forget, tomorrow that trial is going to be kicking off right again early in the morning, and we're going to have you fully covered here on News Now because it is definitely one of those top priorities that we continue to bring to you here on our stream as they not only question potential jurors, but also make some big decisions of this case as well. So we're going to move on to more things that we haven't gotten to yet here today. We're going to go back out to Houston because Houston's police chief has taken a job in Miami. So now Houston is in need of a new police chief there in their city. We did have Mayor Sylvester Turner along with other city officials step up to the podium, speak about that here today. We're going to go and play it for you right here on News Now from Fox.
Let's get started. Let me start off by acknowledging all of my council members who are present this evening, this afternoon. Mayor Pro Tem Martin, Councilmember Sally Alcorn, Councilmember Pollard, Councilmember Carolyn Evans Shabazz, Councilmember Travis, where's Tiffany? Councilmember Tiffany Thomas, and certainly got Dr. Laura Murillo with the Houston Hispanic Chamber, who is present, and just a number of other individuals who are here. Chief Acevedo is over there. Chief McClellan is here. You know, I can go down the list. Bishop Dixon is present. There are a number of individuals who are present with us today. Look, I'm excited today to announce the next chief of police for the City of Houston Police Department. Over the past several days, I have spoken to and heard from countless Houstonians who offered their opinions and advice. And let me tell you about this city. There are no shortages of opinions and advice. I never thought that I could hear from so many people in such a short period of time. And I've had the opportunity to interview potential candidates for what I consider to be one of the most critical roles of any administration, and one of the most important and visible jobs in the city of Houston. My goal was to find someone who was fully capable, and I underscore fully, capable of leading this department from day one, who knows the city, its neighborhoods, and its people. Someone who would work every single day to gain and maintain the trust of our diverse communities, who values the diversity of our communities, and people who exist and live in our community, regardless of where they come from, regardless of their language, regardless of their sexual orientation, and who would focus on the priorities of the Houston Police Department. And someone who has earned the respect of the command staff and those officers who patrol our streets every single day, 24/7. Someone who recognizes that our department is not perfect, and at the same time recognizes the importance of doing everything possible to put in place most of the recommendations coming from the Mayor's Task Force on Police Reform. The 5,300 police officers, the men and women on the front lines, deserve a police chief who will give them what they need to do their jobs. And the community deserves a police chief they can trust and depend on to keep them safe. The city of Houston is fortunate that with the departure of Chief Art Acevedo, the internal bench of the Houston Police Department is strong, and there are men and women who are fully capable to serve. With that in mind, this afternoon, I am announcing the appointment of Executive Assistant Chief Troy Fenner as the city's next Chief of Police. I know members of his family are here. I believe his mom is even watching on television. His wife and his son, Wyatt Fenner, and wife Shireen Fenter are here. And I know his mother is watching. Chief Fenner began his career with the Houston Police Department in 1990 and has worked in every aspect of the department. He has served in the Office of Public Affairs, the Southwest Division, South Gessner Division, and the Internal Investigation Command. He has also worked as the Assistant Chief of South Patrol Command. As Executive Assistant Chief, Fenner oversees the HPD field and support operations, which includes responsibility for 3 patrol region commands and 1 support command encompassing 15 patrol divisions: the Traffic Enforcement Division, the Emergency Communication Division, the Mental Health Division, and the Gang Division. Chief Fenner is a 31-year veteran of the Houston Police Department and a highly regarded law enforcement officer in the Houston Police Department. He has earned, and I underscore that, he has earned the trust and respect of people in every corner of our diverse community. He is strong, he's a decisive leader, and who he is someone people follow, listen to, and genuinely like. And since I have been mayor, I can tell you he is a straight shooter. He loves the department, the men and women of this department, and the people of this city. Troy Fenner is not just from Houston, he is Houston. He was born in Houston's 5th Ward. Some refer to that as the Nickel. Raised in Hiram Clark and graduated from Madison High School. He earned a Bachelor's of Science in Criminal Justice from Sam Houston State University and a Master of Criminal Justice from the University of Houston, Clear Lake. Most importantly, Troy Fenner earned his stripes in the Houston Police Department and is prepared to lead from day one. In addition to naming our new Chief of Police today, I will also be proposing, at Chief Fenner's request, a command change within the Houston Police Department. The number 2 person in HPD, Deputy Executive Chief, requires a change to the Master's Job Classification Ordinance, which I will ask Houston City Council to approve. I am confident Chief Troy Fenner, his leadership team, and officers would do everything within their power to reduce crime across our city of Houston, to continue to earn and garner the respect of every single person in our city, and to move the city forward in a positive direction. And now, let me stop and let me bring up my recommendation to the members of the City Council, none other than Chief Troy Fenner.
All right, guys. Just want to say thanks again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. What we're going to do is take a brief turn away from that. As we did here, Houston obviously had a little bit of a change-up in their police force. We can always go back to that, though, on News Now from Fox. What we're going to do is change gears, focus a little bit again on COVID-19, because obviously that's been top of mind ever since the pandemic hit last year. And we continue to learn even more about COVID-19, especially when it comes to vaccinations. You heard President Joe Biden speaking earlier here today. Tomorrow, they are going to achieve that goal of 100 million vaccines in arms for Americans. But we're also learning more about how the vaccines may affect pregnant women. getting vaccinated still hasn't been an easy decision for a lot of expecting moms. So we are joined now by Fox's Katie Byrne to help explain a little bit more on that decision for these expecting moms. Katie?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? As more people get vaccinated, more people who are pregnant are wondering if they should too. Right now, people who are pregnant are eligible to get the shot in more than half the country, but the CDC says it's a personal choice, and they say expecting moms should start with talking to their doctor.
Flowers for mama.
Beth Sammons is an essential worker in D.C. who also happens to be pregnant.
I am almost 39 weeks. I'm feeling huge, uncomfortable, and ready for the baby to come anytime.
It's been a couple months since she got her COVID-19 vaccine.
Actually, I got very lucky. I had like zero reaction other than a sore arm.
A lot of planning went into her decision.
I mean, we talked to 3 of the doctors in my OBGYN practice, and they all said to get it.
Many states have made pregnant women eligible to get the shot since they're more likely to get really sick from COVID.
Based on the reporting systems, there have been at least 30,000 pregnant people who've been vaccinated. And the risk of having a complication so far has not been shown to be any higher than someone who is not pregnant.
Pregnant women weren't included in initial trials of the COVID-19 vaccines, but Temple University Hospital Dr. Wadia Mullah says data coming out now is encouraging.
Currently, the various vaccine developers are doing safety trials with the vaccine in pregnancy patients.
This week, a healthcare worker gave birth to the first known baby with COVID antibodies after getting vaccinated in December.
We were able to test the baby's cord blood, and it did come back positive for the COVID antibodies.
Still, some expecting moms are choosing to wait.
I had an early pregnancy loss also during the pandemic, so there's a little bit of extra anxiety.
Victoria is a medical student in Philadelphia who asked to stay anonymous, and she hasn't yet told people she's 10 weeks pregnant.
You know, I think it's a safe and effective vaccine, but with my doctor and family, we decided just to wait, just given I just gone through the early pregnancy loss and some complications.
The CDC guidelines for pregnant people say getting vaccinated is a personal choice and recommend talking to a doctor about it. For those who are eligible, they can get the shot during any point of pregnancy. In Philadelphia, Katie Byrne, Fox News. Yeah, and this is one of those things that we're following, day by day with so many things changing because of COVID. As of right now, about 27 states plus DC have eligibility for pregnant women, but Alabama and Washington are expected to join that list on Monday.
Yeah, big decision. I know that it can be a hard one for those women. And as you mentioned, the best thing for them to do is to talk with their doctors. So, Katie, thanks again for joining us here live on NewsNOW from Fox. And don't forget, we'll continue to have you covered all the way from COVID to our Houston police chief to the Minneapolis trial. We are all across the states giving you the top news on NewsNOW from Fox. Some of you are going to head into a quick 2-minute break. More to come here just minutes away. All right, welcome back to our viewers who were on that quick 2-minute break. We're going to continue to give you some more COVID-19 news. Now, it's no surprise that Joe Biden has been focused on the good of COVID-19, the vaccinations that they've accomplished here during his administration, taking over the White House, saying tomorrow they'll celebrate that 100 millionth dose of COVID-19 vaccine being given to Americans here. But we did have a Senate hearing with Dr. Fauci that's been stirring up a lot of controversy as he goes back and forth with lawmakers. So let's bring that to you right here on NewsNOW from Fox as we talk about 1 year of COVID-19 and where we're headed still with this pandemic.
Senator Paul. Senator Paul.
Dr. Fauci, in a recent British study, David Wiley and others found that no symptomatic reinfections from COVID-19 after following 2,800 patients for several months. In fact, there have been no reports of significant numbers of reinfections after acquiring COVID-19 naturally. Shane Crotty, a virologist at La Jolla Institute for Immunology, concludes from his experiments that the amount of immune memory gained from natural infection would likely prevent the vast majority of people from getting hospitalized disease, severe disease for many years. In this study, which was published in Science, Dr. Crotty showed that antibody levels stayed relatively constant with only modest declines over 6 to 8 months. Dr. Crotty reported that notably memory B cells specific for the spike protein or RBD were detected in almost all COVID-19 cases with no apparent half-life at 5 to 8 months after infection. In other words, Dr. Crotty found significant evidence of long-term immunity after COVID infection. Furthermore, Dr. Crotty noted B-cell memory to some other infections has been observed for as long as 60-plus years after smallpox vaccination, or even 90 years after a natural infection with influenza. That was a woman who got the Spanish flu, still showed immunity 90 years later. So rather than being pessimistic towards people gaining immunity after they've had COVID or had a vaccine, studies argue for significant optimism. In fact, there have been no scientific studies arguing or proving that infection with COVID does not create immunity. There have been no studies showing significant numbers of reinfections. Of the 30 million Americans who have had COVID, only a handful of reinfections have been discovered. In fact, the New York Times reported last fall more than 38 million people at the time worldwide had been infected with the coronavirus, and as of that date, fewer than 5 of these cases had been confirmed by scientists to be reinfections. Scientists interviewed for the article concluded, in most cases, a second bout with the virus produced milder symptoms or none at all. Given that no scientific studies have shown significant numbers of reinfections of patients previously infected or previously vaccinated, what specific studies do you cite to argue that the public should be wearing masks well into 2022?
I'm not sure I understand the connection of what you're saying about masks and reinfection. We're talking about people who have never been infected before.
You're telling everybody to wear a mask, whether they've had an infection or a vaccine. What I'm saying is they have immunity, and everybody agrees they have immunity. What studies do you have that people that have had the vaccine or have had the infection are spreading the infection? If we're not spreading the infection, isn't it just theater?
No, it's
not.
not.
The vaccine and you're wearing 2 masks. Isn't that theater?
No, that's not. Here we go again with the theater. Let's get down to the facts. Okay, the studies that you quote from Crotty and Sete look at in vitro examination of memory immunity, which in their paper they specifically say this does not necessarily pertain to the actual protection. It's in vitro.
And what study can you point to that shows significant reinfection? There are no studies that show
Just let me finish the response to your question, if you please. The other thing is that when you talk about reinfection and you don't keep in the concept of variants, that's an entirely different ballgame. That's a good reason for a mask. In the South African study conducted by J&J, they found that people who were infected with wild type and were exposed to the variant in South Africa, the 351, it was as if they had never been infected before. They had no protection. So when you talk about reinfection, You've got to make sure you're talking about wild type. I agree with you that you very likely would have protection from wild type for at least 6 months if you're infected. But we in our country now have variants that are circulating.
Significant reinfection. What study shows significant reinfection, hospitalization, and death after either natural infection or the vaccine? It doesn't exist. There is no evidence that there are significant reinfections after vaccine. In fact, I don't think we have a hospitalization in the United States after the 2-week period after the second vaccination. We don't have a death in the United States.
You're not hearing what I'm saying about variants. We're talking about wild type versus variants.
And what proof is there that there are significant reinfections with hospitalizations and death from the variants? None in our country. Zero.
Well, because we don't have a prevalent of a variant yet. We're having one. Can I finish? We're having 117 that's becoming more dominant.
Policy based on conjecture.
No,
it
isn't based on conjecture.
Variants, so you want people to wear a mask for another couple years.
No.
You've been vaccinated and you parade around in 2 masks for show.
No.
You can't get it again. There's virtually 0% chance you're going to get it, and you're telling people that have had the vaccine, who have immunity. You're defying everything we know about immunity by telling people to wear a mask who've been vaccinated. No. Instead, you should be saying there is no science to say we're going to have a problem from the large number of people being vaccinated. You want to get rid of vaccine hesitancy? Tell them they can quit wearing their mask after they get the vaccine. You want people to get the vaccine? Give them a reward instead of telling them that the nanny state's going to be there for 3 more years and you got to wear a mask forever. People don't want to hear it. There's no science behind it.
Well, let me just state for the record that masks are not theater. Masks are protective. And we
have immunity there, theater. If you already have immunity, you're wearing a mask to give comfort to others. You're not wearing a mask because of any science.
I totally disagree with you.
Dr. Fauci, if you could respond so that we could understand the difference between the virus itself and the variants and the reason for a mask.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't.
If you could respond to the question so that we could all understand the difference between the vaccine in controlling the wild type versus the variants that are out there and the reason for wearing a mask, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, yes. First of all, when you have a variant, you have an immunity that you get what's convalescent sera and the same sort of thing. If I vaccinate you or me against the wild type, you get a certain level of antibody that's specific for a particular viral strain. If there's a circulating variant, you don't necessarily have it. You have some spillover immunity to be sure, but you diminish by anywhere from 2 to 8-fold the protection. So the point I'm saying is that there are variants in now circulating. The point that Senator Paul was making was that if you look at wild type only, there is some clear-cut credence to what he's saying. But we are living right now in a situation where we're having a dominance of 117, which was the original UK. We have a very troublesome variant in New York City, a 526. We've got 2 variants in California, a 427, 429, and we have a number of others. So we're not dealing with a static situation of the same virus. That was the only point I'm making.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dr. Fauci, thank you for setting an example over the course of the last year for Americans. You have made it clear that masks save lives, and the example that you have set that has not been followed by other leaders in this country has made a difference, has kept tens, if not hundreds of thousands of Americans from contracting this disease, so thank you. I wanted to turn to the question of the massive contracts that we've signed with vaccine makers, and to talk a little bit about the path forward. Pfizer reported about $9.6 billion in profit last year. Moderna, very small company before entering the vaccine market. Their chief executive owns shares that are probably now worth about $5 billion. Thank goodness for these companies. They have done remarkable work in a short period of time. They have saved lives. At the same time, we want to make sure that we are making wise use of taxpayer dollars. And so I'm going to direct this question to Dr. Kessler, and others can weigh in. Dr. Kessler, do you sort of understand what the difference is between AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson, who've said that they're pursuing a nonprofit model in developing the vaccine, versus Pfizer and Moderna, who I assume, because they have not made the same statement, are pursuing a for-profit model? Help me understand what the difference is between those two.
Senator, all those are good questions, and you have every right to be, what's the right word, confused, because it is very confusing. I lived very much in the 1990s. We worked on HIV when I was at FDA and chaired the Elizabeth Glaser Pediatric AIDS Foundation. So we care a lot about getting drugs in that instance to the world, and that led to something called tiered pricing. And you will see that there are multiple numbers. I mean, there is this number that is, cost, and there's cost plus, there's a not-for-profit cost, and all those have, very honestly, different definitions. I think the most important thing to stress right now, and I have been no defender of the pharmaceutical industry, and certainly on pricing, over my career, but I think the fact is that this committee, the Congress, you allowed the administration to go at risk, right? And we bought different vaccines. The administration bought different vaccines, regardless of even what they worked, and they, at the best price. And the reality is, thank God for that, because we are in a very fortunate position today. I am sure with hindsight, there are a lot of legitimate questions, and we have to do better at understanding these prices. And I pledge to you, we will do that. It's not an easy answer.
I understand. Let me just, because I've got a minute left, let me just ask two quick follow-up questions. On an earnings call last month, when asked about profit margins for the vaccine, the chief financial officer at Pfizer suggested the company's going to, quote, get more on price after what he called the pandemic pricing environment. One analyst projected that the company could make vaccine prices 3 to 4 times higher than they are today. Do you believe that we have the ability to keep vaccine prices at a point that is favorable for the American taxpayers? And then what do you think about making these contracts disclosable, so that it's sort of hard for the American public or outside groups to do oversight when they can't see the contracts?
I can tell you, Senator, the president believes very firmly, in making sure that there are affordable medicines and vaccines, and we will work very hard. It's my understanding that the contracts are publicly available, albeit with redactions, and happy to work with you to even improve on that.
Great. I appreciate it. I know this administration has a commitment to getting the best value. Obviously, the priority is getting shots in people's arms, and so let's not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. At the same time, hearing that we might be looking at 3 to 4 times the amount of price as we move into booster shots or childhood immunizations, certainly should be something we should all pay attention to. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Collins.
Dr. Walensky, the CDC school reopening guidance has been at odds with what many public health experts are recommending. When we discussed this issue recently, I really detected a lack of a sense of urgency on your part to reopen schools. Let me just share a little bit with everyone here what the public health experts are saying. In USA Today, 4 prominent experts said The recent school reopening guidance released by CDC is an example of fears influencing and resulting in misinterpretation of science and harmful policy. The American Academy of Pediatricians cautioned against strict adherence to 6 feet of distancing if that forces students into remote learning. And Dr. Jha, who testified before us just last week, said in an interview that the guidance, quote, didn't feel to most of us in the public health world as particularly well-grounded in evidence and science. Maine's own CDC director made the point to me that children are less likely to contract COVID in schools than they are in other settings. Dr. Jha also said that we were focusing on the wrong things. We should be focusing on mask wearing, ventilation, and he said, I did not mention 3 feet versus 6 feet. I did not mention deep cleaning of surfaces. There's a lot that's going on that's gotten us distracted. We can keep teachers safe. We can keep kids safe. We can open schools, and we have the ability to do that now. In the meantime, the negative effects on our children continue to grow. And I'm not just talking about the lost learning. I'm talking about social development. I'm talking about behavioral problems, stress on the children, on their parents. A hospital administrator in Maine told me just yesterday that they're having children dropped off at the emergency room with behavioral problems, and the grandparents or the parent who brought them just driving away, just leaving them there. We have got to get the schools reopened, and you've presented no timeline at all for doing that, and the CDC recommendations, particularly on physical distancing of at least 6 feet, are just not in sync with what most public health experts are recommending. So I'd like to know what you're going to do and when to get our schools reopened.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for the conversation we had, and I'm very sorry it appeared like it wasn't urgent to me. I'm the mother of 3, one of whom has been home for this entire year. This is an urgent issue. I understand the mental health challenges. I understand the educational challenge, this food insecurity. This is urgent. Please don't get me wrong. This is urgent. There was a study out of Wisconsin that demonstrated in schools that in a time of high disease prevalence, that with 92% mask wearing and de-densification of classrooms, somewhere between 11 and 20 students, we could get students back to school safely. There's also a similar study from Georgia that showed without masking and without the proper mitigation strategies, there were outbreaks in 9 elementary schools. So our guidance was intended to lean in. We specifically articulated as it was released that schools that were doing well, we wanted to, and were open, we wanted to keep open. And so as we released this guidance several weeks ago, it was intended for schools to lean in, for schools that were clammed shut to use this guidance to decide what mitigation strategies they needed to do, recognizing that the MMWR that we reported several weeks ago, 60% of students were wearing masks in classrooms. We needed to get those numbers up if this was going to be done safely, and this was the roadmap to do so. On the question of 3 feet and 6 feet, we looked for science to determine what was the proper distance on the question of 3 feet and 6 feet. At the time, you may recall, there were about 250,000 cases per day, and much of our communities were in a very high rates of community spread. We agree on the science that the spread was happening less so in the schools than in the community, but if mask wearing was happening, we were seeing breakouts, and we had science for that. Just last Thursday, I believe, there was a study out of CID from Massachusetts in a place where there was about 100% mask wearing, that 3 feet and 6 feet yielded the same amount of infections, and so that was the first study we had seen that looked at 3 feet versus 6 feet. Indeed, because 6 feet has been such a challenge, science has leaned in, and there are now emerging studies on the question between 3 feet and 6 feet. I'm aware of several that will be released in the next several days, and we are actively looking at our guidance to update it to address that science. Thank you.
You need to do it now. And I agree with you on mask wearing, but I really wish that you would look at this testimony and what these public health experts are saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Chair Murray and Ranking Member Burr, and thanks to the witnesses. I generally don't like to respond to a colleague after the colleague has left the room because it doesn't seem kosher, but the public is watching this hearing, and I want to just get into this mask issue just briefly. I have had COVID and I've been vaccinated and I wear a mask. I wear a mask to make other people feel safer, even if there weren't variants. I went to my grocery store during senior hour when there aren't a lot of people there, and my grocery clerk, who cannot telecommute, is petrified about getting COVID. She's petrified about getting COVID. And she stands 8 hours a day, a few feet away from people coming through the line, and she's petrified. She doesn't want to take COVID home to her child in the small apartment where they live. She doesn't want to take COVID home to her mother, who also lives in that small apartment with her. And maybe 30 million Americans have had COVID. That's the reported cases. So say it's double that. Say it's 60 million. Hundreds of millions of Americans have not had COVID. And they're afraid of getting it because they've seen 500,000 people die. And they've seen a whole lot of people suffer. And they've seen people lose their jobs and lose their income and lose their business. The people in this room who haven't had COVID. It makes people around you feel a little bit safer. It makes my grocery store clerk feel a little bit safer if people she's standing a few feet from every day are wearing a mask. And is that so hard to understand? Is it so hard for us to do? We don't care about these workers? I mean, if she saw me come through with no mask, she would be afraid. And I could say, well, look, I've been vaccinated and I've had COVID. Well, maybe she isn't reading the science about what that means. It's just such a minor thing to do to try to protect the hundreds of millions of Americans who are deathly afraid of getting COVID. That's a reasonable fear, and this is a reasonable step that we can take to try to bring down the fear level that people legitimately have. So I have two issues that I just want to put on the table, and I'd love any of you to address them, and they're kind of long-term issues. There will be a day when a president will say the public health emergency is over. There will continue to be a very long tail of consequences on people's mental health. Seeing death, seeing illness, losing their jobs, losing income, isolation. That will be a long consequence. Many members of the committee have worked together on this already, but we think we have more to do. Second, many Americans who've had COVID will have continuing symptoms. I have these weird neurological symptoms a year later. They're not debilitating, they're not painful, but they're weird and they're 24/7. Many people have symptoms that are more serious: heart impairment, respiratory impairment, impairment of mental functioning, fatigue challenges. How should we as a committee, how should we as a nation, how should the institutions you work for be thinking, planning, investing in these two long-term sets of consequences, mental health and the physical needs of the COVID long symptoms?
Let me address the one that you mentioned about the persistent of post-COVID sequelae, which is a really serious and real issue. It's not imaginary. It varies from person to person. The NIH, with the generosity of the Congress, has invested $1.15 billion in collaboration with the CDC and other agencies in looking at the scope of this real phenomenon, this sequelae, what the ultimate pathogenesis is, because we don't know what the mechanisms are. You mentioned a weird neurological symptom. We're not really quite sure what that is. And we're putting together large cohort studies to be able to find out what the incidence of it is, what the variability, what the range of organ system dysfunctions are, and what the underlying pathogenic mechanisms is. Really very puzzling, Senator, because it's different than if someone is in ICU and has lung damage and you have a pulmonary function abnormalities, or you have a cardiomyopathy and you have a stroke volume that's down. It's different than that. It's people who recover, have the virus no longer there, and have a persistence of things like chronic fatigue, muscle aches, temperature dysregulation, funny kind of neurological issues that they can't explain. That's what we're really focusing on in cohorts of tens of thousands of people. So we are looking at that seriously.
Maybe I'll just chime in on the mental health side and say that we are working, first of all, we need to collect the data. We need to understand in real time what the impacts of this are. We need to work with our state and local health departments to ensure that the resources that they have can be disseminated to their local jurisdictions, that we have toolkits on culturally sensitive prevention strategies for prevention of depression, toolkits for mental health, resources to provide. We need to get those disseminated into the local jurisdictions. And then we are working to do the science and cohort studies, exactly as Dr. Fauci noted, on both the mental health issues as well as on the long haul issues.
Thank you very much. Senator Cassidy.
Yeah. Thank you all. Dr. Kessler and Fauci, y'all are generous in your comments of the previous administration's effort without specifically saying them, so thank you for that. I have to admit the chairwoman's opening comments would have imagined that Operation Warp Speed was a Biden administration initiative. Obviously it was not. But all due credit to the current administration, they're making great strides. I appreciate that. And Dr. Walensky, I just also want to point out as we speak of equity, Kaiser Family Foundation, the COVID-19 vaccine tracker, shows that the greatest hesitancy for vaccination right now is among those in the rural areas and Republicans. For some reason, when people speak about equity and need or special outreach, those folks never come up. I know that you're aware of that, but I just want to say that for the record. Frank Lentz just recently did a survey group and found that if you present them with facts over and over again, they will be persuaded, but they need to be spoken of by trusted folks. Someone mentioned that earlier, just to say that. And I'm not scolding, I'm just pointing that out because that is a need. Dr. Fauci, I always enjoy your comments. And Dr. Kessler, we've spoken before. It's kind of a mixed message here that we know that we need to test in children, but we also know that the incidence among children is going to be so low that it could be difficult to have an outcomes-based result. Again, if the incidence in the community is so low, nobody's getting infected anyway. How do you compare a vaccine versus a placebo group? Secondly, and that begs the question, we do need that kind of surrogate marker, those T cell and those B cell markers that would correlate with immunity. And I'm struck that there's a letter to the New England Journal of Medicine in which it says that antibody response in seropositive persons after a single dose of the mRNA vaccine, and showing that antibody titers after a single dose in those previously infected shoots up much more than those who are naive, so to speak, never before been infected. A second dose does not improve that. It just stays flat. Where are we in establishing a surrogate marker that could be used to see if children are immunized? Related to that, where are we in establishing that if you've been previously infected, granted variants are a wild card, but if we have a shortage of vaccine worldwide, it would be very important in Asia and Africa, Mexico, to know that if someone was previously infected, at the most, they would need one more dose of vaccine. It seems like we are being fairly conservative about this. When will we have some answers? And I'm not scolding, I'm just asking. Dr. Fauci?
Thank you for that question, Senator Cassidy. You make a very good point, and we will get what you're referring to is a correlate of immunity, this surrogate marker. And right now we're collecting data from the trials that we did in adults in which we clearly showed a high degree of efficacy that is associated with a very high degree of neutralizing antibodies, measuring also T-cell responses, but mostly neutralizing antibodies. When we get a firm correlate of immunity, I think we're going to be able to answer the question you say about what sort of surrogate marker that we could tell that someone is actually protected. And I think in the next couple of months, at the latest, we're going to get that data.
So let me ask, because you say a correlate, already you correlate as an association, the increase in antibody titer and some sort of proliferation of the T cells. Presumably these are neutralizing antibodies, similar to those used in the monoclonal antibodies. So what additional information do we need? Because obviously the sooner we know this, the better. I've been infected, I've been vaccinated. I really don't think I needed the vaccine, but my wife told me not to come home unless I took it. Yeah. So I guess the question is, but we could have given that vaccine to somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when do we think we'll have it, and what's going to be in addition to that which we already know?
Again, another very good question, Senator Cassidy. In the long run, the real proof of the pudding is when the level of antibody goes down below a certain level. If you still have protection, that means it isn't a direct correlation with the height of the antibody level. We know
That's
now
not necessarily true, though. If I may, and in all due respect, what you really want to know is if there's anamnestic memory, as if you're re-exposed to the vaccine, right. And within that window period, your vaccine rises back right. to a protective level.
Yeah, I think
that seems like that would be fairly easily done with the folks who are infected right. now. And maybe their antibody titer has fallen off.
No, you're quite correct. And in fact, the example that you gave is a really excellent example of people who have been infected. And even if you look at them and they don't have necessarily a very high level of antibodies multiple months later, when you vaccinate them, their level goes up 100-fold as opposed to 10-fold. It's just extraordinary, which means they have many more competent memory B cells than they do have level of circulating antibody.
But that is what always happens. I guess I'm asking, since we know that's the case, and you already see evidence of it, it does seem like there's a great hesitancy to admit, if you will, that this could be protective when we know the same thing is true of other viruses, that your antibody titer falling to zero does not mean that you are right. Not protected, right. Your memory B cells will quickly proliferate. Right. And again, this has such implications for how we use our vaccine now. Yeah. If you could answer this, then I'll yield back because I'm over time.
Yet again, you're making good points, Senator Cassidy, but since this is a virus for which we don't have previous experience, it's a bit risky to make a direct extrapolation, for example, to influenza or others. It is certainly conceivable that it will match what we've seen with other viruses, but we don't know that as a definite scientific fact yet.
Okay, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and Ranking Member Burr for having this hearing. Thank you to all of our witnesses for your extraordinary hard work and for your commitment to helping us get through this pandemic and beyond. I also want to just take a minute to thank Senator Kaine for the remarks he just made about the importance of mask wearing at this moment in time as we continue to combat the pandemic. As somebody with a highly vulnerable family member who is cared for by a woman who is 80 years old, I have been holding my breath throughout this, and the fear is real. So I am very grateful to you, Senator, for your comments. Dr. Kessler, earlier this month, I led a group of my colleagues in writing a letter to the Departments of Health and Human Services and Justice to urge them to address serious barriers for individuals with disabilities in the COVID-19 vaccine distribution process. This letter followed reports from constituents in my home state of New Hampshire that they could not access the vaccine registration website using a screen reader, which is a crucial tool for people with vision loss. Ensuring that individuals with disabilities and other vulnerable communities can easily register for appointments and access vaccination sites is essential for an equitable distribution of the vaccine. So, Dr. Kessler, how will the federal government partner with states to improve access to the COVID-19 vaccine for individuals with disabilities and older adults?
Senator, absolutely key points, and no doubt we can do better. On that. I think we've all been frustrated getting appointments, people staying up throughout the night, refreshing their computers, trying to get appointments. What we've been trying to do is to increase the number of access points, increase the number of vaccinators. As you've heard, we are going to increase, not only we're increasing the number of appointments to the vaccinators, the number of sites, but also working on the information systems. This was a mad dash getting this out, and what you see is just very real. But there's a real commitment at the state level, at the federal level, to improving those information systems and the ease of use. Right.
And
we
right.
have to do better.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I just also want to point out that as a civil rights issue, the Americans with Disabilities Act does apply here. And it's really critically important that whether it's a telephone system that somebody who has a hearing impairment can use, or a screen that somebody with a visual impairment can use, or a vaccination site where somebody who might have difficulty being exposed to bright lights or a lot of noise for long periods of time has space to be. These are all requirements under the law for access. And it's another time we'll have another discussion about how far the healthcare system has to go in this kind of accessibility generally. But for vaccinations right now, it is an issue we're hearing about a lot from constituents. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Let me move on to another question for Dr. Kessler and Dr. Fauci. As vaccinations continue to ramp up across the country, you've both mentioned the possibility that we will need to develop booster shots to ensure long-term protection from COVID-19 and respond to existing and future variants of the virus. Are there additional steps we should be taking now in order to ensure that Americans will have timely access to any necessary COVID-19 boosters and make sure that they will understand the importance of taking them, including when the current public health emergency declaration ends? Maybe Dr. Kessler and then Dr. Fauci.
First, we are looking at the data. We know, at least for some of the vaccines, that there appears to be durability at the 6-month point. Yeah. Now, the reason I use the 6-month point is that's because how long the first people have been immunized. So we're continuing to monitor that. And I think what we see, the good news is that durability seems to exist. There is a slow decline, and there is some variability between individuals, right? So we can't sit here today and tell you when, and definitely there will be boosts, but I think we have to plan for it. And I think at some point, my colleagues, I think it may be more likely than not that at some point we will need to boost with the durability, but it depends on a number of questions. So we need to make sure that we have enough vaccines in the cupboard, right, that are ready to go when we need to do that, and we're doing that planning, Senator.
Dr. Fauci, do you want to, I know I'm a little over time, but if you could quickly comment.
Agree completely with Dr. Kessler, but let me just add one thing that adds into the mix of variability, is that there is a considerable degree of variability across the population in the responsiveness to the original vaccine. Remember, we have a lot of people in this country who have underlying conditions. Many people are on drugs for autoimmune diseases, cancers and things. They get vaccinated, their level of antibody may not be as high or even multifold lower than an otherwise normal, healthy young person. That person would likely need to be boosted well before the others. So as Dr. Kessler said, there's a considerable amount of variability. What we need to find out is what's the minimum cutoff? Where's the point where absolutely you've got to start giving boosters? And I think we don't know that yet. We just have to follow people long enough to know when the level of antibody goes way down. Because a healthy person may hang up there for months and months and months. Somebody who's on chemotherapy for cancer or glucocorticoids for an autoimmune disease may come way down. That's the point.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may, Senator, may I just chime in and let you know that CDC does have active, on your prior question, active toolkits and playbooks for folks with disabilities. We're working with our local partners and jurisdictions to make sure that vaccine sites have equitable access. There's access in other realms. So I just want to let you know those resources are available.
Thank you very much. Senator Murkowski.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're following a story out of Weld County, Colorado at the moment, and we're learning that a semi-truck has crashed into this natural gas line here. These are on the plains there, the snowy plains in Colorado, and you can kind of make out the flames. I know this is a very zoomed out image at the moment, but we're learning that an explosion has taken place after a semi-truck crashed into a natural gas line. This is in Weld County, Colorado. And so if the helicopter hopefully zooms in a little bit more, we can see some of that. According to some of the information that I'm just getting in, the Weld County Sheriff could not confirm whether anyone in this area was evacuated. Obviously, it's very, very rural, not many people in this area, but seeming to be right at this intersection here, rather, that the explosion took place. We don't have any update yet on injuries or if anyone was, trapped in the truck itself or there in the structures that you see. We have some video, though, from earlier. This wasn't live, so let's play out this. This was a more zoomed-in version of the truck itself on fire. You can see the vehicle is just charred. So this initial explosion right there kept the public and first responders away from the scene. They couldn't get to the scene right away because of the initial explosion. And here we have the live pictures again. And you can see the firefighters now able to get in there and respond to this and put this out to see if anyone might be trapped or injured in the truck itself or in the structures kind of right on that boulevard there in that intersection. And you can still see the truck is on fire. They're dousing it right now, trying to extinguish the flames, but you can see the extent of the explosion there, kind of charring the trees right around the impact zone of the blast. Those trees there are just really charred. You can get a sense also of how cold it is right there in Colorado and Weld County. I'm being told Weld County just north of Denver. So the county itself has a population of 250,000, but this looks to be like a very, very rural area inside the county itself. Not much around it at all. No idea, though, what this semi-truck was carrying or transporting. Don't have any idea of that. But we're being told that it hit a natural gas line. And the weather looks very, kind of wintry and icy. So sorry we lost the shot there. Let's go back. This is from earlier. So I don't want to speculate on what could have possibly caused the crash, but we know wintry weather, it's slick out there on icy roads. What kind of looks like a dirt road, to be honest. So the firefighters are up pretty close to the truck itself, trying to extinguish these flames. So they might not be too concerned anymore about potential explosions after the fact, since these first responders are pretty close to it, to the site itself. And it does look like a dirt road there. We don't know yet, though. That might just be a residential property there, a home there, who's witnessing this in their front yard on this Thursday afternoon. And we are getting more information on this. It's coming in a little bit piecemeal here, but we're learning that deputies have closed all of the access roads within a mile radius after this truck, again, collided with a natural gas line in Weld County, Colorado. There you can see there, kind of a better vantage point of this residential property, this home there on the corner of this intersection. Being told that fire units from 4 counties have all responded now to this explosion. Also, we're learning that the energy company responsible for the natural gas line, Atmos Energy, is on the scene and working to shut off that gas line as well. As I mentioned before, this area is extremely rural. There's not much around. Kind of the snowy plains of Colorado, but pretty bad luck for a homeowner like that when not much is around, and of all the places for this semi to strike this natural gas line in their front yard and explode nonetheless. We were seeing earlier the remnants of the tractor trailer itself. We don't know the extent of if the driver has suffered any injuries. We don't know anything about the driver yet or his condition. There you can see the efforts underway now to shut off this natural gas line. So here the chopper is getting really close into the extent of the damage to this tractor trailer. Not much of it's left after the explosion. You can see also some of the trees around the area as well, just charred from the fire and the heat of the explosion. So we're just going to keep on this for a little bit longer until we do maybe find out some more information. This is, for those of you just joining us here on News Now, this is in Weld County, Colorado. It's just north of Denver. And right now, emergency crews are working to extinguish the flames here on this charred remains of the semi-truck that exploded after hitting a natural gas line, seemingly right in the front yard of this home there that we've been showing you. No reports yet on any injuries or kind of who might have been involved. And these are dirt roads in this very rural area of Colorado. It's very, very snowy. It looks very cold. And you can see kind of the extent to where the truck veered off into this front yard, taking out some of that white fence along with it. Officials from the energy company at the moment, Atmos Energy, on the scene too, working to shut off that natural gas line. And 4 counties are responding, their fire units responding to help with this, because at the moment there has been a shutoff of the access, a mile radius of it, to the roads around this. So no access for a mile for other sparse traffic that might want to get through. All right, so we're going to just step away from that story and those live pictures there from Weld County, Colorado. We'll give you any more updates if we get it, kind of the extent, if there are any injuries, and what the condition of the driver of that semi is too, once we have that information. Anyway, we want to transition now and kind of talk about foreign policy at the moment. The U.S. and China are setting vastly different expectations for their first high-level meeting under the Biden administration. Secretary of State Tony Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan met in Anchorage, Alaska today with their Chinese counterparts. We're going to play out some of that meeting there. Reports said it got very tense with their Chinese counterparts. And then we're going to talk with a former State Department diplomat about the nature of this meeting today and what that portends for the Biden administration's foreign policy going forward.
Returned myself from meetings with Secretary of Defense Austin and our counterparts in Japan and the Republic of Korea, 2 of our nation's closest allies. They were very interested in the discussions that we'll have here today and tomorrow. because the issues that we'll raise are relevant not only to China and the United States, but to others across the region and indeed around the world. Our administration is committed to leading with diplomacy, to advance the interests of the United States, and to strengthen the rules-based international order. That system is not an abstraction. It helps countries resolve differences peacefully, coordinate multilateral efforts effectively, and participate in global commerce with the assurance that everyone is following the same rules. The alternative to a rules-based order is a world in which might makes right and winners take all. And that would be a far more violent and unstable world for all of us. Today, we'll have an opportunity to discuss key priorities, both domestic and global, so that China can better understand our administration's intentions and approach. We'll also discuss our deep concerns with actions by China, including in Xinjiang, Hong Kong, Taiwan, cyber attacks on the United States, economic coercion toward our allies. Each of these actions threaten the rules-based order that maintains global stability. That's why they're not merely internal matters and why we feel an obligation to raise these issues here today. I've said that the United States relationship with China will be competitive where it should be, collaborative where it can be, adversarial where it must be. Our discussions here in Alaska, I suspect, will run the gamut. Our intent is to be direct about our concerns, direct about our priorities, with the goal of a more clear-eyed relationship between our countries moving forward. Thank you for being here.
下午好，非常高兴能够在这里欢迎杨主任和王国伟。那么我和苏利文国家安全顾问呢，非常欢迎您千里迢迢的来到阿拉斯加。那其实您也知道，我也是刚从亚洲回来。我跟美国防长奥斯汀一道访问了我们在这个地区2个极其重要的盟友，日本和大韩民国。我相信我们的盟友对于今天、明天我们要讨论的议题是非常感兴趣的。那么，因为这个我们要问的这些议题呢，不单对中国、美国而言是极其重要的，对于我们这个地区的这个盟友和伙伴，乃至全世界来说，都是极其关心的议题。本届政府呢，是以本着外交先行的这样的这个方式来推进美国的利益，同时呢，确保捍卫我们世界的这个秩序。因为呢，我们要争取和平，希望能够通过多边的这个办法来解决问题。那么，我认为这个世界呢，也是非常同意这样的一种做法，也就是呢，要捍卫我们这个所从事的以及呢现在所有的这些规则，因为以规则为基础的这么一种这个秩序，就是要确保不会这个赢者通吃，以及呢这个强者获得所有利益，因为这个是世界所不乐见的。所以呢，无论是从我们国家本身，乃至于世界的角度来说呢，都应该清楚地阐明美国的意图以及其政策的一些措施和这个方针。那么也因此，中国的诸多的问题，包括在新疆、香港和台湾的这个议题，以及对美国进行的网络的攻击，还有对于我们的伙伴以及盟国的进行的经济的这种胁迫的这种行为，对于世界的利益来说都是一种损害。
All right, we understand that some of this will obviously be in Chinese since they're speaking with their Chinese counterparts there in Anchorage, Alaska today. We're going to take a quick commercial break and then we'll be speaking to Brett Bruin about what the significance of this meeting is today there in Anchorage, Alaska. So thanks for being with us. All right, thanks for being back with us here on News Now from Fox. Let's go back out to hear from Secretary of State Tony Blinken in Anchorage, Alaska.
Given your extended remarks, permit me please to add just a few of my own before we get down to work, and I know Mr. Sullivan may have a few things to say as well. I have to tell you, in my short time as Secretary of State, I've spoken to, I think, nearly 100 counterparts from around the world. And I just made my first trip, as I noted, to Japan and South Korea. I have to tell you, what I'm hearing is very different from what you described. I'm hearing deep satisfaction that the United States is back, that we're re-engaged with our allies and partners. I'm also hearing deep concern about some of the actions your government is taking. And we'll have an opportunity to discuss those when we get down to work. A hallmark of our leadership, of our engagement in the world, is our alliances and our partnerships that have been built on a totally voluntary basis. And it is something that President Biden is committed to reinvigorating and strengthening. And there's one more hallmark of our leadership here at home, and that's a constant quest to, as we say, form a more perfect union. And that quest, by definition, acknowledges our imperfections, acknowledges that we're not perfect, we make mistakes, we have reversals, we take steps back. But what we've done throughout our history is to confront those challenges openly, publicly, transparently, not trying to ignore them, not trying to pretend they don't exist, not trying to sweep them under a rug. And sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's ugly, but each and every time we've come out stronger, better, more united as a country. I recall well when President Biden was vice president and we were visiting China, and this was in the wake of the financial crisis. There was much discussion then, including with then Vice President Xi Jinping. And Vice President Biden at the time said, it's never a good bet to bet against America. And that remains true today.
感谢。那么，因为杨主任和王国伟呢都讲了很长的这个讲话，所以我这里呢也想补充几句。我相信Sullivan。
All right, and this is Andrew Kraft here. We're going to get out of this meeting and bring in former diplomat Brett Bruin. He's a friend of the program. Brett, thanks so much for being with us on News Now. What do you make of this meeting here in Anchorage, Alaska today? And kind of, you know, what is the purpose? This is the first meeting between Biden administration officials and their Chinese counterparts. What's on the agenda today?
Well, as you saw, this is a bit of an arm wrestling match. And you can see Beijing's representatives, as well as Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan there, trying to score points both with their bosses back in the respective capitals, but also this is a bit of a diplomatic dance, and some of it's going to take place on, in front of the cameras there, and others, perhaps even more direct conversations, are going to take place when the cameras are ushered out of the room. So what we saw, and it was rather remarkable, is that very blunt exchange between two very significant nations. And it is an effort that is going to send reverberations around the world as China increasingly tries to throw around its weight and Washington tries to blunt it.
And Brett, it did get very tense and very frosty. You heard from the Biden delegation kind of responding to the Chinese delegation, saying, bringing up America's long kind of history of racial tension and racial hatred, with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan having to respond, saying that America is an idea and a work in progress. Why was this meeting today so tense? This is the first one.
Well, and I have to say, Tony Blinken's move there was both symbolic but also significant, because as the aides are ushering the cameras out of the room, he said, hold on a second there. And that was a power play. I mean, I know Tony, we worked together at the National Security Council. He spoke to my class a couple of years ago at Georgetown. He's a humble guy, but he's also not afraid to show strength in a diplomatic way. And that move, even though it seems somewhat subtle, is a significant one. And I think it's one that is going to send a clear message both to those Chinese officials in the room and those watching back in Beijing. Unfortunately, most people in China will not see that exchange, but those who need to see it will understand that this is an administration that will be more forceful than the Obama administration was when it comes to going toe-to-toe with China in some of these disputes.
But Brett, will this meeting now be seen as kind of a failure or a wash, if you will, just because of this very tense exchange? Will any side chalk it up to a victory?
Well, I think optically, this is important for the Biden administration to be able to show, not just, say, but really to show that they are speaking in a stronger fashion with Chinese leaders. That, I think, will play well here in Washington, but it will also send a message to other foreign capitals, especially across the Pacific and in Europe, where a lot of leaders at this hour are weighing whether or not they can count on the United States. They should place bets with China. That exchange is going to be important, but really, it is going to come down to the next steps. And that is really a question of what will Washington be willing to do, sanctions, tariffs, other measures that show China we mean business.
And Brett, speaking of sanctions, you saw the Chinese officials there say, that's no way to greet your partners here in the first meeting. And so they were bristling at the idea of more sanctions on China. Let's kind of expand the conversation a little bit. We're now more than 50 days into the Biden administration. In your view, what are the main differences or similarities between Biden's approach to China and Trump's approach to China?
Well, you're seeing some continuity, and I said this, going back several months. The Biden administration isn't going to come in and just wipe aside the significant pressure that the Trump administration had put on China. They're going to take advantage of it, and you're seeing that play out right now. Now, the question is, will the U.S. be able to assemble a stronger coalition of countries that are also willing to take that strong stand against China? This is where the test of Tony Blinken, Jake Sullivan's diplomatic skills and strategies are really going to be put to a test in the coming months. If they're able to get more countries, especially that former coalition of Trans-Pacific Partnership nations, to say, let's work together on this, ASEAN nations, the Southeast Asian nations, if they are able to bring to bear the power, not just to the United States, but of those other countries, it will force China back into a corner. It will send a message to Beijing that they have to change course. If they can't, and there is, as I alluded to earlier, there are a lot of questions right now around the world in foreign ministries. Do we go with China? Do we go with the U.S.? Where is the future? The Biden administration is trying to answer that in this meeting today.
All right, Brett Bruen, thanks for being with us, as always, here on News Now. We'll speak to you again on foreign policy in the near future. Thanks again. All right, and we have a lot more coming up in the next few hours here on News Now from Fox. We are going to go out now to the United States House of Representatives committee hearing today on anti-Asian American violence. And it's pervasive around the country. Then we're going to get a live report from the Bay Area, kind of the central focus of a lot of these terrible incidents in the next few minutes. So thanks for being with us on News Now. Let's go out to the House.
Racism and xenophobia to take root, often leading to tragic consequences for Asian Americans. For example, social and economic resentment against Chinese laborers in the 1800s led to the enactment of Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, which barred nearly all immigration from China. And the 1924 Immigration Act effectively barred immigration from all Asian countries. In 1942, the United States government committed the most sweeping violation of civil liberties in American history, other than slavery itself, when it ordered the forced internment of 120,000 Japanese Americans, many of them second and third generation Americans, during the Second World War, based not on any legitimate national security concerns, but on the racist and xenophobic assumption that Americans of Japanese ancestry would be disloyal. In 1982, Chinese American Vincent Chin was beaten to death by two white auto workers because his attackers thought he was Japanese, and therefore responsible for the decline of U.S. automobile industry. On September 15, 2001, Balbir Singh Sodhi, a Sikh gas station owner in Arizona, was murdered by a man who blamed him for the 9/11 terrorist attacks. To this list, we now add the most recent victims of anti-Asian hate, as Asian Americans are wrongfully blamed for the COVID-19 pandemic. While many of the recent anti-Asian incidents may not meet legal definition of hate crime, these attacks nonetheless create an unacceptable environment of fear and terror in Asian American communities. Attacks like the one on 84-year-old Visha Ratanapakdi on January 28 of this year was on a walk in his neighborhood. He was walking in his neighborhood and was violently slammed to the ground. He died a few days later from the brain trauma that he sustained. I'd now like to play a video of that attack caught by a nearby surveillance camera. Sadly, this incident was one of several recent ones that were elderly Asian Americans were similarly knocked violently to the ground. Left unchecked, racist attitudes stoked by racist rhetoric can have deadly consequences for innocent people, as we've just witnessed in that sad clip. In such a fraught time as the ones we're living in, it is incumbent on all public officials, elected or otherwise, and public figures to speak out against the irrational hatreds and prejudices that could overtake society in the face of a national emergency. In short, words matter. Indeed, the wrong words can be very harmful. Leaders who promote stereotypes to use rhetoric aimed at a particular ethnic or racial group can cause increases in levels of discrimination or violence directed against that group. When politicians use terms like China virus or Kung flu or refer to COVID-19 as the effect, to refer to COVID-19 as the effect, intentional or not, of putting a target on the backs of all Asian Americans. Used the right way, however, words from our leaders can help calm fears, reassure those feeling under threat, and remind everyone that we all share the same basic dignity as human beings and that we should treat each other accordingly. Thankfully, we have two panels of witnesses who can help show us the way forward, and I eagerly await their testimony. As best we can tell, the last time there was a congressional hearing specifically focused on anti-Asian hate was in 1987, before this subcommittee. That hearing took place during another time when economic and social problems were being blamed on an Asian country, and by unfair extension, Asian Americans. We can't ever forget Asian Americans, not Asians, Asian Americans. Clearly, more work needs to be done. Let us use this hearing as a chance to do better. Now I'd like to recognize, the ranking member's not here. Mr. Roy, are you taking his place? Yes, sir. In lieu of Mr. Johnson, Mr. Chip Roy of Texas will give the statement for the minority as the ranking member. You're recognized for 5 minutes, Mr. Roy.
Well, thank you, Chairman Cohen, and I appreciate our gathering here today. This is obviously an important subject matter. And to be clear, all Americans deserve protection and to live in a free and secure society. The fundamental nature of what we expect out of government, right? Secure the blessings of liberty, as we say in the Constitution of the United States. The victims of race-based violence and their families deserve justice. And as the case, what we're talking about here with the tragedy, what we just saw occur in Atlanta, Georgia. I would also suggest that the victims of cartels moving illegal aliens deserve justice. The American citizens in South Texas that are getting absolutely decimated by what's happening at our southern border deserve justice. The victims of rioting and looting in the streets last week, businesses closed, burned last summer, deserve justice. We believe in justice, right? There's old sayings in Texas about, find all the rope in Texas and get a tall oak tree. We take justice very seriously, and we ought to do that. Round up the bad guys. That's what we believe. My concern about this hearing is that it seems to want to venture into the policing of rhetoric in a free society, free speech, and away from the rule of law and taking out bad guys. And as a former federal prosecutor, I'm kind of predisposed and wired to want to go take out bad guys. And that's bad guys of all colors. That's bad guys of all persuasions. That's bad guys targeting people for all different reasons. And I think we need to be mindful of that. And so now we're talking about whether talking about China, the Chi-Coms, the Chinese Communist Party, whatever phrasing we want to use, and if some people are saying, hey, we think those guys are the bad guys, for whatever reason. And let me just state clearly, I do. I think the Chinese Communist Party running the country of China, I think they're the bad guys. And I think that they are harming people.
All right, Andrew Kraft here, back again. We've been just playing out for you some of that hearing there in the Judiciary Committee from earlier this morning, and they held a hearing about anti-Asian American violence, especially in the wake of those terrible shootings that happened a couple days ago in and around the Atlanta area that killed 8. 6 of those victims were Asian women. But right now, kind of the locus of all of this Asian American violence happening in the country has been the Bay Area for the past 2 or 3 years. And we're going to get an update right now from Fox 2's Tom Vakar. Tom, so good to see you again. It's been a while since we spoke last, but what are San Francisco officials doing to combat this rise in anti-Asian American violence?
The cities that have predominant populations of Asian Americans and or Pacific Islanders, because a lot of people from the Pacific Islands come to the United States as well. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to also work very closely with groups in Chinatown, for example, and some of the other communities with those groups to find out how they can get more information on the kinds of things that are going on, the kinds of people that are starting these kinds of problems, because in many, many cases, in almost every case, they are outsiders. Now, that's the basic kind of program that they're putting, and that program has already started, but the question is, how successful will it be, and will it deter any of this stuff? Because we've had some horrific incidents in the last few weeks of very elderly senior citizens who happen to be Asian being knocked over and robbed because they are very, very easy targets. Now, that's the most cowardly way to be a criminal, but that's an easy way to be a criminal. And because there are so many elderly especially in the Chinatown area, that they're very easy targets.
And, Tom, what are they telling, Bay Area residents, that are not Asian American, how they can help out and try to combat this as well and look for possible signs and kind of, contribute to helping out stemming this tide of violence?
Well, I think one of the most important things you do is you just call out people who are picking on anybody, Asian American, any person. It doesn't matter, that you just call them out and you embarrass them. Now, you may be taking a bit of a chance doing that, but that's better than seeing some 85-year-old person robbed and very likely killed by this kind of stuff. And you have to understand, California is very different than most of the country in the sense that in California, there are 5.9 million Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. That is more than the population of 30 of the states of the United States. So it's a very huge population. They're completely integral to the society, to the economy, to the culture, and everything else. And that means that 1 in 7 Californians is an Asian American or a Pacific Islander. So they're a very important part of the population, a very industrious part of the population, and people who work at all levels of the economy in order to keep the California economy going, which is 5th, I believe, in the world.
And Tom, what will these kind of targeted patrols look like? Will they be plainclothes officers, or will they be kind of identifiable out and about in the streets in the Bay Area?
That's a very good question. You will definitely see more police officers on the street, which you normally do in Chinatown, for example. There are lots and lots of foot police in Chinatown, but in these other places, you're going to see more of that. You're going to also see a lot more. You're not going to see them, and neither are the bad guys. A lot of plainclothes people. Plus, you're going to have a lot more of the local organizations on the watch for these kinds of problems before they start. And when they look at them before they start, then they can get some help, because that help will be readily available right there so that they can act upon this. Now, they're not going to go crazy or anything like that, but the point is this violence is getting to a point where it is very, very concerning, again, largely because so much of it is aimed at senior citizens.
Also, just wanted to note from Fox 2's article on this subject as well that last month the California State Legislature approved $1.4 million in funding to study hate crimes against Asian Americans, kind of why they happen, why they are becoming more and more frequent. Tom, any last thoughts on this going forward?
Well, I think it's important to study things so you can find out new ways that it's being done, or new ways information is being passed around, or how the bad guys are, doing the operations. That's worth studying. But the San Francisco thing that's going on is not talking about studying something. It is a positive action on issues that we know very well are going on. So in that respect, San Francisco is being very proactive in that. And of course, because of its enormous Asian population, ought to be doing that. But the entire Bay Area and all of California is rich in Asians, and that's a great benefit to us. And those people deserve the same protection anybody else does.
All right, Fox 2's Tom Baker for us here on News Now from Fox. Good to see you again. We'll talk again on this issue as well.
See you.
All right, we are going to take a quick commercial break, just 2 minutes. Really interesting conversation that we've had there. Then we're going to go back out to the House Judiciary Committee. They were holding a hearing earlier this morning on the topic we were just talking about, anti-Asian American violence and how to stop it. So see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. Beautiful live look there at the U.S. Capitol building. It's about 8:30 p.m. there, almost on the East Coast, 5:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. We're going to go, like I said, back out to the House Judiciary Committee. They held a hearing on anti-Asian American violence in the wake of those terrible shootings that took place in and around Atlanta just a couple of days ago. So let's listen back into the committee.
50 56-year-old man in Manhattan this week, pummeled for no apparent reason. A man riding the subway sliced across his face from cheek to cheek. A woman viciously shoved in Queens. A 71-year-old woman punched in her face in Chinatown. A 36-year-old man stabbed in the back, now fighting to stay alive.
Last February, a woman was hit in the face on the subway and called diseased. Last March, a Chinese-American dad from Queens and his 10-year-old son were harassed and attacked by an assailant who was screaming at him for appearing to be Chinese. Last April, an Asian-American woman in Brooklyn suffered significant burns after a chemical attack. Last July, an 89-year-old grandmother in Bensonhurst was attacked and set on fire by two men. Just last month, a New Yorker was slashed across the face with a box cutter. He needed more than 100 stitches. Also last month, in separate incidents on the same day, two elderly women were punched in the face on the subway. A few weeks ago, a man was stabbed outside of the federal courthouse. And just this Tuesday, a woman in Midtown had an unknown liquid poured on her neck as she was picking up packages. The common denominator? All of the victims were Asian American or of Asian descent. These are our neighbors, our friends, our family members, our constituents, and fellow Americans. And it is not only severe violence that Asian Americans in New York have had to fear, there's also been a barrage of verbal attacks and discrimination against the community. New Yorkers have had racially derogatory remarks written onto the outside of their restaurants, and had flyers posted around New York City neighborhoods blaming Asian Americans for the virus. Many of these attacks go unreported, and official statistics represent only a fraction of hate crimes or hate incidents. These examples are certainly not exhaustive, and harassment, abuse, and violence extend to communities across the country. We have witnessed Asian Americans bloodied and beaten in stores, learned that Asian American parents fear sending their children back to schools because of racial violence, and observed harrowing videos of verbal attacks aimed at Asian Americans in our public spaces. And perhaps even more heartbreaking, we have seen our Asian American frontline workers battle not only the pandemic, but also racism and disproportionately high death rates. It's important to recognize that this surge did not spontaneously rise only out of fears regarding the coronavirus pandemic. Some of this blame lies squarely on political leaders who have demonized China, both because of the virus and ongoing geopolitical tensions, and in turn, Asian Americans have fallen in harm's way. Words have power. What we say matters. How we treat each other matters. The expectations and standards we set in how we address this pandemic matter. The conversation we are having today is long overdue, and it is vital that Congress shine a light on this issue. Excuse me. The last congressional hearing held on violence against Asian Americans was in 1987 in this subcommittee. 34 years is too long for Congress to leave this issue untouched. Our government must thoroughly investigate and swiftly address growing tensions and violence against the Asian American community, especially in light of the pandemic, because lives and livelihoods are truly at stake. Last week, we reached the one-year anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic in this country, a solemn and difficult moment for our nation as we reflected on all we have suffered and lost. But such hardship cannot be used as an excuse for dismissing the pain of our fellow Americans, enabling discrimination against them, or devaluing their sense of belonging and citizenship. Today, we are privileged to have our fellow members of Congress from both sides of the aisle testifying about their personal experiences. In addition, we have an expert panel that will walk us through the rise in discrimination and violence and its impact on the community, as well as historical perspectives and challenges to inform our legislative efforts moving forward. I look forward to hearing how we can better ensure protection, justice, and healing for our Asian American neighbors in this time of crisis and moving forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. We welcome our witnesses, thank them for participating in today's hearing. I will now introduce each of the witnesses, and after each introduction, we'll recognize that witness for his or her oral testimony. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask you to summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that 5 minutes while you're testifying, there's a timing light on your table, but of course we don't have a table. Is there a process on the screen?
Okay, yeah.
So on the screen, they can see if it's green, you're good. If it's yellow, you're in the last minute. And if it's red, finish it. It means your 5 minutes are up. And that's on your WebEx view. Before proceeding with the testimony, I'd like to remind all the witnesses appearing on the panel that you have a legal obligation to provide truthful testimony and answers. Any false statements you make today could subject you to prosecution under Section 1001 of Title 18 of the United States Code. Today we have two witness panels. Our first panel will be members. Our first witness is Representative Doris Matsui. Congressman Matsui represents the 6th Congressional District of California and has represented that area of Sacramento and environs since 2005. Congressman Matsui, you are recognized for 5 minutes. Apparently, Congressman Matsui, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Apparently, there's a technical problem with WebEx and not with my iPad. We're going to recess for as much time as it's necessary to correct this error. Technology is not perfect.
Doris, can you hear me?
I can hear you and I can hear Doris, but they went blank there on the meeting. I'm trying to figure it out right now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, because like all of a sudden I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
I know. They went blank and then they went silent. So I've sent messages to the
we're working on
the committee.
I'm experiencing the same thing.
Okay.
We can hear you.
I will mute myself again then.
We can hear you. If you can hear us, wave your arms. They can't hear us.
All right, looks like they're having some technical difficulties with that there at that hearing, but we played enough of it, I think, that you got the idea there. You heard from both sides of the aisle on what they think and how to combat anti-Asian American violence. Anyway, we do want to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on News Now from Fox. Thanks for watching on your Thursday night. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to go out now to an issue that some of you might have been following, others might not. But as you know, some Democrats in both the House and the Senate are calling for Puerto Rico to become the 51st state. We're going to hear from some familiar faces. I'm sure AOC is there, Senator Bob Menendez from New Jersey. So let's hear what they have to say about this issue that could be taken up in the House in this session.
Solo los puertorriqueños deben tener la autoridad y el derecho para decidir el futuro de Puerto Rico. Y esta propuesta es una solución de, por y para el pueblo. Gracias.
We'll take a few questions. We're just waiting on Senator Menendez. We'll take a few questions until he gets here.
I want to be sure that the current status cannot be an option in this process.
It has to be outside the territorial clause.
Okay. And how many Republicans are co-sponsors?
In the House today, none. I haven't reached out to them, but we do have 75 members, Democratic members. And in the Senate, I can assure you that it's a bipartisan bill, and we are just waiting for Senator Bob Menendez to get here and discuss the efforts on the Senate side.
Do you see interest from the leadership to move a bill, a status bill?
This is the first step. It's introducing a bill. But most importantly is to show support from our own ranks. It's not for them to have the interest. We create the space for this legislation to be considered. Do you?
I mean, I think Nadia said it all, but ultimately, in the spirit of this bill was drafted through the grassroots. It was drafted with a stakeholder consultation and community support. Bottom up is how we wanted to draft this bill, and bottom up is how we want to pass it.
Yes. Con el propósito de definir fórmulas para entonces llevarla al pueblo. Obviamente la Asamblea de Estatus va a ser constituida por delegados electos por voto directo del pueblo de Puerto Rico. Y una vez se debata, se discutan las opciones, entonces se le trae al pueblo de Puerto Rico. But what is important for people to know is that each political option will be defined and will also have a transition plan. If Puerto Rico becomes a state, it will have a transition plan. If Puerto Rico becomes a free association or an independent country, it will be accompanied by a transition plan. Every formula must be defined clearly so that the people of Puerto Rico will know what are they voting for. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce a fighter, a leader, someone who has cared so much about the situation in Puerto Rico, always has said presente to help Puerto Rico in so many issues, from earthquake to hurricanes to the financial crisis. I give you Senator Bob Menendez.
Well, muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Nydia, for your gracious introduction. I'm sorry to be a few minutes late. We're voting on the Secretary of Labor. So it's great to be here today with Congresswoman Velasquez and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez to unveil the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act of 2021. And Nydia, what can I say? I continue to be in awe of your dedication to the issues that matter most to Puerto Ricans, both on the island and in the mainland. And we have been there several times together, like during the hurricane, where we were there without any utilities, any water, anything else. and the former resident commissioner gave us a very hospitable time together. Anyhow, you put a lot of thought and effort into this legislation, and I am proud to be sponsoring it in the Senate. And to Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, in just a short time in Congress, you have become a fierce advocate on behalf of the Puerto Rican community, so we welcome the opportunity to work with you as well on such a critical issue. For decades, we have witnessed the shortfalls and inequities born out of the U.S. current territorial arrangement. The more than 3 million residents of Puerto Rico who are U.S. citizens have been repeatedly denied the ability to govern themselves and too often are treated like second-class citizens by the federal government. The premise of the Puerto Rican Self-Determination Act is really quite simple. The future of Puerto Rico should be in the hands of the people of Puerto Rico. The problem is that there has never been a viable, inclusive, and formal democratic process for the people of Puerto Rico to chart their own future. Puerto Rico's status has been debated on the island for decades now. 5 non-binding referendums have been held since 1967, including the most recent one in November, to no avail. And that's where our legislation comes in. Our bill would set up a status convention composed of delegates elected by the people of Puerto Rico. These delegates would then enter into formal talks to consider options relating to Puerto Rico's status with a bilateral negotiating commission composed of several members of Congress and other federal officials. First time, really, that we have a connection with Congress in terms of finally coming to a resolution of Puerto Rico's status. And under our bill, these options will be put before the people of Puerto Rico to vote in a federally recognized referendum for the first time. The more than 3 million Puerto Ricans living on the island deserve a legitimate and democratic process to decide their future. And the Puerto Rico Self-Determination Act is the most comprehensive approach to addressing the island's future status. I'm thrilled to be sponsoring it. I'd like to announce that Senator Roger Wicker, a Republican colleague, has now joined me as a prime co-sponsor, and we have several other members of the Senate who are co-sponsoring it with us as well. And then very briefly, so that I can legitimize myself for my friends in Spanish, y para nuestros amigos de la prensa hispana, algunas palabras en español. Me siento muy orgulloso de estar aquí para presentar este proyecto de ley con mis colegas boricuas, las congresistas Velázquez y Ocasio-Cortez. Este proyecto de ley establece un proceso democrático, legítimo e inclusivo que verdaderamente le ofrece al pueblo puertorriqueño varias opciones sobre su estatus político. Ya es hora que le debemos a los puertorriqueños una oportunidad verdadera para decidir por sí mismo el futuro de la isla. El futuro de Puerto Rico debe estar en las manos del puertorriqueño. Y eso es lo que estamos logrando con esta legislación. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. The Commonwealth, as we know it, is basically a colonial status. The United States Congress has authority over the affairs of Puerto Rico. So in that respect, what we are saying is that it has to be a formula outside the territorial clause. And that is for the Status Convention to discuss among the delegates in the formulation and definition of the different formulas. Territorial clause. That's the definition of what we have today as a colony. No, I'm not. We are not telling them what to discuss. We are saying in the bill that it should be any option that is outside the territorial clause. That means what we have today. I'm sorry, the what? well, then why are we going through all this process if we are going to, if the people, look, we have seen it, the financial crisis in Puerto Rico, the earthquake and the inability of Puerto Rico to deal with that because you had an administration here, Donald Trump, that decided that, look, I am the president, I can do whatever I want with Puerto Rico, even to sell it. So what we are saying is, it has to be a formula that empowers the government that will be constituted by the action of whatever options the Puerto Rican people decide. I don't, yeah.
Yes. Let me just be precise. Our other co-sponsors at this point in time, or just at the beginning, Senator Wicker, as I said, Senator Sanders, Senator Brown, Booker, Gillibrand, Warren, and Markey.
Who was the last one? I'm sorry. Markey? Okay.
Obviously, Puerto Rico does have a delegate that they have sent to Congress. Have you spoken to her?
Oh, yes.
The resident commissioner, Jennifer Gonzalez?
Yes.
And do you think it's important to have her support on this legislation? Because obviously she is the elected representative from Puerto Rico here in Congress.
So I reached out to Jennifer Gonzalez, and I told her that it was important for us to discuss how can we move forward on ending the colonial status of Puerto Rico. Look, she is the Republican delegate that was elected, and she supports statehood. The issue here is that the last plebiscite that was conducted in Puerto Rico and was created by the Puerto Rican legislature didn't reach a consensus within the legislature. It will not be federally binding. So they voted for that, and what is going to happen next? It has to be a process where the U.S. Congress, in this legislation, creates a bilateral commission between Puerto Rico and the U.S. Congress to work on everything that needs to happen, and so that whatever decision is made, whatever outcome of a referendum, they will come here and we will say, now what, the U.S. Congress, we must act.
Can I join you in
Yes.
that answer just very briefly? Yeah. I think the resident commissioner's views are very important. But just like any other member of Congress, as a United States Senator from New Jersey, that doesn't mean I speak for the whole nation. It means that I have a view from a New Jersey perspective, and of course I have a view as it relates to the United States. So what we are doing here is actually being inclusive, and giving a real process to the people of Puerto Rico to decide their own destiny, including that I think it would be possible that, as speaking as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I have seen other places in the world that have some type of a free association that isn't colonial, though, and isn't a commonwealth, and that gives the government greater self-governance over itself, but may have an association that has benefits in trade and other things. So these are all the potential options. But I think that what we offer, and I'm certainly sure that the Congresswoman would welcome her to join, is the opportunity for all of Puerto Rico society to decide their future.
And someone asked me if there has been any discussion with the leadership. And Alexandria Ocasio and I can tell you that, look, we will create that space and that opportunity when we see that people are willing to sit down and work on a solution that will put an end to this situation 123 years after Puerto Rico was invaded with the promise of democracy. And what we have is a colonial rule. So look, first, we must respect, we just passed H.R. 1 that has the voting rights, right? We must respect the right of the minority in Puerto Rico to be able to participate in a broad, democratic, transparent, inclusive effort. This is not an election to elect a governor. This is an election that must involve everyone who has been impacted over 123 years. So we got to respect the right of everyone to have their voices heard in a process that is democratic, that is transparent. That when my sister in Puerto Rico, my twin sister, who is pro-statehood, when she goes out to cast her vote, she should know what does that mean, what impact that will have on her life. Or if she decided to vote for free association, they need to know. Education is very important, outreach, the ability for everyone to have financial resources to be able to run for delegate. All that is contemplated in this bill.
There are two of you? Oh my God, I didn't know that. The world is better. I'm sorry.
Here's the other one.
Well, look, the people of Puerto Rico will decide their future, and whatever that future is, they will be able to determine their security, they will be able to determine their economy, they will be able to determine who they have relationships with. And so I trust the people of Puerto Rico to make the right decisions for themselves and their future.
Thank you all.
Alexandria, if you want to add something.
Sure. You know, I think in kind of contemplating this question as well about status and should the status quo be an option, I think one thing that's important is that this is about the identity of the United States as well. If we want to consider ourselves a democracy and live up to our values, it is fundamentally incompatible for an open democracy to have subjects. So this is about us as a nation also operating with integrity so that all people can have their status and their standing, their participation in our society as a result of a process of free self-determination. That's what we enjoy here in the continental United States. And frankly, it is what all people should be able to enjoy. And so that is why the status quo is incompatible, because a colony is incompatible with democracy. It's incompatible with full citizenship. And we should all be able to enjoy the right to vote for our leaders. We should all be able to enjoy the right to equal treatment. And self-determination is how we can accomplish that in a process that is respected by all, that has integrity, and is not doubted by any party.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Yes.
I didn't know there were two of you. Bendito, imagínate.
I have a twin sister. We are nine brothers and sisters. Yes, a twin sister. Yeah.
All right, so there you heard from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Bob Menendez, and Congresswoman Nydia Vasquez just about the bill that they introduced to grant Puerto Rico statehood as the 51st state in the nation. Even Senator Bob Menendez said that he garnered one Republican senator to be a co-sponsor, Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, but we'll see if that bill goes anywhere. Also today, we've been bringing you news as well throughout my time here on NewsNOW of the push to make Washington, D.C. a state, and you heard from President Biden a little earlier today saying that he would support such a move to make D.C. a state. So we'll be following all those developments in case anything comes of those legislative pushes here on News Now. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We have a great conversation coming up about the future of NASA under the Biden administration. But let's go to a quick commercial break before we get to that. See you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox.
Are they really trying to do that?
And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. We are going to go out now to this really interesting test that we showed you earlier from one of the NASA test centers in Mississippi, and they were testing essentially the space launch system for the rocket boosters for their next mission to the lunar surface on the Artemis mission on the Orion rocket. So let's go out to that right now.
Flight 16.
We're just over 5.5 minutes in the plus count.
About 6 minutes.
We're coming up on 7 minutes of the plus count.
About 7 minutes. 7 minutes, 30 seconds, there, CDC profile number 2. Plus 8 minutes. And then the CDC profile number 2.
All right, so we're just over 8 minutes into the plus count.
Personnel is coming up quickly on the last completion here, and we have a cutoff. All right. REA, can you verify REA on channel 16? REA on channel 16, verify. Safe engine shutdown, please. Safe engine shutdown. And you're in post shutdown standby, correct? Correct. Okay, all personnel, that takes us to page 656. All personnel go to page 656 to start the post-hot fire shutdown securing operations.
All right.
Okay, all personnel on page
Bill, as you said
656,
earlier, as we talked about earlier, the team was hoping to get at least 4 minutes of data. And we All right, they are proceeding with their shutdown procedures now. As we said earlier, the team was hoping to get at least 4 minutes of data, and they did get more than 8 minutes, excuse me. So they should have gotten what they need. The team will obviously need to look at that data, but based on what we've seen, Bill, tell us more about what it looked like to you.
Yeah, so they clearly got the full duration that they were after, which is really great news, and I think you heard the applause. They had, the commanded shutdown, which is exactly what they were looking for. They had no TCC violations, test commit criteria violations that would have prompted an early shutdown. So that was really good news. Clearly there's a lot of data that's going to have to be analyzed. The engineers got to see what worked and what didn't, or what needs to be tweaked and what doesn't. But that said, I think the applause says a lot about how the team feels, that they got through the test, and it looks pretty good right now. Yeah, so there was some, observed burning on the aft end. One of the things that Boeing had done after the last test was to apply a lot of extra cork to the aft end, because we didn't, unfortunately, with this test, right, we're not flying through the thin air as we ascend, and so we knew we were going to have more of that, and that was one of the reasons why they added that. They also put a tape covering over the top of that. We knew that, if the tape gets hot enough, that adhesive layer below the tape surface is going to start burning, and so we clearly saw a lot of that, but there was nothing that prompted a shutdown early, which was really good news.
Great, thank you, Bill. I think that's all the updates that we'll have for you here as the team proceeds through their shutdown procedures. So we'll turn it back over to Lee.
Thank you, Catherine. Congratulations to the team. So as the engineers gather the data from today, we look ahead to the next steps. This core stage will be refurbished and sent by barge to our Kennedy Space Center in Florida. There, it will be stacked in the iconic vehicle assembly building with other elements of the SLS rocket, including the twin solid rocket boosters, which our teams have already begun stacking on the mobile launcher. The core stage and boosters will then be stacked with the upper stage and the Orion spacecraft. All of this work putting us on track to roll out to Launch Pad 39B for a liftoff later this year on Artemis 1. We've got several other firsts on the horizon. This year, the first of our commercial lunar payload services, or CLPS missions, begin with 2 companies delivering instruments to the lunar surface. The golf cart-sized Viper rover will search for water at the moon's south pole. And a small CubeSat called Capstone will head to the moon, scouting the orbit to be used on later human missions. Meanwhile, the hardware for the next 2 Artemis missions, which will carry astronauts to the moon, is coming together. The Orion spacecraft for Artemis 2 is down at Kennedy undergoing assembly, and the spacecraft for Artemis 3, as well as the rockets for Artemis 2 and 3, are also being manufactured right now at Michoud. So that wraps it up for us here today. After a major milestone on America's return of astronauts to the lunar surface, a successful test of the core stage of the Space Launch System rocket. Up next, we'll be replaying the test, and we will have a post-test briefing in about 2 hours here on NASA television. We invite you to follow all of our progress online at nasa.gov/Artemis program, or join the conversation online with @NASA Artemis and @NASA_SLS. Thank you for joining us, and go Artemis.
All right, really interesting stuff there. We wanted to show you that again because it was really compelling video, but that was at the Stennis Space Center in Mississippi, where NASA's new big rocket, the Space Launch System, ignited 4 mighty engines for more than 8 minutes. But as you saw there, it didn't go anywhere. But that was good news for the American goal of sending astronauts to the moon in the coming years. Despite a budget that has grown by billions of dollars and a schedule that is years late, NASA can now move that vehicle there that you were just seeing to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida and prepare it for an actual launch. That was the reason for this test today, but with no astronauts aboard for it to go around the moon eventually. Anyway, we are going to move on, but we're going to still talk about NASA at the moment. And we're getting news today that President Biden has tapped a key ally and a close friend of his to lead the space agency. You're looking at him right now. That's former U.S. Senator from the state of Florida, Bill Nelson. And joining us right now is Florida politics reporter A.G. Gankarski. He covers all these things in the Sunshine State. A.G., thanks so much for being with us here on NewsNOW. My first question for you, though, can you kind of chart Bill Nelson's political course over the last 30 years in Florida, because he's been such an influential figure there in the state?
Yeah, longer than that, actually. I mean, Bill Nelson's been around for decades, represented the Space Coast in this House, and from there he basically went to the Senate. He also was an astronaut in the 80s, proponent of the space shuttle program. But what we're seeing now with Bill Nelson is a little bit different kind of thing, more private businesses in the sphere, and sort of a 21st century program. You got a 20th century guy in Bill Nelson, but with Marco Rubio backing him, he's going to get confirmation. That's a done deal.
And right, just to tell our viewers, the head of NASA is a Senate-confirmed post there. Did you kind of foresee this announcement? Well, it hasn't been announced today, but it was kind of leaked that they're going to do this. Did you foresee this? Did you expect this?
Yes, I did, because Bill Nelson is a loyalist. He's an old school Democrat. He's somebody that's easily confirmable because he works with both sides of the aisle. And Marco Rubio loves the guy. I mean, Rubio and Bill Nelson are basically in sync in terms of NASA. So, if you got somebody who's confirmable, somebody who's in the main state that Joe Biden or whoever the Democratic nominee is in 2024 needs, it's a slam dunk there. And I think people like Mitch McConnell and Susan Collins and people like that will come around. Whether Rick Scott and people like that do, that's another matter. But he'll get 70, 80 votes in the Senate easily.
And let's kind of talk about, what a Bill Nelson-led NASA might look like compared to Trump's appointee there, Jim Bridenstine, who also was a member of Congress from a congressional district in Oklahoma. So kind of what do you foresee the differences there being in their styles of leadership, their mission for NASA? I don't know if you can speak to that.
Well, Bill Nelson is a consensus builder. He, if you ask him how to make a 3-minute egg, he'll take 15 minutes to do it. And that's the thing about Bill Nelson. He will talk to you and talk to you and talk to you and try to build a consensus, sort of the Washington that used to exist. It was a Washington that didn't exist in the Trump era, but that's something that Bill Nelson will bring back under the auspices of the Joe Biden NASA. Do I think he's being a long-termer in the position? No. I mean, Bill Nelson's pushing 80 years old. He's in great health, but he's not going to be there for very long. He's being a transitional guy. And I think he'll be somebody who will be able to make the handoff to a new generation of leadership. But I think ultimately he'll be more of a figurehead than a hands-on guy based on how he ran the Senate office.
And there's just a picture there of Bill Nelson that we have. Just a few more questions for you, AG. We are a news stream. We do have a lot of time to kind of delve into these issues here. The great thing about NewsNOW. My question for you, how important is it to have a former astronaut himself to lead this agency, kind of not just some political appointee?
Yeah, I mean, he has done a space mission. That's the thing. So Bill Nelson has done a space mission. Is he an astronaut in the proper sense of the word? Republicans in the state say not so fast on that, but he has been in space. I think he can bring home the bacon to Florida. He can basically clarify the mission. That's what's going to be good for this state with NASA. In terms of the program at large, we're chasing China. We're chasing the world, basically. So we've got a lot of catch up to do, and we haven't hit a lot of timetables of late. So, NASA's basically in the fourth quarter here, down 2 touchdowns. So Bill Nelson's got to have a schematic for that pretty quick.
And yeah, just to tell our viewers, back in 1986, I'm reading here, Nelson became the second sitting member of Congress to fly to space. He rode aboard the space shuttle Columbia as a payload specialist, apparently. So this is kind of Bill Nelson's second act, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, he lost the Senate race back in 2018 to Senator Rick Scott. And so this is kind of a second act in politics, having to do with space policy.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's an act he's always wanted. And, look what Marco Rubio said. Marco Rubio said he couldn't think of anybody better for the position. And that's because Bill Nelson lives and breathes space. And, sort of like Professor Emeritus in a sense, like I'm not expecting him to make many great reforms. But in terms of getting NASA back to its mission, back to first principles, and getting bipartisan buy-in, you can't think of anybody better than Bill Nelson. Jim Bridenstine got confirmed with 50 votes. That's not going to be the case with Bill Nelson. Bill Nelson can be able to build consensus, and I think that's something Joe Biden really wants, because as we see these confirmation votes, some of them are tougher than others.
No doubt about that. And obviously, President Biden has touted his long history as a senator and going across the aisle and also building consensus.
Right.
Final thoughts, AG, on this announcement?
It's great for Florida. It's great for having somebody who's experienced with the way Washington actually works in the position. I think it's going to be pretty easy confirmation, and I'll bet Joe Biden wishes they all could be that easy.
And I'm definitely sure about that. Anyway, AG, thanks so much for coming on here on NewsNOW. We'll speak to you again.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yep. Really great conversation there, just talking about what the future is looking like for NASA with a new person in charge. So they haven't made the announcement yet. The White House has not. Expected to do that in the coming days. And so it was kind of leaked to a bunch of outlets today, but we wanted to get ahead of it and talk about it and talk about Bill Nelson. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. Thanks for being here with us on your Thursday night on NewsNOW from Fox. Have a lot more in store for you in our hours of live coverage that we have tonight, but we'll see you back here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday night. We're going to go out to Hollywood now, where we have some news, shocking news, really. Accusations of rape are being levied against Hollywood actor Armie Hammer. We have some video of him that we want to show you right now. The attack is being accused now by a woman coming forward to allege Hammer violently raped her in Los Angeles back in 2017. The attack reportedly lasted for several hours, during which the woman, identified only as Effie, says the actor slapped her head against a wall. Effie says she met the married actor through Facebook back in 2016 and started a relationship with him. Over time, she says Hammer became controlling and violent. The couple ended things in 2020, just last year, but Effie decided to speak out this week in response to a statement released by Hammer's representative saying that all of their sexual activities were consensual. Effie's attorney, Gloria Allred, would not comment on whether a police report was filed in the case. However, Los Angeles police have reportedly launched an investigation into the allegations. According to Allred, Effie has provided evidence of abuse to police. Meanwhile, Hammer's representative has not commented on the accusations. At the moment, we do have that full press conference from high-powered attorney Gloria Allred. She's been one of the main faces of the Me Too movement, representing a lot of these clients of hers, victims of sexual harassment and sexual assault. She held a Zoom news conference with Armie Hammer's accuser, the woman that we just named Effie here. So let's listen into some of that. It's about 22 minutes long.
Today, I'm here with my client, Effie. Effie is 24 years old, and she lives in Europe. She had a romantic and an intimate relationship with Armie Hammer, on and off between 2016 to 2020. They sent each other numerous texts and other electronic communications. In addition, they were together and intimate numerous times. While many of their encounters were consensual, Effie was very upset to read that Mr. Hammer's lawyers stated about allegations from a number of women that, quote, all of his sexual activities outside of marriage were completely consensual, in that they were fully discussed, agreed upon, and mutually participatory, end quote. Today, Effie will respond to this statement by Armie Hammer's lawyers and to the issue of consent in her relationship with Mr. Hammer. It is important to emphasize that even if a sexual partner agrees to certain sexual activity, she still has a right at any point to withdraw her consent. If she does withdraw her consent and asks her partner to stop for any reason, he is legally and morally obligated to stop. If he does not stop, he is then at risk of committing a crime against her. In addition, a sexual partner needs to be aware of the nature and scope of the consent that is given. Even if a partner consents to some sexual acts, that does not mean that there is consent to any and all sexual conduct with her. It should also not be interpreted as consent to sexual abuse or criminal violence against her. Finally, we all should avoid victim shaming and victim blaming. Statements like, quote, she asked for it, end quote, or she deserved what happened to her, end quote, or other myths or stereotypes about women who allege sexual relationships with rich, powerful, and famous men must be avoided. Often, famous men select vulnerable women, particularly some of their fans, to use and abuse. Celebrities often make that choice because they may feel that they can more easily use the power of their celebrity to seduce and manipulate fans who admire or idolize them. They may also count on the fear that many women have of speaking out against a celebrity. Sometimes celebrities also believe that nobody will believe the word of a woman who is not a celebrity over the denial of the celebrity. Effie has been making very serious allegations against Mr. Hammer. It has been extremely traumatic and triggering for her to speak about what she alleges has happened to her. Despite the emotional price that she's had to pay by speaking her truth, she has found the courage to discuss what she alleges has happened to her for two reasons. First, she wants to warn other women who may come into contact with Mr. Hammer of possible risks in their relationship with him. Second, Effie has been contacted by many others who allege that they have also been victimized by Mr. Hammer in the sexual relationship that they have had with him. Many who have contacted Effie still have not found the support and courage to overcome their fear of him, and have therefore remained silent and out of public view. For that reason, Effie feels that she must do what she can to continue to speak on this issue. Effie does have evidence which she believes supports her serious allegations. She has provided her evidence to law enforcement, and she encourages others to also provide evidence to them if they believe that their evidence might assist in an investigation of Mr. Hammer. We do think that it is important that an investigation of these serious allegations is conducted. We look forward to learning if Mr. Hammer, rather than his representatives, will be willing to assist investigators in their search for the truth. And now, I will be happy to introduce Effie. Effie.
I met Armie Hammer on Facebook in 2016 when I was 20 years old. I fell in love with him instantly. The relationship progressed rapidly, and the emotions from both sides became really intense. Looking back, it is now clear to me he was employing manipulation tactics in order to exert control over me until I started to lose myself. He would often test my devotion to him, slightly removing and crossing my boundaries as he became increasingly more violent. He abused me mentally, emotionally, and sexually. On April 24th, 2017, Armie Hammer violently raped me for over 4 hours in Los Angeles, during which he repeatedly slapped my head against a wall, bruising my face. He also committed other acts of violence against me, to which I did not consent. For example, he beat my feet with a crop, so they would hurt with every step I took for the next week. During those 4 hours, I tried to get away, but he wouldn't let me. I thought that he was going to kill me. He then left with no concern for my well-being. I was completely in shock, and I couldn't believe this when I left did that to me. I tried so hard to justify his actions, even to the point of responding to him in a way that did not reflect my true feelings. During and since this attack, I have lived in fear of him, and for a long time, I tried to dismiss his actions towards me as a twisted form of love. Now that he no longer has any power over me, I have come to understand that the immense mental hold he held over me was incredibly damaging on many levels. His abuse traumatized me to the point where for months, I wasn't able to stop crying. I couldn't sleep or I'd have night terrors. I was constantly emotionally distressed and I lost interest in living. I couldn't comprehend and overcome what he had done to me. Over the years since the assault, on many occasions the invasive flashbacks were so excruciating that they made me feel there was no way out but to take my own life. I just wanted the pain to stop. My hope in speaking out about the abuse endured at the hands of Armie Hammer is that he will be held accountable. I feel immense guilt for not speaking out sooner because I feel that I might have been able to save others from becoming victims. By speaking out today, I hope to prevent others from falling victim to him in the future. I want other survivors of sexual assaults around the world to feel empowered and know that they are heard, believed, understood, and loved.
Thank you, Effie. Thank you very much. And we'll be showing a photo now of Armie Hammer and Effie together. Thank you. And we are now going to take questions, or at least I'll take some questions. So if you want to just hit the Q&A, type in your question. I will read the question if there are any. And then I will attempt to answer the question. The first question is, if you can have the spelling of her name, and it's just E-F-F-I-E for now. We're not providing her full legal name. Next question is, are there photos of Effie after the abuse? I'll just say that we are providing all of our evidence to law enforcement. Next question is, will Effie be sharing her full name, or does she prefer to only be known by her first name? She would appreciate just being known as Effie at this time. The next question is, does Effie plan to press charges against Armie Hammer? And the answer is Effie is providing what she thinks might be relevant to law enforcement, and then it is for law enforcement and the prosecutor to decide if there is sufficient evidence to pursue it. But I will only say that Effie has the courage, to cooperate in any investigation that may be taking place. Next question is, did she file a police report? We're not commenting on that at this time. But thank you for the question. The next question is, how did Effie and Armie meet? First contact was on Facebook. Next question is, will you be filing a lawsuit? We have no plans to do that at this time. Next question is, are you reporting this to LAPD? We are cooperating with law enforcement. How old was Effie when the incident occurred? How old is she now? She was 20 when she met him, and she's 24 now. When was her last interaction with Armie? And the answer is in 2020. When we say interaction, I'm including any communications that might have been electronic. Next question is, did Effie attempt suicide, and is she still suffering mentally? I will respond by referring you to her statement. I think you can see by viewing her on the screen how this is impacting her. You can probably only see a little bit of how it's impacting her, but I know that the harm to her has been significant emotionally. And I won't discuss whether it has been significant to her physically. Then I think the next question is, at the time, did she report? I don't have any comment on that. I also don't have any comment on the question of which law enforcement agency did you report this to, the LAPD? Sorry, I have no comment on that. Also, the question, has Effie filed or does she plan to file a civil complaint against Armie Hammer? As I said, we have no plan or intention to do that at this time. Then I don't also have a comment on what year was the attack that Effie described. There's another question. Has anyone from Mr. Hammer's side, I can't see the rest of it, contacted Effie since the initial allegations? I don't have any comment on that, but they can always feel free to contact me now that it's clear to them that I represent her, if they wish. Next question is, did Effie confide in anyone at the time of the incident? All these questions have to do with evidence, and these are questions that if law enforcement has a question about and would like to ask any of these questions, Effie's certainly willing to answer them. But she's not willing to answer them today. The next question is, were there other venues or locations where incidents occurred outside of California? We have no comment in answer to that question, but the incident that Effie described, she alleges took place in Los Angeles. The next question is, did the attack fall within the statute of limitations? I'm going to make just an educated guess that we're talking about the criminal statute of limitations. That's the question. And so the answer would be yes. Next question is, when did she end her relationship with Mr. Hammer? The relationship no longer exists. It was at an end for any communication in 2020. Next question is, did Effie know if Armie was meeting with other women while they were in a relationship? We have no comment on that. The next question is, did her injuries require medical services? I have no comment in answer to that, except to say there are photos of some of her visible injuries. Next question is, can you say where the assault took place? Hotel or private residence? I'll just say it was not a hotel. And The question is, would we be dealing with LAPD, Beverly Hills Police, or Sheriff? And I'll just say it would be in the jurisdiction of the LAPD. Next question is Effie behind the House of Effie's social media account that first surfaced claims against Hammer? I have no comment on that. I think that's all the questions, unless anyone has any more. Let's see. Oh, the next question is, have police opened an investigation? With all due respect, I think that LAPD would be the best ones to answer that question if they choose to answer that question. Next question is, when the alleged rape took place, was she visiting from Europe just to see him? Was she alone? Did he know she was alone? I have no comment on that except to say that it took place, what she alleges took place in Los Angeles. Regarding the photo that we shared, the question is, when was the photo taken? It was taken prior to the incident that she alleges. Question is, have you already turned over evidence to law enforcement? We have turned over evidence to law enforcement. Where does she live now? The answer is in Europe. What is Effie's profession? We don't have any comment on that at this time. Thank you for the question. The next question is, did Armie Hammer discuss his marriage to Elizabeth Chambers at all with Effie during the times they were together? I will leave that to Armie Hammer to answer if he wishes to answer that question. I will just say that I know that Effie's heart goes out to Elizabeth Chambers. And are there any other questions? Let's see. I think that's what we have for today. And we thank you very much for joining us today. As I indicated, we will be sending further information to everyone who has registered for the press conference. And there will be no need to ask us for anything, because we will automatically send our statements, the photo, and the recording to everyone, and that will happen within the next hour. So thank you very much. We appreciate your not contacting Effie directly. If you have communication information for her, please do not contact her. Contact me instead. We would very much appreciate that, because we want to take that burden off of Effie. So thanks everybody for coming. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
All right, there you heard from Gloria Allred, the representative, the attorney for one of those accusers of Armie Hammer, and we're learning some more on this, and if we get any more on this, we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. We do want to continue, though, with some more news out of Hollywood at the moment. Here are some pictures right now that TMZ just posted in their article. This is JLo and A-Rod And they may be back together after all, after these pictures now. On March 16th, less than a week after breakup rumors spread like wildfire, the 51-year-old actress and singer was spotted sharing a kiss and warm embrace with her 45-year-old former baseball pro fiance on a balcony in the Dominican Republic. According to a source who told TMZ, quote, despite all of her previous frustrations with the relationship, Jennifer is still in love with Alex. She's been filming her new movie Shotgun Wedding in the Dominican Republic, and A-Rod flew in there to join her earlier this week. And so, as you remember, there were some reports the very day after all this news broke that they were ending their 2-year engagement. Essentially, they came out and said they're just working through some things and they're not breaking up for good. So here on NewsNOW, we'll be on the story as we follow a lot of entertainment news here as well. That is capturing the minds of many Americans that don't want to see this couple go anywhere anytime soon. Anyway, let's go out now to the biggest news in Hollywood from Fox's own Ashley Dvorkin. She has the latest on what's going on in Tinseltown. Here's that.
Everybody under this roof goes to church.
Fox returns to his roots. McConaughey heads back to the courtroom, and Caitlyn shares in the Hollywood Nation.
He looks like a model.
The most famous reality TV family kicked off the 20th and final season of Keeping Up with the Kardashians on Thursday. Caitlyn Jenner, who was unmasked as the Phoenix on Fox's The Masked Singer, will be in the final season with her family and shares what she loved most about being part of the series.
Watching my kids grow up. I got the best home movies, most professionally done home movies in life. And I love the early episodes when the kids were so young. And to see them progress from there all the way through where everybody is at today, as a parent, you couldn't be more proud.
You think the jury should convict Carl Lee Haley?
Matthew McConaughey is reprising his role as Jake Brigance from the 1996 film A Time to Kill. According to Variety, the 51-year-old actor will suit back up as the lawyer for the HBO limited series adaptation A Time for Mercy. This time, McConaughey's character will be defending a young man accused of killing his mother's boyfriend, who was a local cop in a town in Mississippi.
Sasha, Malia, yes, we can.
And Netflix releases the official trailer to Dad, Stop Embarrassing Me, starring Jamie Foxx. The comedy series was inspired by the Oscar winner's relationship with daughter Corinne Foxx and marks his return to sitcom after 25 years. The show will be available to stream April 14th.
The answer is still no.
In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, thanks so much for that latest update there in Hollywood. Lots going on. Wanted to bring that to you here on NewsNOW. Anyway, I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday night. Have a lot more to get to. Have a few more hours left of our live coverage here. But let's go out to commercial. See you back here in 2 minutes. All right, this is Andrew Kraft once again. That's a beautiful, kind of rainy though, live look at New York City on 6th Avenue, the Avenue of the Americas, right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters there in Midtown Manhattan. Anyway, we're going to go out we're going to go out to Illinois at the moment. Earlier, Governor J.B. Pritzker announced the reopening plans for the state in the land of Lincoln. He also expanded vaccine eligibility to any adult over the age of 16 as well. So let's listen into some of these announcements here from Governor Pritzker.
Director Dr. Ngozi Ezike to provide an update on the Illinois' progress vaccinating the public, as well as to report two important and major announcements about vaccine eligibility and about our gradual path back toward normalcy, even as we continue our broader battle against COVID-19 to protect our residents, to save lives, and of course, to bring this pandemic to an end. Illinois, we have come a long way since the first doses of vaccine were administered in our state on December 15th, and since vaccine supplies really began to ramp up at the beginning of February. As of this morning, over 4.3 million doses have been administered in our state. More than 1 in 4 Illinois adults have been vaccinated, including 58% of our seniors 65 and over. We've established over 900 vaccination locations, launched community outreach initiatives, partnered with federally qualified health centers, safety net hospitals, and critical access hospitals to reach underserved communities. And we've set up one-stop rural clinics with Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Illinois is a leader among the largest population states in getting first doses into arms. So let's be clear. Much of our success is due to the strength and stamina of our healthcare heroes and members of the Illinois National Guard across the state who are safely and quickly administering doses to our residents. They're managing throughput at our mass vaccination sites, and they're helping people schedule appointments. More and more people are able to get vaccinated because we have the personnel who are making it happen. Of course, none of this would be possible without increases in vaccine supply. Since it's their first days in office, the Biden administration has nearly doubled weekly vaccine distribution to states, from 8.6 million to over 16 million doses this week. Deliveries continue to rise and are expected to increase by millions more this spring. With the increased supply, Illinois is now averaging 100,000 vaccinations a day. That's about 1% of all adults in Illinois getting a shot each day, and I expect that number to continue to grow in the weeks ahead. To give you some sense of the supply trajectory, back in December, the first weekly shipment that arrived into Illinois was about 109,000 doses. Again, weekly shipment. This week, more than 800,000 doses were delivered to Illinois. Based on current projections, we expect that that number will surpass 1 million doses in April. The Biden administration has met or exceeded all of its vaccine projections to date, and I have every confidence that they will continue to do so. That's why I'm pleased to announce that I'm directing every jurisdiction that receives allotments of vaccine through the state of Illinois to expand eligibility to all residents 16 and older on Monday, April 12th. That includes local health departments, state-supported mass vaccination sites, pharmacy partners, and other providers. Additionally, to ensure our more vulnerable residents are prioritized, Dr. Ezike and I will be announcing additional populations who will be made eligible for vaccination prior to April 12th in the days and weeks ahead. Our vaccination infrastructure will continue to grow beyond the more than 900 locations that are available today, and even more National Guard troops will be deployed to assist in administering those doses. Additionally, we're working with local health departments to expand the use of special days reserved for our most vulnerable populations, like our seniors. That said, even with all the progress of vaccinating more than a quarter of our adult population and almost 60% of our seniors, and even with the massively increased supply of vaccine, there will still be a need for patience. We have visibility into vaccine supplies approximately 3 weeks ahead of their arrival. That allows an increasing availability of appointment times. But if everyone tried to get vaccinated on the same day, it just couldn't be done. Nevertheless, by mid-April, we will be at a point where dividing up the population into phases won't make sense with the ever-increasing supplies that we expect to see. President Biden set the bar for opening eligibility to all adults nationally on May 1st, and his administration has been quick and decisive to allow Illinois, for example, to hurdle that bar 2.5 weeks earlier on April 12th. It's truly amazing to be at this point in our pandemic response if you think back just a few months ago. On this day 1 year ago, my administration launched our COVID-19 response website, coronavirus.illinois.gov, to provide information about the virus that has transformed life as we know it. Today, that website functions as a life-saving vaccine finder, guiding our residents to the local vaccination locations closest to home. Vaccination sites are continually added to our vaccine finder, so it's worth checking back if you couldn't find an appointment the first time. A second major announcement today is an update to our public health mitigations. As a reminder, because of the steps that Illinois took, our state never ran out of hospital beds or ventilators or doctors to care for patients, even when other states did. So if you were a car accident victim or experiencing a heart attack or in need of cancer treatment or a mother in labor or sick with COVID and gasping for air, there was always a hospital available to treat you, even in the worst moments of this virus's transmission. I want to thank the people of Illinois for their incredible efforts at prevention. Your diligence has kept your friends and your family safer and your community healthier. And we owe an enormous debt of thanks to our doctors and nurses and healthcare professionals who have been on the front lines, risking their lives to save ours, fighting a war against COVID-19 inside our hospitals that few outside really have yet to see. Heroes all. Unfortunately, COVID-19 has not gone away. Each day, people in Illinois and across the nation are getting sick and being admitted to the hospital with this deadly virus. And people are still passing away from it. But the light that we can see at the end of the tunnel is getting brighter and brighter as more people get vaccinated. And I'm more optimistic today than I have been at any time over the last year. And more importantly, the doctors and scientists are too. It's time to begin to cautiously move toward normalcy. And it's imperative that we do so in a way that maintains all the progress that we've made to date. As we've seen, there's more to a strong economy than just ending capacity restrictions. People have to be safe, and they have to feel safe, too. That's why, moving forward, Illinois will advance towards normalcy with a dial-like approach, allowing us to dial it up as things are improving. Over the year, we have progressed from phase 1 to phase 4, and we're on the verge of the ever-elusive phase 5. Our progress toward phase 5, like all the decisions that we've made, will be based upon the data. The first move forward will be into the bridge phase, a transition period with higher capacity limits for businesses and gatherings. This will allow Illinois to restore normal operations faster without ignoring the risks attendant with the new variants that we see rising around us. As with all of our decisions, Illinois' move into our bridge phase and then into phase 5 will be based on metrics recommended by doctors. Barring any significant reversals in our COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths and cases, Illinois will move into this bridge phase when 70% of our 65 and older population receives at least one dose of the vaccine. I'm optimistic about reaching that milestone because as of this morning, that number is 58%. Our seniors have tragically borne the brunt of this virus's consequences, and we must continue to take action to keep them all safe. The widespread vaccination of seniors as a group marks tremendous progress at overcoming this pandemic. Our next step into phase 5 measures a decrease in burden on the rest of our population. So after a 28-day monitoring period in the bridge phase, and assuming no significant resurgence of COVID-19 cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, Illinois will resume normal business operations when at least 50% of our 16 and over population has received at least one dose. As of this morning, that number is 28%. Even at that point, there is a significant risk to the population of those who may not yet be vaccinated. So I also want to address the requirement to wear a mask, which has been in place in Illinois since May 1st. In short, we are able to make these significant moves forward toward normalcy because people will continue to be required to wear masks in public when they can't maintain proper social distancing. So Illinois will lift its face covering requirement when the CDC recommends it. Masks have been one of our best ways to reduce risk in this pandemic, and we won't be foolish at throwing away our best weapon heading into the last lap of this fight. Folks, this is an exciting day. Although we still are in the midst of a global pandemic, the end seems truly to be in sight. And while we're racing against a tough clock, the new, more dangerous variants, that is, it is fully in our power to turn the page on this dark and devastating chapter. These vaccines are our fastest ticket back to hugging our grandkids, eating inside restaurants without worrying about the risks, school dances, community celebrations, all the things that we miss about normal life. So don't let up. Join me in wearing your mask and getting vaccinated when it's your turn. Step by step, we can get out of this the same way we came into it, and that's together. So thank you, and with that, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Ngozi Ezike. Doctor?
So yes, good morning and happy Thursday, and I think we have lots of reasons to be happy, and we have a lot of good news that you've just heard. We are seeing the number of people vaccinated increase every day, and all signs are pointing in the right direction for moving towards getting back to doing more of the things we love in the ways that we love to do them. Our daily case rate has dropped from an all-time high in November of 95 cases for every 100,000 people in Illinois to now just 12 cases per 100,000 people. Also in November, we saw an overwhelming 6,100 people in the hospital with COVID. And now we're currently seeing between 1,100, 1,150 people in the hospital each day with COVID. This is the lowest we've seen since we started tracking these numbers. Our daily mortality rate has also dropped. It's down to 2 individuals for every 1 million people in the population. Combining these decreasing trends in cases and hospitalizations and deaths with increasing vaccinations, that is clearly a recipe for ending this pandemic. We cannot lose our momentum. To do this, we will continue to wear our masks. We absolutely will not have any mask burning parties. We in Illinois know the importance of masks. We know that we still need to avoid crowds as possible and keep our distance. Vaccination will also keep our momentum continually going forward, and we've seen a tremendous response from people all across the state wanting to be vaccinated. I am so proud of the people of Illinois. They know how important this precious, life-saving resource is, what it means for us as individuals, for our families, and for our communities. And so that's why the demand for the vaccine is greater than the supply, but that's for now. And as the governor has shared, we believe the predictions from the administration that the supply will ramp up and that we will be able to provide this vaccine to everyone. If you are eligible now and haven't been able to make an appointment, continue to try. As the amount of vaccine increases, more appointments will open up. Last week, IDPH launched the Vaccine Appointment Call Center, and that's to assist people who may not be able to make appointments online. Call agents will help individuals who do have access to online services but need help navigating the various registration sites. Also, if the individual doesn't have access to online services or can't navigate the site, the agent will make appointments on these individuals' behalf. That vaccine appointment call center number is 833-621-1284. Again, 833-621-1284. The increasing vaccination rates are how we will move forward, and they are how we will get closer and closer to that herd immunity. And also, like the governor said, certain proportions of our residents will need to be vaccinated so that we can move into this bridge phase and then finally onto phase 5, which is functionally our return to normal. So we will continue to monitor the amount of virus circulating in the state. We will continue to monitor the burden of COVID-19 on our healthcare system. Hospitals will need to have a 7-day average of at least 20% of ICU beds available. And if metrics show no sustained increase in the mortality rate, if there's no increase in the COVID-like hospital admissions or the number of people in the hospital with COVID, if we monitor that over a 28-day period or 2 incubation periods, the state will move forward. All 3 COVID-19 vaccines currently authorized for use in the United States are effective in preventing hospitalization and death. The more people vaccinated, the fewer deaths we will see and the less chance we have of overwhelming our hospitals. And while vaccination is key to getting back to some semblance of normal, we must continue to implement the public health measures. People who've been vaccinated should continue to follow CDC's recommendations on how to interact with others, as well as people who've been vaccinated and people who haven't been. That does mean for the time being wearing a mask, but as the CDC has indicated, if you have individuals in a private setting, in a home setting, who've all been vaccinated, you can loosen those personal mitigations. Again, wearing the mask is not going to be forever, but until more people are vaccinated, this will be the path forward. Testing is also vital. I know we're focusing so much on vaccination, but we can't forget the importance of testing. Illinois continues to have some of the most accessible COVID-19 testing in the country. Knowing if someone does have COVID-19 and knowing that quickly helps the contact tracers identify close contacts, slow the spread, and stop future potential surges. We have come so far, Illinois, and we have to go just a little bit further. Maybe we're in the 25th mile of this marathon, but we will stay motivated and we will keep going because the finish line is absolutely in sight. Thank you, all of the people of Illinois, for helping us to get to this point. Now I will summarize comments in Spanish. Buenos días a todos. Tengo buenas noticias. Estamos viendo un aumento en el número de personas vacunadas y todas las señales apuntan en la dirección para volver a hacer las cosas que amamos. Nuestra tasa diaria de casos ha caído de un máximo histórico en noviembre de 95 casos por cada 100,000 personas en Illinois a 12 casos por cada 100,000 personas. Nuestra tasa de mortalidad diaria también se ha reducido a 2 personas por cada 1,000,000 de personas. Cuando combines estas reducciones en casos, hospitalizaciones y muertes con el aumento de vacunas, estaremos en camino de poner fin a esta pandemia. No quiero que pedirmos todo lo que hemos ganado. Por eso debemos seguir usando nuestras máscaras, evitar grupos grandes y mantener la distancia. Hemos visto una tremenda respuesta de las personas que se quieren vacunarse. De hecho, la demanda supera la cantidad de vacunas disponibles. Afortunadamente, la cantidad de vacunas está aumentando y se están abriendo más citas para la gente de Illinois. La semana pasada, IDPH lanzó el centro de llamadas para citas de vacunas para ayudar a las personas que quizás no pueden hacer citas por Internet. El número para citas de vacunas es 833-621-1284. Si eres elegible, insto que llame hoy para hacer una cita. Como dijo el gobernador, ciertas proporciones de nuestros residentes deberán vacunarse para pasar a la próxima fase.
So while that goes into Spanish there, we're going to go to another event that we want to bring to you. This still COVID related, and we're going to stay in the Midwest right now. But in Michigan today, in Detroit actually, they just opened Ford Field. It's where the Detroit Lions play, as a huge vaccination site. So let's listen into the announcement on that.
Lions, not one of America's great concert venues and entertainment venues, but will be transformed into Michigan's largest on-site inoculation clinic. We are very proud that Ford Field has been selected as the site where we will build one of the nation's first community vaccination sites to service the entire Southeast Michigan region. It's hard to talk with a mask on. The vaccination clinic we are hosting is a great demonstration of partnership amongst federal, state, and local government. Equally important, this is a partnership with the private sector, with the involvement of our partners at Henry Ford Health Systems and Meyer. We are privileged to work alongside them and be part of this. Game day at Ford Field was not the same last season without our fans. We know the passion of sports fans in Detroit, and they are eager to be able to root for their teams in person and do so safely. We plan to be ready for football and fans in the fall, and we are committed to do whatever we can to support the vaccination efforts to make that possible. Thank you very much. Now it is my honor to introduce the Lieutenant Governor of the great state of Michigan, Mr. Garland Gilchrist II. Lieutenant Governor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to be here today. It's an exciting and important day for the state of Michigan. I want to thank our Governor, Gretchen Whitmer, who I'll be turning the podium over to after a few brief remarks. And I also want to thank all of the partners who came together to make this day and to make this vaccination site possible. Partnership will pave our pathway through this pandemic. At the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, Detroit was one of America's epicenters for cases and deaths. And as a Detroiter, I felt this personally, having said goodbye to 27 people due to this virus. The virus hit our city hard, but Michiganders are tough. We're tough, and we can come together to combat COVID-19. We pushed down our curve, and we stepped up to help one another. And today, right here at Ford Field, Southeast Michigan becomes a symbol of hope. The mass vaccination center is a sizable step forward towards Michiganders returning to some sense of normalcy while actively saving lives. This project at Ford Field will mark the largest on-site inoculation effort in the state of Michigan. That is something that Governor Whitmer and I are extremely proud of. Throughout the pandemic, I've been honored to chair the Michigan Coronavirus Task Force on Racial Disparities. Here in the city of Detroit, the Racial Disparities Task Force was very focused on increasing mobile testing and access to masks. We wanted testing to be simple and an accessible process for anyone in need. Because of the task force's work, 1,000 vaccine doses per day will be allocated from this site to mobile vaccine units that will literally take vaccines to people in communities throughout Southeast Michigan. Governor Whitmer and I are taking every step possible to ensure that everyone who wants a vaccine in Michigan will have access to a vaccine without any hoops to jump through. The work that has been done through the task force, it helped lay the groundwork for this project that we're announcing today. Ford Field was selected using the CDC's priority tool, which ensures that our most vulnerable populations have close access to receiving a vaccine. And by selecting this location, we are breaking down barriers to vaccines. So please sign up for your vaccine appointment today by texting END COVID to 75049. Throughout this pandemic, we've seen everyone come together, from businesses to community members. This operation, again, is a great example of how when we work together, we can reach our highest heights. I especially want to thank the Detroit Lions, the Ford family, Meyer, the City of Detroit, Henry Ford Health System, Wayne County, and our federal partners at FEMA. Your bold partnership is allowing us to distribute these vaccines equitably and fairly in Southeast Michigan. And all of this would not have been possible without the Biden-Harris administration. President Biden and Vice President Harris have been incredible partners and leaders, and Michiganders are in a much better position to get through this pandemic because of their leadership. The Protect Michigan Commission, which I'm also humbled to co-chair, has been a critical part of this effort as well. The commission comprises of a diverse group of leaders from across the state of Michigan. We're working hard to make sure that every Michigan resident has the most up-to-date information and resources about the safe and effective COVID-19 vaccines. The commission remains focused on protecting Michigan residents' health and safety by educating communities about the effectiveness of all approved COVID-19 vaccines to eradicate the spread of this coronavirus. I continue to have conversations with family members, with friends, with neighbors about the vaccine, about its safety, and about its effectiveness. People have questions. It's okay to have questions. We must also recognize that those questions have answers. And we are doing everything we can to get people those answers from resources and from people who they trust. We have plans to invest in ensuring that we address and eliminate disparities in vaccine uptake, building upon the work of the Racial Disparities Task Force that we've been leading for the last 11 months. So to everyone watching at home or here in person with us today, I want you to keep standing tall for your community and for the state of Michigan, because together we will overcome COVID-19. Overcoming is what we do as Michiganders and as Detroiters. To my fellow Detroiters, to help us overcome, we need you to become a vaccine ambassador. You are the best messenger to the people in your life to get them to make the choice to get vaccinated. Because when we see obstacles, we overcome them. When we see challenges, we overcome them. We invent, we innovate, we partner, and we overcome. This vaccination program is a testament to how when we all come together for the common good and with a common purpose, we can make things happen in real time. Thank you so much for being here today, and I look forward to everyone being vaccinated here at this site. And it is now my honor to pass this podium to the governor of the state of Michigan, Gretchen Whitmer.
All right, well, thank you, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist. I am so pleased to be here. Good morning, everyone. This is a great day, and this is a fantastic announcement with our partners here at Ford Field, the city of Detroit, Wayne County, all of the counties surrounding the area. This is going to be a huge moment for us. So thank you for hosting us, and thank you for joining us in this important effort to the whole state of Michigan. As Lieutenant Governor said, this Ford Field site will administer 6,000 shots a day starting March 24th, and it'll continue for 8 weeks. That's 6,000 extra shots a day, totaling over 335,000 additional doses over the next 8 weeks. This site will build on the incredible progress that we are making statewide. To date, over 3 million doses have been administered, and that number is literally growing as we speak. 6 in 10 Michiganders who are 65 and up have been inoculated, and 1 in 4 Michiganders over the age of 16 have received their first doses, including right here in Metro Detroit. As I've said before, the vaccination process is like a locomotive. Right? It is slow and cumbersome and frustrating at the beginning, but it is picking up speed and getting smoother, and we are rolling here in Michigan. The vaccine train has officially left the station, and it's moving toward our shared destination of vaccinating 70% of Michiganders 16 and older. So our work continues, but we're doing better every single day, and this announcement is going to be an important part of our mutual success. I'm really thrilled that Ford Field was selected to be one of the first federal community vaccination sites in the country. State government can't tackle this pandemic and the vaccination drive alone, which is why we're so grateful for partnerships that make this site possible. First, let's applaud the heroic effort of our frontline healthcare workers and volunteers here at Ford Field and statewide. We should applaud our Michigan National Guards women and men who also are helping statewide. We are administering tens of thousands of vaccines every single day in Michigan. And I want to thank the Detroit Lions and their incredible leadership team. We are so grateful for your partnership as well. Now, the Lieutenant Governor mentioned recognizing Meijer. Now, we all know Meijer is a staple of daily life in Michigan for many of us. We appreciate their help on the vaccination drives here and in their stores across the state. And when I was reviewing my remarks this morning, I went online and signed up my 17-year-old so that she's officially in the queue when she as an asthmatic can get inoculated starting next week. And I encourage everyone else to do it, so it's incredibly easy. I have to express my gratitude to Henry Ford Health Systems as a critical partner in our efforts to date, and of course with this announcement today. And this is complementing the efforts that are already being undertaken in Wayne County with the leadership of Warren Evans, in Macomb with the leadership of Mark Hackle, and Oakland with the leadership of Dave Coulter, and obviously here in the city of Detroit with Mayor Duggan. But we know that we wouldn't be here if we didn't have real partnership from the federal level as well. And that's what we are so thrilled about with President Biden's leadership in the White House and the ambitious goal of 100 million shots in 100 days already achieved well into this third month of his administration. So 100 million shots in arms and checks to over 100 million families is what the Biden administration has delivered on, and we are grateful. So we continue to ramp up vaccinations, and I know that the goal of being together for 4th of July, having a barbecue celebrating the independence of our nation, is a realistic goal where we can get together, and that's one I am certainly looking forward to. So the way to get there is to continue doing what we're doing, ramping up vaccinations, being smart in the interim by wearing our masks, social distancing, washing our hands. We know that 3 safe, effective COVID vaccines, 2 of which have a presence already in Michigan in terms of being developed here in Michigan. This is the key to our ultimate success. So if we want to get back to normal, which I know we're unanimous on that front, we all need to get vaccinated and encourage our loved ones and friends and coworkers, neighbors to do so as well. So to use some sports analogies, I can't help myself being in Ford Field. We are in the 4th quarter of this fight against the vaccine. It's not over yet. It is no time to spike the football. It is time for us to grit our teeth and keep doing the work we need to do until the last second of this event plays out. We have incredible partners, and we are going to be successful. So I am thrilled to thank FEMA for your incredible work here, the partnership that you see, Meyer and Henry Ford and Ford Field. We're so grateful. We'll continue to work together, and we're going to get this done. So with that, I would love to turn this over to our great federal partner from FEMA, Region 5 Acting Regional Administrator, Kevin Sly Sr.
So good morning. Thank you for joining us as we update you on the opening of the Ford Field Vaccination Center and provide some important information about the site's operations starting next week. This site wouldn't be possible without every level of government, along with key private sector partners working together towards a common goal of increasing COVID-19 vaccine access to Michiganders who need it the most. I want to thank the Department of Defense and our federal interagency partners such as HHS and the CDC, Governor Whitmer, Lieutenant Governor Gilchrist, as well as our partners at the Michigan State Police, most notably Captain Kevin Sweeney, Wayne County, and the City of Detroit. And thank you to the Detroit Lions team president and CEO, Rod Wood, and the entire Lions organization. Meyer CEO Rick Keys and his team, and CEO Wright Lassiter and the Henry Ford Health System staff for their critical role in making this vaccination center a reality. The opening of this center reflects a truly successful public-private partnership. The federal government is committed to the equitable distribution of vaccines. The decision where to locate this site and accompanying mobile units included local input and public health data such as the CDC's Social Vulnerability Index, other census data, and localized considerations such as the existing deployment of resources and feedback from the state's public health experts. Ford Field not only provides the necessary space and structure to administer up to 6,000 doses a day, but is also a prominent facility within the Detroit area, uniquely suited to support the disadvantaged and medically underserved populations here in the city, while accessible using numerous transportation options. To get the facility ready, the Lions organization has utilized the concourse areas, which will be set up with vaccination stations or pods, registration areas, and waiting areas. The setup will allow for an easy flow of individuals through the process, starting with check-in and ending in the observation stations. FEMA will be coordinating federal personnel and providing financial assistance, equipment, and supplies for the site at 100% federal cost share. In addition to other medical and non-medical staffing, a 222-person Type 1 team from the United States Air Force will provide vaccination support. These medical and support personnel will be a key part of this operation, and we're grateful, totally grateful for their assistance. Vaccines for this center and mobile operations are also being provided to the state above and beyond the regular allocations and will not affect the supply of ongoing vaccine distribution efforts in Michigan. This past year has been devastating and difficult for our entire nation. The battle against this virus has made us all weary, but there's hope. Hope that we can very soon put this pandemic behind us and move forward. The key to that brighter future is the vaccine. Now, I'm gonna deviate a little bit from my prepared remarks. I wanna add a little bit of a personal note. As an African American here in the United States, my grandmother, my mother, my twin sister, my uncle, and several of my cousins over the past year have contracted COVID-19. It was a trying time for the family. We were lucky. Every last one of them made it through it. But it made me think, as an African American myself with 3 comorbidities, to really think hard about getting the vaccine. Well, I chose to get the vaccine. I got the vaccine in January and February back in Chicago, where we're based out of. I chose to live when I made that decision. We all need to make the choice. We all need to get beyond the pandemic, and hopefully everyone will get the vaccine, especially our disadvantaged populations and our medically underserved communities. I will now turn it over to Meijer President and CEO, Rick Keys. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you for your support and your powerful message. On behalf of Meijer and our 75,000 team members, I'm very proud to be here for such an important announcement. In early January, we were honored to be named a federal retail pharmacy partner to the state of Michigan by Governor Whitmer. This action allowed us to quickly mobilize our teams and begin this immensely important mission. The state's message was very clear to us: move fast. Since then, our Meijer pharmacy and store teams have administered more than 225,000 COVID-19 vaccines to Michiganders, and a total of 350,000 vaccines to people in communities we serve throughout the Midwest. We've been able to do that by leveraging an online registration system that to date has allowed us to register more than 1.8 million people for vaccines. We're excited to bring that technology, as well as our pharmacy and IT teams, to support the state of Michigan and FEMA in this critical and ambitious effort here at Ford Field. Our call to action is simple: register. By simply texting "End COVID" to 75049, people can quickly register to attend a vaccine clinic right here at the home of the Detroit Lions. People can also register online by visiting clinic.meijer.com. Again, it is a very simple process, and I was happy to hear that that went well for you this morning as well. We look forward to vaccinating your daughter. In fact, we registered 40,000 people in the first 24 hours after opening the registration process earlier this week for these clinics. And as of this morning, that number has increased to 65,000 registrations. Those numbers are very encouraging. Now, if someone has already registered to get a vaccine at a Meijer Supercenter, but they want to sign up for the Ford Field clinics, they will need to register a second time because it's a separate registration list. The good news is they won't be bumped out of the general Meijer registration bank, and they can choose the first appointment that becomes available. As a Michigan-based company with stores throughout the Midwest, our goal is to utilize our stores, our teams, and our resources to enrich lives in the communities that we serve. Our teams have come together to lend a hand during this challenging time, but the work is not done yet. Through this continued partnership with the state and FEMA, we'll be able to register, schedule, and process tens of thousands of Michiganders for vaccines in the coming weeks. We are very pleased to be able to be doing our part to finally put an end to this pandemic. Thank you very much. We appreciate your trust, and we look forward to serving our role in this clinic. Now, let's hear from our friend at Henry Ford Health System, President and CEO, Wright Lassiter.
Thank you, Rick. Good morning, everyone. Henry Ford Health System is excited to serve as the health system partner for this mass vaccination clinic at Ford Field, and join with our local, our state and federal partners to accelerate Michigan's efforts in getting vaccinations in people's arms and moving closer to ending this pandemic. Certainly want to express our thanks to the Lions organization and to the Ford family, to Governor Whitmer, Lieutenant Governor, to our FEMA representative, and to our partner at Myers for their efforts thus far. As the official medical director for the site and a trusted healthcare leader, we bring to this partnership highly skilled expertise in disease management, in infectious diseases, and in vaccine management. We were one of the early users of steroids to treat patients, and that treatment made a critical difference in patient outcomes for Michiganders. We've also documented proficiency and command for standing up mass vaccination sites of our own. And we've been operating multiple vaccination sites throughout the region for the past couple of months. Our sites are operating with seamless proficiency and have the combined capacity to vaccinate between 4,000 and 5,000 people each day based on vaccine availability. We're sharing our best practices here with our support partners to ensure that people who come to Ford Field have a safe and seamless vaccination experience. Henry Ford's skill at mobilization, at operations and logistics was also displayed in a similar leadership role with the TCF Relief Hospital between April and June of last year, making Henry Ford an ideal partner to meet the needs and demands of what will be required here at Ford Field. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge and thank members of our Henry Ford Health System team who are serving in leadership roles for this vaccination site and this community outreach effort. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Stephen Rockoff, who is the Service Chief of Emergency Medicine at Henry Ford West Bloomfield Hospital. I'd like to acknowledge Valerie Gunn, Director of Regional Ambulatory Operations for Henry Ford Health System. I'd like to acknowledge Rox Katia, Director of Pharmacy Services at Henry Ford Hospital. And last, but certainly not least, I'd like to recognize Dr. Sam Masalam. Dr. Masalam is the Vice President Medical Director for Henry Ford's international initiatives. He also serves as the Incident Command Leader for our Vaccination Incident Command Center. And Dr. Masalam and Rox have been instrumental in planning and executing our vaccination program at Henry Ford Health System. So join me in thanking them briefly. Thank you. With the capacity to administer 6,000 doses of vaccines per day, the Ford Field site can make a significant difference in vaccinating our most vulnerable and underserved populations who were hardest hit by COVID-19. When the pandemic hit and there were no FDA-approved treatments for COVID-19, Henry Ford made it our mission to use our experience and our expertise in research to identify the most effective care strategies. As such, we were especially proud to, to work as a study site for testing the efficacy and the effectiveness of 2 of the 3 vaccines that were ultimately approved under emergency use authorization by the FDA, the Moderna vaccine and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. For each of those clinical trials, Henry Ford was successful in enrolling the largest number of people of color of any study site, and now those same vaccines are being administered here in the state of Michigan. Since the start of our vaccination program on December 17th, we've administered about 170,000 doses of vaccine, and more than 73,000 people have been fully vaccinated as a result of our team members' efforts. We expect that number to increase exponentially as more vaccine supply becomes available to the state of Michigan in the coming weeks. As part of our robust vaccination program, we are administering vaccinations at multiple sites across Southeast Michigan each week through partnerships with places of worship, community organizations, and schools. Our mobile vaccination efforts are serving communities of color with vaccine hesitancy.
All right, we're going to step away from this at the moment. Just wanted to give you a sense of what some of these governors are prioritizing as they make vaccine rollout and reopening some of their states' economies a key priority as more and more Americans are getting the vaccine. And there we just showed you some of those events. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, as well as Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer, they're touting the vaccination rates in their states and essentially saying that opening up vaccine eligibility as well. So we wanted to take the moment, though, to kind of run through some of these top stories from the day. We're going to do that after the break, but we'll see you back here in 2 minutes here on News Now from Fox. And welcome back to News Now from Fox. You're just looking there at a live pictures of Midtown Manhattan, right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters on 6th Avenue there. It looks a little rainy, but like I said before the break, we wanted to go through some of these top stories from our Fox News correspondents and reporters from around the country who are on the top stories. The first one, though, we want to highlight. Authorities are continuing to investigate the deadly shootings at 3 Atlanta area spas. In the meantime, one chief looking into the case is in some hot water of his own. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has this story.
A captain with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Department is now out as spokesman for the case after making this comment about the alleged gunman who killed 8 people at Atlanta area spas.
I mean, yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did.
The Cherokee County Sheriff's Department faced backlash after the remark, prompting Sheriff Frank Reynolds to release a statement Thursday about Baker's comment, which he said caused, quote, much debate and anger. And he added, quote, inasmuch as his words were taken or construed as insensitive or inappropriate, they were not intended to disrespect any of the victims, the gravity of this tragedy, or express empathy or sympathy for the suspect. The Atlanta police on Thursday distanced themselves from the Sheriff's Department.
Our investigation is separate from the Cherokee County's investigation.
Atlanta police say nothing is off the table when it comes to their investigation into 21-year-old Robert Aaron Long, who's accused of killing 8 people inside 3 massage parlors on Tuesday. 6 were women of Asian descent. Long told police the attacks were not racially motivated, but that claim sparked skepticism and anger in the Asian American community, which has seen an uptick in violence during the COVID-19 pandemic. President Biden and Vice President Harris will be in Atlanta Friday. They were supposed to be there to promote the American Rescue Plan, but they're postponing all political events and will now meet instead with leaders of the Asian American community. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
Thank you for that update, Jonathan, there. And we'll be bringing you live coverage of President Biden and Vice President Harris's trip to Atlanta tomorrow to visit with those members of the Asian American and Pacific Islander communities that have been affected by this terrible event and also affected by, other instances of violence directed at them in their lives. So As you know, that shooting, though, in Georgia on Tuesday, where most of the victims were Asian American women, has prompted an outcry from activists to lawmakers. Even though the police have not said whether the attack was racially motivated, lawmakers and the president say now is the time to talk about discrimination and hate against the Asian community. We aired some of the committee meeting from the House Judiciary Committee a little earlier on anti-Asian American hate, and Fox News' Lauren Blanchard is in Washington with more on that hearing today.
What happens right now and over the course of the coming months will send a message for generations to come as to whether we matter.
On Capitol Hill, lawmakers held a hearing on the rise in discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. It comes in the wake of the shootings in the Atlanta area, where 6 of the 8 victims were Asian women. Police have not yet said if race was a motivating factor for the suspected gunman.
One thing is certain. For many Asian Americans, Tuesday's shocking events felt like the inevitable culmination of a year in which there were nearly 3,800 reported incidents of anti-Asian hate incidents.
The last year of the pandemic has seen a rise in Asian American hate incidents of 150% across major U.S. cities, according to a study by California State University.
There is no doubt that abuse, prejudice, and violence against Asian Americans is on the rise, and it is so un-American and so despicable.
Democrats blame the Trump administration for the increase. They say racially charged terms like China virus and Kung flu and pointing fingers during the pandemic has been dangerous for the Asian American community.
Who decides what is hate? Who decides what is the kind of speech that deserves policing?
The president raised his concerns about rhetoric, about attacks, about threats against the Asian American community. I would say his effort is to be part of the solution, not part of the problem.
President Biden and Vice President Harris will meet with Asian American and Pacific Islander leaders on Friday when they are in Georgia to talk about how the shootings there have impacted the community. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that update there. We're going to switch now to foreign policy and Biden's relationship with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Russia is seeking an explanation today over President Biden's assessment of Vladimir Putin as a killer. He said that in an interview. Fox News national security correspondent Jennifer Griffin has details tonight from the Pentagon.
A war of words erupted just hours after President Biden vowed that Vladimir Putin would pay a price for attempting to undermine the 2020 U.S. election and agreed that the Russian president is a killer.
Regarding my American colleague's statement, as he said, we know each other personally. What I would answer him, I would tell him stay healthy. I wish him good health. I say this without irony.
A chilling warning from the Russian leader whose spies used a banned nerve agent to poison Putin's main opponent. Putin then challenged Biden to talk tomorrow or Monday.
I want to invite Biden to continue this discussion, but on the condition we do it live, online, without any delay, in an open, direct discussion. I think it would be interesting.
In an interview that aired Wednesday, Biden did not mince his words. A Kremlin spokesman said there hasn't been anything like this in history as the Russian president analyzed the comments.
I remember when we were young and would bicker out in the yard. We would say, I'm rubber and you're glue. Bad names bounce off me and stick to you. We always see our own qualities in other people and assume that they are just like us.
Putin accused the U.S. of past genocide, slavery, and referenced Black Lives Matter, themes that Russian bots use online to divide Americans. The U.S. sanctioned Russia this week for poisoning Putin's opponent, Alexei Navalny, and is also planning to respond to Russia's recent hacking and 2020 election disinformation campaigns. A declassified U.S. intelligence report accused Russia of meddling in the 2020 election. It mentioned Russia 64 times. The escalating tensions come as Russia hosts a new round of peace talks between the Taliban, the Afghan government, and 4 other countries, including the U.S., which needs Russia's help to end the fighting in Afghanistan. Angered by Biden's remarks, Putin recalled Russia's ambassador back to Moscow for consultations, something Moscow has not done in protest in more than 20 years. At the Pentagon, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Jennifer, thanks for that update there on U.S.-Russia relations. Democrats, though, determined to move forward on immigration reform, pushed forward a pair of bills in the House today. The move comes as both parties grapple over what to do about the surge of migrants along the southern border. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan has more on the outcome of today's votes.
9 Republicans joined all Democrats to pass the American Dream and Promise Act. If signed into law, the bill provides a pathway to citizenship for immigrants brought to the U.S. illegally as children, currently protected by DACA.
Ronald Reagan said if we ever closed the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would be lost. It has always been a pleasure for me to sing the praises of our dreamers. They make us so proud.
This bill is disastrous. It is not needed. What we should be doing is securing the southern border.
Shortly after, the House approved the Farm Workforce Modernization Act to provide legal status to 325,000 immigrants working in agriculture. But both bills face a steep uphill climb in the 50-50 Senate.
They're taking up an amnesty plan that would create a special new pathway to citizenship for illegal immigrants working in certain industries.
Republicans are proposing their own bill that boosts funding for border security, protects dreamers, provides a 10-year path to legal status for undocumented immigrants, and expands visas for agricultural workers.
But at the same time, this will never happen if we do not seal the border.
House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is calling on President Biden to restart 2 Trump-era programs, construction of the border wall, and forcing asylum seekers to remain in Mexico while they wait for their hearing. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
Ray, thanks for that story there on what's going on with these immigration bills on Capitol Hill. Anyway, President Biden's coronavirus relief package has $130 billion for saving schools. So where exactly is it all going? Fox News correspondent Anita Vogel reports.
Students across the country are trying to make the best of remote learning. But one thing many of them can't do anything about is a lack of reliable internet access. The COVID relief package could help. $7 billion designated for what's called distance learning, creating an opportunity to equip more students with the necessary tools to learn from home, like internet. Districts in Philadelphia and Baltimore have programs in place for students who need help accessing the web, but they need more funding. Money is also needed in Chicago, where 300,000 kids qualify for free Wi-Fi under a city program, but only a fifth have been able to get it so far, with the pandemic highlighting an often overlooked problem. Other states, like Connecticut, have paid for hotspots on mobile devices. But experts say they get bogged down if too many students are using them at once. According to the nonprofit group Common Sense, about 15 million kids needed help getting the internet at the start of the pandemic. Officials estimate as little as 5 million have received it so far through community and school district programs. Anita Vogel, Fox News.
Anita, thanks so much for bringing us that story. Important stuff there. Anyway, let's go out now to the Senate floor. This is from earlier. Didn't get to show you, but remarks by Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell in the offing right now. We're going to go out to that at the moment.
First, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
H.R. 1799, an act to amend the Small Business Act and the CARES Act to extend the covered period for the Paycheck Protection Program and for other purposes.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, the Asian American community is still reeling from the senseless murder of 8 people near Atlanta, 6 of whom were women of Asian descent. It will be some time before we understand what drove the madman who perpetrated this crime. But there is no doubt that abuse, prejudice, and violence against Asian Americans is on the rise, and it is so un-American and so despicable that we all must be speaking out about this. The same day that 6 Asian women were killed in Georgia, the Stop AAPI Hate organization released a report naming 3,800 incidents of hate against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. And that's just in 1 year alone. The fear in the Asian American community and the threat of violence against its members should be a topic of national conversation. In the last 4 years, we all know there have been forces of racism, dark forces, that have been often seen in America. But the last 4 years, where Donald Trump, at the very minimum, refused to condemn the bigotry in the instances when he should, have allowed them to come far more up to the surface. It's as if the society's superego that keeps these dark forces down has been greatly diminished or even removed. It is up to us, particularly under the new president who fights bigotry at every step of the way, but it's up to all of us to speak out against it and to act against it. The story of the Asian American community is quintessentially an American story, and we cannot allow the rising tide of bigotry against them, the intolerance against them, the prejudice against them to go unchecked. Because in a multicultural society like ours, an attack on any one group is an attack on everyone. I love the Asian American community. They're such fine, good American people. The story of the Asian American community is quintessentially an American story. It's a story of coming here, building strong communities, opening local businesses, churches, civic organizations, and slowly but surely gaining the political representation they so deserve. Just yesterday, we confirmed a nominee whose parents emigrated from Taiwan to become the U.S. trade rep. That's notable and important progress. But unfortunately, the past few years has shown us that that America has not excised the age-old demon of racism, and to too many, it has become acceptable, permissible, or just shrug your shoulders. That cannot be. With respect to the Asian American community specifically, and all communities, we must condemn rhetoric that is racist. In this case, we must condemn any rhetoric that blames the Chinese people for the coronavirus. President Trump did that, despicably. And that notion was too often encouraged by others who repeated his harsh, nasty, and bigoted words. We must stand beside and stand up for our Asian American brothers and sisters. Americans of every faith, every color, every gender and sexual orientation must band together against these dark forces of hate. As I said, they're always with us, but somehow after the 4 years of the Trump presidency, they are rising to the surface and seem too acceptable to too many people. Fight them, fight them, fight them. We must. As we mourn with the people of Georgia, let us recommit ourselves to that most American of creeds that's right above the mantle where you sit, Mr. President. E pluribus unum. Out of many, one. America, e pluribus unum. Out of many, one. Now on nominations. Today, the Senate will vote to confirm another member of President Biden's cabinet, Xavier Becerra, to serve as Secretary of Health and Human Services. In truth, Attorney General Becerra's nomination should not have taken this long. From the moment the Attorney General Becerra was announced as President Biden's pick for HHS, Senate Republicans have tried to derail his nomination. Their arguments are almost verge on the ridiculous. They complain loudly that he has no direct experience as a medical professional. even though Republicans voted in lockstep to install Alex Azar, a pharmaceutical executive who raised drug prices and tried to undermine our nation's health law as the previous HHS secretary. Becerra, by contrast, has decades of standing up for working and middle-class Americans in Congress, fighting to protect and expand Medicare, Medicaid, and working to safeguard our health care system from attacks by the Trump administration. As the Biden administration works to defeat this pandemic, the president deserves to have his cabinet confirmed, especially a post as important as HHS secretary. I look forward to completing his nomination today. A few days after Democrats gained control of the Senate, we had big tasks ahead of us right away. I said that we had three important priorities to do quickly. One, the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. Two, big and bold COVID relief. And three, President Biden's cabinet. We have already finished the first two priorities, and very soon we're going to finish the third. I want to thank my colleagues, my Democratic colleagues, for working so quickly, so hard, and in such a unified team effort to allow all this to happen. I'm very proud of what we have done in these first few months. Later today, the Senate will take its first vote on the nomination of Boston Mayor Marty Walsh to be our nation's labor secretary. Early next week, after we confirm him, the Senate will have confirmed every available cabinet secretary and many more cabinet-level appointments beside. That is excellent progress. And again, I want to thank my colleagues in the Senate on both sides of the aisle for their votes in supporting these fine nominees. What does it mean? It means the Biden administration will have the personnel in place to implement the American Rescue Plan, finish the fight against COVID-19, and bring our country roaring back. In the meantime, the Senate must continue to work to get the rest of the president's team in place. And now on the American Rescue Plan. As Americans learn more and more about ARP, the American Rescue Plan, the more popular it becomes, and the more optimistic Americans feel about our economic recovery. Across the country, the support for the rescue plan has risen to over 70%. In January of this year, before President Biden took office and Democrats assumed the majority in the Senate, more than 4 in 5 Americans believed America was on the wrong track. Less than 1 in 5 said it was on the right track. Now a majority, 55%, believe the country is headed in the right direction, is back on the right track. That's a dramatic turn rather quickly, but I think it's in part because of the good work we have done here in the Senate. Now will you learn something else? Consumer confidence has increased faster after the passage of the American Rescue Plan than after any of the other stimulus bills passed by Congress, particularly among low and middle-income Americans who have suffered the most. That's fantastic news. Americans at the top have been able to survive the pandemic much more easily than Americans at the lower end of the ladder. For that reason, economists have long feared a K-shaped recovery in which high-income earners recover quickly, while middle and low-income earners are left behind. The American Rescue Plan is finally restoring confidence and support for Americans at the middle and at the bottom, helping drive a robust recovery for everyone. One crucial aspect of that recovery is support for housing. As we all know, the pandemic put tens of millions of Americans out of work and drained family incomes. Americans were forced into impossible choices. Do I pay the rent and utilities this month, or do I buy another few weeks of groceries? Sadly, more than 13 million Americans report that they have fallen behind on the rent, especially Black and brown Americans. So, when Senate Democrats put together the American Rescue Plan, we made one of the most significant investments in housing assistance in recent history. More than $20 billion in emergency aid for low-income renters, those at the greatest risk of eviction. $10 billion to help homeowners behind on mortgages and utilities to avoid foreclosure. We include crucial support for rural America, homeowners struggling with the mortgage, and Americans, particularly veterans, who have recently fallen into homelessness or are at risk of homelessness. The American Rescue Plan goes further in delivering housing assistance to tribal nations and Native Hawaiians, more than any other housing bill in history. The American Rescue Plan, quite literally, will keep a roof over Americans' heads. It's just one of the many ways the ARP delivers relief to struggling Americans and sets the stage for a supercharged economic recovery.
So that was Senate Majority Leader there, Chuck Schumer, talking on the floor about the confirmations that happened today and will happen either tomorrow or next week. We're really just waiting on the Labor Secretary nominee, Marty Walsh, the former mayor of Boston, to be confirmed. They voted to end debate on his nomination today, but we saw Xavier Becerra. He was nominated by Biden to be the HHS head, and he was confirmed today, by very slim margins. But we finally have an HHS secretary at the moment. That was kind of one of the ones, the most high-profile one that people were waiting on. But anyway, let's go out now to the Senate floor from earlier too, because we want to show you Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's remarks as well. Here's that.
Quote, "The border is secure, and the border is not open. Yet the situation on our southern border has required FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, to be called in. So either this is the first time FEMA has been deployed just to admire a situation that is going smoothly, or the administration is not being straight with the American people. Here are the facts. Customs and Border Protection reported more than 100,000 migrant encounters in February, 100,000. That was up 28% from January. DHS projects the March totals will keep 2021 on pace for the most border encounters in 20 years. Unaccompanied child arrivals have jumped 63%, on pace to shatter all-time records. This would be a humanitarian crisis under any circumstances, but it's even worse during a global pandemic. These thousands of unaccompanied kids are being housed in 3 high bunk beds in facilities now stuffed more and more than triple capacity. During a pandemic that's keeping American kids out of schools and small businesses from fully reopening, these failing policies have us crowding these kids together down at the border. And don't forget, the Biden administration policy directs CBP to release migrants on U.S. soil while they await asylum rulings. That's without a negative COVID test. So good luck to the communities on the border. This isn't just a health and humanitarian crisis, though. It's a security crisis as well. New reporting suggests multiple people arrested at the border in recent months have matched to names on the FBI's terrorist watch list. Now, Democrats claim this overall influx is not because of their new administration. Well, that would be news to the migrants themselves. Some of these people have told reporters it was Democrats' rhetoric that led them to come. Some have shown up wearing T-shirts with the Biden campaign's logo on them. Administration officials keep sending mixed messages, repeating phrases from the White House podium like, "Now is not the time to come." So there will be an appropriate time sometime later for people to enter our country illegally. Speaking of mixed signals, this week the House is voting on immigration bills. Are they leaping into action to repair the crisis? No. That's not what they have in mind. They're taking up an amnesty plan that would create a special new pathway to citizenship for illegal immigrants working in certain industries. So to summarize, the administration can't admit they've caused a crisis. They have yet to address the crisis, and House Democrats are backing policies that would only exacerbate the wrong incentive. Now, Mr. President, on a completely different matter, I remember distant days long, long ago, way back through the mists of time, when Democrats said it would be wrong for Washington to overturn a state-certified election result. Now, wait a minute. That was 2 months ago. 2 months ago, every Democrat cable news channel and every liberal newspaper was melting down over some Republicans' efforts to dispute state-certified election results here in Congress. I oppose those efforts myself. But right now, as we speak, Speaker Pelosi and Washington Democrats are literally trying to overturn a state-certified election here in Congress. That's exactly what they're doing over in the House right now. The voters of Iowa's 2nd District spoke in November. They counted the votes. They recounted the votes. The outcome was certified. That's the magic word, certified, that we heard over and over and over again in November and December. There was the opportunity to present complaints in court. Sound familiar? But the defeated Democrat passed up the opportunity to go to court. The process played out in a way that every liberal in America spent November, December, and January insisting was beyond question. But there's a catch. This time, Mr. President, the Republican won and the Democrat lost. So Speaker Pelosi and Washington Democrats have set out trying to overturn the result from right here in Congress. Congresswoman Miller Meeks has been sworn in. She's here. She's working. But Democratic leadership is trying to use brute political power to kick her out and replace this Congresswoman with a Democrat whom she defeated. You don't often see hypocrisy this blatant and this shameless so quickly. Naturally, now the Democrats stand to benefit from this. The concept of Washington overturning a certified election has gone from a massive outrage to a minor afterthought for much of the national media. This is happening at the same time that House and Senate Democrats are pitching a massive takeover of all 50 states' election laws. The same people who are trying to overturn this certified election result want to ram through a bill that would let them control the democratic process that will determine whether they keep their jobs and their majority in 2 years' time. This isn't about principle, it's just an attempt to use a temporary majority to pull off a permanent partisan power grab. Democratic leaders have razor-thin majorities in both chambers. They're obviously afraid they're going to lose them. And so they've decided their top priority is a Washington rewrite of election rules. The 2nd District in Iowa is just the appetizer. Soon, Democrats want to come for the main course. Every congressional district, all 50 states, every election for federal office would have to be run the way liberal Washington lawyers who donate to Democrats prefer. Voter ID, their bill bans it, unless states implement a huge loophole that makes it meaningless. But ballot harvesting, where paid political operatives can hand in stacks of absentee ballots with other people's names on them, it won't just be allowed, it'll be mandatory, nationwide. Those are just two examples from an endless list. Outside special interests are putting tens of millions of dollars behind this. In fact, some Democrats are so desperate to rewrite the rules of our democracy that many of them want to break the Senate's rules in order to do it. They want to break the Senate's rules in order to rewrite the rules of our democracy all over America. People will argue that it's worth destroying the legislative filibuster over H.R. 1 because the rules that govern our democracy is so important. Of course, that's backward. The rules that govern our democracy are indeed uniquely sensitive and important. That's why this issue, of all issues, must be addressed in a fair and bipartisan way. This isn't a uniquely justifiable place to shred the Senate's rules and ram through something partisan. It is a uniquely unjustifiable place to do it. I worked with Chris Dodd to spearhead the Help America Vote Act back in 2002, a big landmark elections bill that made it easier to vote and harder to cheat. It passed the Senate 92-2. 92-2. That is the kind of consensus you build if you want to tune up our democracy. That's the kind of broad bipartisan support that exists for making it easier to vote but harder to cheat. A far cry from overturning a result from the last election and dictating the terms of the next one. Now, on one final matter, this week marks the end of Jennifer Hemingway's service as the Senate's acting Sergeant at Arms. I'm happy and grateful that Jennifer is actually not going anywhere. While she's stepping aside from the top job, as is custom when party control flips, Leader Schumer had the excellent judgment to retain Jennifer as the Sergeant at Arms Chief of Staff. So instead of a farewell, I just want to offer a few thanks. I cannot imagine tougher circumstances than those in which Jennifer stepped into in this job. She'd already impressed everyone as Deputy Sergeant at Arms, but when the Capitol was breached on January the 6th, she leapt into action on a whole new level. It then fell to Jennifer to take the reins through a challenging time. Her sure-handed leadership and institutional knowledge helped us get through a safe and successful inauguration just 2 weeks after January 6th. Then came the fourth ever presidential impeachment trial. And there have been all the critical daily missions the Sergeant at Arms team fulfills, from physical security to IT infrastructure. So we were lucky to have such a poised professional on the job, and we're lucky she's sticking around. I know all of my colleagues share my gratitude for Jennifer's superlative service.
All right, remarks there from Senator Mitch McConnell, the minority leader, on the floor today, a little bit earlier, talking about the crisis at the southern border, talking about the need to preserve the legislative filibuster. And so wanted just to show you remarks from both parties' leaders there, Schumer and McConnell, from earlier today. We didn't get to it. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here, though, in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. Thanks for being with us. And severe thunderstorms, severe weather has been just hitting some of the southern states in the past 24 hours, last night, early this morning. The potential for significant tornado outbreaks as well after the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center issued a rare high-risk level warning yesterday. And so long-track, intense tornadoes were expected yesterday in parts of Louisiana and Arkansas, Mississippi, and Alabama. Anyway, we have some video from those storms that we want to show you and kind of go through some of that. It's really compelling, interesting, shocking video. But we're going to start, though, with this one right here. Northern Alabama experienced flash flooding yesterday as much of the state was threatened by tornadoes. This footage shows water gushing by the road in Morgan County, Alabama, yesterday. The National Weather Service announced multiple flooding reports yesterday ahead of greater rainfall and heightened flood risk in the evening. This is coming to us from the Morgan County Sheriff's Office. Also, some lightning was captured over Fairhope, Alabama. I don't know if you can make that out here. There it is. This is over Fairhope, Alabama, early this morning as the Gulf Coast was hit by severe weather amid flash flooding and tornadoes in the state. This footage shared by Tyler Fowler shows intense lightning striking near his home this morning. Let's play this out once again. You can see the lightning there. Always so cool to watch these lightning shows. Anyway, let's move on. Police, though, again in Morgan County, Alabama, said several water rescues were performed last night and into this morning as intense storms pummeled the South. Footage shared by the Morgan County Sheriff's Office shows that vehicle there trapped by floodwaters in Falkville, Alabama, today. The Sheriff's Office urged drivers to avoid these flooded roadways. The National Weather Service said, though, at least 12 counties in central Alabama may have had tornadoes yesterday. Really crazy stuff there. Look at that car, that truck rather. And speaking of these tornado warnings and watches, this video right here you can hear sirens sounded in Pooler, Georgia this morning as a tornado watch was issued for parts of Georgia, Florida, and South Carolina. The Weather Service warned that a couple strong tornadoes were possible across the area today. The National Weather Service also said the severe weather could prompt ping-pong-sized hail and gusts of up to 70 miles per hour. There you can see some of the storm clouds forming this morning overhead in Pooler, Georgia. It's right outside the city of Savannah. Let's listen into the sirens here for a bit. And moving on, the National Weather Service said at least 12 counties, like I said before, in central Alabama may have had tornadoes late last night, including Chilton County, where homes were destroyed and trees uprooted. Roger Bean took this footage of the damage as the sun rose over Clanton and Chilton County and shared his thoughts on the devastating toll of the intense overnight storms. Let's listen in.
When you lose everything that you worked so hard for. Oh, my heart hurts for these people. Good people. But you know what? That sun coming up, God's reminding us, I still got you. I still love you. Amen. He protected everyone. I thank God for that. God's still good, my friend. We go through storms in life, but we overcome them. Through Jesus. Amen.
No injuries were reported there in Chilton County, according to the local sheriff. He told local media that he was thankful no lives were lost. We have some more video we want to get to as well. This stunning video here of closed caption television shows that some sheds in the backyard were blown away by the intensity of the storm. You can see home security cameras capture these strong winds, damaging a property and downing some trees in the backyard here in Moundville, Alabama. Structures in downtown Moundville were destroyed during the storm, but no injuries were reported, thankfully. This is video shared by Jennifer Stokes. It shows debris sailing across that backyard there before two sheds are blown away. Another shed's roof blows off and a tree falls over. There it's spotted on some of this security footage of this camera outside this home. This is shows how it's affecting other parts of the property as well, but let's show you again the moment when those sheds were blown away. Gusts of up to 60 to 70 miles per hour were reported in the area. And our last video here, the gentle strains of a wind chime were replaced by something rather more chaotic as a storm lashed a porch in Columbus, Mississippi on Wednesday. This footage was shared by Courtney Lynn on Twitter. Let's listen in. You know, all this weather and the remnants of it moving across the southern eastern portion of the United States could affect spring breakers' travel. We've been talking about spring break all week here on News Now from Fox, and Fox 13 Tampa did a segment about how the communities, the beach communities in Florida, are gearing up for these huge crowds as spring break gets into full swing. Let's listen into that.
And so are the parking lots, and people from across the country are enjoying everything that Sarasota County has to offer. While numbers aren't back yet, Visit Sarasota believes season is going well. All you have to do is take a look at traffic from the coast to downtown Sarasota. In fact, some business owners believe season will run longer this year, with everyone on different spring break schedules and as people feel more at ease to go out after getting vaccinated. Tomorrow will mark 1 year that beaches across Sarasota and Manatee counties announced they'd shut down due to COVID-19 concerns. With that came a hard hit to local restaurants and businesses, but this year, visitors are back.
You can just tell everybody's been looking forward to it for a long time and making the most of their time here.
We're just really enjoying it. We're being careful. We're having a nice time, and we noticed that it is pretty busy down here. I feel like it's a little busier than normal, but not so much that it's taking away from any of the enjoyment that we're having.
The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office says even with larger crowds, everything is going smoothly. They do share these tips once again to ensure everyone will have a smooth spring break. That includes having a plan to enjoy your day. And Sarasota County officials ask that whatever you bring out onto the beach, make sure to bring it back with you. That way you're able to leave the beach just as pristine as you found it. In Sarasota County, Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
And thanks for that live report there. Well, not live, but looks very nice to be on a beach right now for those of you who are traveling for spring break. In the meantime, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. Thanks for watching. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for being with us on your Thursday night. It's almost the weekend. We talked about spring break just before the break, so if a lot of you are traveling to warmer weather, we wish you well and safe travels. We do want to kind of transition now into some more coronavirus news. As you know, we have daily updates from Dr. Mike Sirigliano. He does these daily updates with our Fox affiliates around the country, just kind of talking about the COVID news of the day. So let's listen into that right now.
Philadelphia. Good to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas.
I want to start with something very interesting here. The first report of a baby born with COVID-19 antibodies discovered in Florida. What more do we know?
Well, this is probably the first reported case, at least in the United States, where we found antibodies to COVID-19 in a newborn after mom had gotten a vaccination while she was pregnant. So this could really be big news because it looks like it imparts protection on the newborn from getting COVID-19. We've seen this with other vaccines. And again, with pregnancy and women and COVID-19 vaccinations, there's limited data, but this appears to be very encouraging news. And so far, the safety data seems to be pretty good so far, although it's limited.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is. What are the recommendations right now, Dr. Mike, as far as when you should receive that vaccination in your pregnancy?
Well, when it comes down to it, it's an individual decision. Studies are ongoing looking at pregnant women who receive the vaccine. Thus far, there's been no horrible red flags that have been raised. Remember, there were numbers of women who got pregnant while they were enrolled in studies early on with the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. These studies are ongoing, and we'll know much more in a bit, just like with young children. They're doing the studies now. But recommendations are, look, if you're at really high risk, we know for a fact that women who are pregnant, who are at high risk, can end up very sick and in the hospital. So it comes down to an individual decision.
We're going to be watching this one very closely. I want to talk about reinfections here. I know coronavirus reinfections, they are relatively rare, but it's more common in people 65 and older. Why?
Well, we think that it has to do with their immune response and their immune system. It is rare to get reinfected, but this large study, this data now shows it's much more likely if you're older than younger. If you're younger, you have that robust immune system, and it's less likely. But if you're over 65, this proves out the fact that even if you had COVID-19, you need to get vaccinated. And even though we really don't know the long-term protection of this, it is something you have to do, and probably will need boosters down the road. Time will tell.
What's the difference between reinfection and reactivation?
Well, basically what reinfection means is that you get another virus, you get reinfected with perhaps a variant. And that has been shown to be able to occur. Reactivation is a term we use when someone has an illness or a virus and it never went away, and it gets reactivated. So I think that what we're talking about here is reinfection. Gotcha. That's where you get a second infection of the virus.
So let's talk about these variants here. I know some states are reporting a spike in cases. Where you are in Philadelphia, they're seeing a slight increase as well. Is it the result of these variants?
Well, I think the variants are playing a big role in this increase in numbers. I'm very concerned, and most experts are very concerned, that relaxing of restrictions, which we all desperately want, could make it more possible to see numbers go up because people have this pandemic fatigue. They're going down to Florida to have a good time. No masks. If you look at the videos of the young people down there. This all could be a perfect storm for a resurgence. We've seen this in Canada, and we just cannot let our guard down.
Let's talk about AstraZeneca here. We know the World Health Organization, they're appealing to countries not to halt the use of this vaccine, but we're also learning more about its possible effectiveness against the African variant.
Well, the AstraZeneca vaccine has been shown not to be all that good to prevent mild to moderate illness, but all of the vaccines are quite effective when it comes to preventing moderate to severe illness, ventilators, death, all of that. And to be honest with you, that's what you really want out of a vaccine. I see this in my patient population. People have this idea that if they get the vaccine, somehow they are immune. They have a force field. Nothing can get to them now. Not true. The idea of a vaccine is to reduce your risk of dying and getting severely ill. You can still get the virus, however.
So how exactly do you develop an immune response from the vaccine, Dr. Mike?
What happens is when you get a vaccine, it enables your body, it makes your body develop antibodies. And the way vaccines work is that without suffering the risk or engaging in the risk of having the actual infection, you get something that will not cause the actual illness, but will trick your body into developing antibodies so that when the real deal comes along, you are then more protected and less likely to have a severe consequence. That's what vaccines are all about.
What's interesting, long haulers, patients who have been having these symptoms, tested positive and had symptoms for months now, actually reported feeling better after receiving a first dose of a vaccine.
That seems to be the case. No one, and I mean no one, really knows why that is, but it seems to have that effect, thank God. So when you are someone who's had the virus and you have these persistent symptoms of fatigue, muscle aches, brain fog, it goes on and on and on. There is some emerging literature that people who then get the vaccine feel better. Great news. Don't know why. Stay tuned.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Do we know how much protection you receive after the first dose?
Well, there is some data on that showing that people who got one dose of the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine, or AstraZeneca vaccine for that matter, up to 70 to 80% protection. That is bolstered in people who had the virus prior to getting vaccinated. Those are the most protected after just one dose. And there is some debate about whether if you had the virus, do you need two doses? Maybe you can get away with just one. But that is up for debate. Bottom line is, as far as I'm concerned, the studies were based on two doses. If that's the kind of vaccine you're getting, get the two doses.
What about the other shots we may be receiving? I know we're approaching allergy season. We may get allergy shots. You may have your shingles vaccination, pneumonia vaccination. Should we be receiving those vaccinations?
Well, the guidelines say 2 weeks. You need to wait 2 weeks before or after getting the COVID-19 series. So if you're getting your COVID-19 vaccine, I would not want you to get any other vaccines 2 weeks before the first dose. And I personally would wait until 2 weeks after the second dose to get your vaccination, especially things like tetanus, pneumovax, things like that, or shingles shots. That's what I'm doing in my practice. I'm just waiting because, to be honest with you, when it comes down to it, COVID scares me more than any of the other things.
How are your patients dealing with the anxiety of this pandemic at this point?
Well, I think it's taking a toll not only on children going to school, but adults. Everyone is stressed. Studies have shown people are drinking more. I judge the state of our society by how things are on the highway. And on the highway driving, it's not good. People are just out of hand. I've never seen, the level of civility has gone to minus, not zero. And so I kind of judge things based on highway behavior. we're in a bad place right now. We need to get over the pandemic and start healing. And that's going to take some time. In the meantime, if somebody is close to your bumper, I would just get out of their way, let them go, because there is some data that many of them are armed. So just be careful. Don't get into any road rage incidents. That's a sidebar from our COVID-19 discussion.
Don't let those aggressive drivers get to you. We'll certainly take note, Dr. Mike. Our daily reminder on staying safe.
We need to stay I know this sounds like a broken record, but we need to stay the course. We need to hang in there. We're getting closer, but we're not there yet. We don't want another surge. Please wear your mask, socially distance, use good hand hygiene, protect you, yourself, your family, and your friends by doing the right thing.
Make all the difference. Dr. Mike, good to see you.
Always a pleasure, Thomas. You take care.
You as well.
Always a great conversation there with Dr. Mike, but let's go out now to Fox 6 in Milwaukee, where they are addressing COVID vaccine hesitancy and skepticism and why people are just refusing to get it. Let's hear this conversation.
Thousands of Wisconsinites are rolling up their sleeves, eager to get a COVID-19 vaccine, but others are saying, no thanks. Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson shows you why some of the state's highest priority recipients are refusing to get a shot and how that could impact the end of the pandemic.
Until now, there have been far more people who say they want a vaccine than there are available doses. So not much attention has been paid to those who've been offered a vaccination but declined. We've compiled vaccine refusal data for 5 of the largest cities in southeastern Wisconsin, including the one city that says it stopped tracking those vaccination rates altogether.
Saving lives! Saving lives!
The fastest vaccines ever developed.
Here we go.
Have millions of Americans lining up.
Didn't feel a thing.
For their shot at history.
This is like historic.
It's patriotic. I'm in. Get this junk over with.
For some, the life-saving serum might as well be liquid gold, but for others,
I'm nervous about it.
The scientific promise that the injections are safe and effective,
I just don't trust it.
Is not enough.
Honestly, the biggest thing is you can't trust the media. I know you guys are media.
Doug Myers is a volunteer firefighter in Wind Lake.
Oh, good toss.
He says he may get the shot eventually, but for now, he's unsure.
I feel like almost just getting COVID is not as bad as maybe getting the shot.
It's almost catch-22.
Shane Ryan is a veteran with a compromised immune system, but also serious concerns about an allergic reaction.
Feels like you can't win.
Yeah, it really does.
Others tell Fox 6 the whole thing is a government conspiracy, or they object to the use of cell lines derived from aborted fetuses in vaccine development. But by far the most common concern is that the vaccines are simply too new.
We just don't know what's going to happen in the long term.
Whatever the reasons, the president's chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, says reluctance to get a shot could prolong the time it takes for the country to reach so-called herd immunity.
We don't know what that number is.
That's the point at which so many people are immune that the virus runs out of hosts and stops spreading.
If a significant number of people do not get vaccinated, then that would delay where we would get to that endpoint.
Last week, Dr. Fauci estimated that 70 to 85% of Americans need to be fully vaccinated to end the pandemic. In Wisconsin, health officials say we're just over 13%. But at least they know how many people have been injected.
I got my shot, everybody.
What they do not know is how many have been offered a shot but declined.
Is DHS actively tracking some of that feedback?
Yeah, no, that isn't something that we've built into our data collection system at this point in time.
So the Fox 6 investigators set out to do what state officials have not: measure the magnitude of vaccine hesitancy.
It's an issue that's been generations in the making.
Hospitals and long-term care facilities are not subject to public records laws, so we focused our investigation on another top priority group.
This is a super safe vaccine.
First responders.
Let's stop people from dying from this.
We asked police and fire departments in the 5 largest cities in southeastern Wisconsin for vaccination records with personal information removed. 7 of the 10 departments responded, 6 with enough data to paint a picture.
We were the first fire department in the state to put needles in arms.
Nick Eshman is EMS division chief for the Kenosha Fire Department.
I think it's the right thing to do.
Which has already inoculated more than 88% of its firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics.
I'm proud of our union. I'm proud of our leadership, our city leadership for supporting it. Yeah, it's a great accomplishment.
But even in Kenosha, 12% of firefighters declined.
The second you change your mind, come see me and I'll get you a shot.
At the West Allis Fire Department, the refusal rate is 13%. Waukesha Fire, 34%. Racine Fire, 41%. And both West Allis Police and the Milwaukee Fire Department, roughly 50%.
Everybody's concerns really are different, and you have to be respectful of that.
Assistant Milwaukee Fire Chief Joshua Parrish says that 50% figure is probably outdated by now. They stopped counting altogether last month after the city attorney raised privacy concerns. But in spite of the department's efforts to educate members about the vaccine, Parrish says some just aren't buying in.
Even if you deliver a message that is wholly accurate, it does not mean that the recipient will necessarily believe that message.
Some of that, he says, is typical anti-vax sentiment that predates the pandemic.
A lot of the general conspiracy theories, that stuff still exists.
Others have specific medical questions he can't answer.
Those are medical, items that exist in their sphere. That really is their jam, and we don't want to cross that line.
But there's another concern that is especially prevalent in an urban fire department.
There is a history of disparate treatment.
I'm never going to get it.
Marie Manning summed it up with one word: Tuskegee.
The healthcare system in and of itself hasn't been really kind to my people.
Manning works in healthcare, but says the federal government's infamous Tuskegee experiment is one of the main reasons she does not want the COVID-19 vaccine.
I don't necessarily trust the agenda here.
In 1932, the U.S. government commissioned a study of African-American men with syphilis. The men were told they were getting free health care, but they weren't. Instead, the government watched for 40 years as many of the participants died of untreated disease, even after penicillin had been invented.
It's a complicated history, but it's there.
Assistant Chief Parrish says that history is just one of the roadblocks he faces in encouraging some Milwaukee firefighters to shoulder up.
How concerned are you that half of the fire department is still going out and doing this job without the protection of a vaccination?
That's a great question.
Parrish says firefighters are already protected by N95 masks and other personal protective gear.
This represents a great example.
But Eshman says it's about more than protecting their own personnel.
It's what we need to do to move forward.
It's about sending a message to everyone else.
It's safe for us. It'll be safe for you.
All 5 of the fire departments that we sent requests to, including Milwaukee, responded with at least some level of vaccine tracking data, but only 2 police departments did, West Allis and Racine. Though Racine's data was so heavily redacted, we really couldn't get much out of it. 3 other police departments, Milwaukee, Waukesha, and Kenosha, have yet to respond to our requests, which were sent in February with a follow-up earlier this month. In Milwaukee, Brian Polson, Fox 6 Investigators.
Really interesting conversations there around the community of Milwaukee about why some residents there are skeptical and hesitant to get the vaccine. Anyway, we do want to go out to some more coronavirus news. Remember, here on NewsNOW, we get conferences and press updates from governors of states all around the country and how they're doing with the coronavirus and cases and vaccines and arms. So we do want to go out now to Governor Cuomo, the state of New York. He held a briefing earlier today.
Former pitcher, New York Mets, really a superstar, and it's just a real thrill for me to be with him. And New York Yankees. Randy doesn't let anything get by. CC Sabathia, God bless you. Pleasure to be with you, former Yankees great pitcher, and it's just an honor to be with you. Randy Levine, who is the president of the New York Yankees, been a great New Yorker, been so supportive on so many different levels. Kelly Cummings, we have, who's the director of operations for us, and has been running many of the state operations during COVID, which have been extraordinarily challenging, obviously. We have special guests in the audience. We have Susie Cohen, pleasure to be with you, Susie, who can photograph and wave at the same time, which is very impressive. And we have my daughter, Michaela, who is a big baseball fan and a New York baseball fan. Okay, I'm a New York baseball fan. I'll tell you how we work this out, all right? This is how we work this out. Michaela, myself, we support New York teams, all right? I'm a Queens boy, grew up behind what was called Shea Stadium at the time, with those blue and orange sidings that used to flap in the wind. I could ride my bicycle to Shea Stadium for the Mets. First ball game my father takes me to, and my father was a ball player himself, played on the farm team for the Pittsburgh Pirates. First ball game I went to, New York Yankees, Mickey Mantle. So I support New York. This is the perfect mask, okay? You have the Mets when you're at a Mets game, you turn it around. You have the Yankees when you're at a Yankees game. So we support both. Let me go through a couple of facts today. All good news on COVID. Overall, the statewide positivity rate is down to 2.8%, and that is great news. We still lost 57 New Yorkers yesterday, and they are in our thoughts and prayers. But the numbers are dramatically on the decline. Statewide hospitalizations are down 88, down to 4,500. The ICUs are down 20, the intubations are down 11. This gives you an idea of where we've gone over the past few weeks. When the holiday surge started, right, which we talked about and we anticipated. We talked about Thanksgiving, we talked about Hanukkah, we talked about Christmas, we talked about Kwanzaa, we talked about increased socialization. You're going to see the number go up. The number went up. Peaks about January 4th, right after New Year's, right after the holidays. We were at 7.9%. We are now down to 3.2%. So we are lower today than we were before the surge even started. You look at the number of hospitalizations, it tells you the same story. Just before the holiday surge, we were at about 6,000. We then went up to close to 9,000 after the holidays, and we're now down to 4,500. So all the numbers are headed in the right directions. While COVID's coming down, vaccinations are going up. Vaccinate, 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 vaccinate. And I want to thank both the Yankees and the Mets for their help in setting up vaccination sites. It is about getting people vaccinated. The vaccine is now coming in. It's going to come in large quantities over the next several weeks. And then it's just going to be a logistical operation like you've never seen to get millions of doses in people's arms. But the good news is it's working. We've done 7 million total doses so far. 2 million New Yorkers are fully vaccinated. 4,700 have at least the first vaccine. I got my first vaccine yesterday. I took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine yesterday. I took J&J. First of all, it's only one shot. You don't have to go back twice. It doesn't require this super cold storage. It's easier to handle. And I took J&J purposely because I want New Yorkers to know, first of all, it's safe, right? Second of all, take any vaccine you can get. Should I get Pfizer? Should I get Moderna? Should I get this one? Take any vaccine you can get because they all work. And we're going to have more Johnson & Johnson coming because that's going to be the highest production level, and they're the easiest to administer. It is night and day between doing one dose and then doing 2 doses and having to schedule a person to come back and coordinate. So I took J&J. It works, and it's simpler. But that's on the way up. But people have to take the vaccine. We can acquire it. We can set up all these mass vaccination sites. People have to put the needle in their arm. They have to show up. I took it yesterday. I'm ready. You want to arm wrestle? What do you have? Woody, I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh! All right. I'm here. I felt fine. I feel fine. Maybe lost my mind a little bit asking CC to arm wrestle, but people have to do their part. Go to the website, make the phone call, set up your appointment. So COVID's coming down. Vaccine rates are going up. Start to look to the future aggressively. And let's get back to life and living and get that economy running because it is safe. It is safe. New York has always been smart and safe all through this. Remember, we went from the highest infection rate in the United States of America to the lowest infection rate in the United States of America. We have beaten this virus like no other state in the nation has, and we've done it by being smart. Dr. Zucker, our health commissioner, smart. The calibration is right, but follow the science, follow the data, follow the numbers. The numbers are coming down. We have to start to move forward. Sports travel. Currently, travel for sports is limited to contiguous counties and regions. Starting next Monday, March 29th, statewide travel for sports and recreational activities will be performed, okay? Second, outdoor performing arts. Starting April 1, 2,500 plus capacity venues, live concerts, shows can open at 20% capacity. As the COVID rates continue to improve, the capacity will continue to increase. So this is our starting point. But as those numbers keep coming down, which we believe they will, you'll see the capacity numbers go up. We did a demonstration program when the Buffalo Bills were in the playoffs. It was the first in the nation ever done. We opened up the Buffalo Bills Stadium. We did testing. It worked extraordinarily well. We started with 10%. It was a great demonstration. We're now going to move forward. April 1, sports venues with 1,500 plus indoor or 2,500 plus outdoor capacity. Indoor will do 10% capacity. Outdoor will do 20% capacity. We'll have testing required when we open. If you get your vaccine, I have my card. I can go to a game as soon as it opens. You can take a rapid test. You can take a PCR test. But we're going to have testing as a precaution. As time moves on and as our experience grows and we see how the games work, we then right away do what's called contact tracing, where we follow up on the game to see if anybody got infected, et cetera. And I think you're going to see the capacity increase and the testing requirements decrease as we get more evidence. But we want to start safe and smart. That means Citi Field, 8,384 fans. Yankee Stadium, 10,850 fans. The crowd makes the ball game, said Ty Cobb. I believe that. We went through that with the Buffalo Bills. They said it was a totally different experience when you have the crowd and you have the noise and you have the people cheering. So we're going to play ball, and we're going to play ball with a crowd, which I tell you is just so good for the psyche. I was talking to Michaela about it on the way here this morning. Getting out of the house, getting out of the apartment, getting out of this entrapment that we've been in, and going to a game and getting outside and seeing a new season start, and just hope springs eternal, right? It's the beginning of the season. We're going to win. It's going to be better than next year. So I feel great about it. The Yankees home opener is April 1. April 8th, Mets home opener. The Yankees take on the Blue Jays. Mets take on the Miami Marlins. But I'm very excited about the news today. It has been a long, dark winter. It's been a long, dark year. It's been the darkest experience we've gone through in generations. Let's be honest. You'd have to go back to World War II to have had an experience of this magnitude and this depth, right? And it's been difficult on a lot of levels. People talk about the disease and the economic. It's been mentally debilitating. It's been socially debilitating. It's been depressing. It's been hard on families. The emotional toll that this has taken on people, I don't think we're going to begin to understand this for months. I don't think we're going to begin to understand what it's done to children who lost a year of school in some cases, a year of socialization, families who are cooped up in small quarters. It has been hellacious. But it's coming to an end. It's coming to an end. Spring is upon us, right? Seasons change, times change. Spring is upon us. And spring is a new season, and it is a new attitude. And that's where we are. And we have to start thinking spring. We have to start thinking about reopening New York and rebuilding New York and relaunching New York and reimagining New York and reuniting New York and those social bounds that connect us and that we thrive on. How do we renew New York? We're not just going to rebuild what was there before. Now's an opportunity to build back better, right? When you go through a tough situation in life, what do? You learn from it, and you get up better, and you get up stronger. That's what we have to do. We've done it before as New Yorkers. We went through 9/11. I remember during 9/11, all the naysayers. Remember all the people after 9/11? Oh, New York will never be the same. We're a terrorist target. Nobody will come back. I heard the naysayers before. I hear them today. I'm worried about New York City. I'm worried about the crime and the homeless. I'm worried about this. I'm worried about that. Nobody is stronger than New Yorkers. Nobody is more resilient than New Yorkers. Nobody bounces back like New Yorkers. Did we get through 9/11? We got through 9/11, and we are the stronger for it. We didn't rebuild, we rebuilt better than before. Are we going to get through COVID? We're getting through COVID. And we're going to be the better for it, and the smarter for it, and the more united for it. And our success through COVID and what we did as a community in this state coming together is going to make our connection stronger and our fabric of community stronger. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. And that's where we are. Spring is here. It is time to rise up. And it is time for the Mets and the Yankees to bring home a championship this year. And we say, play ball. With that, let me turn it over to CC Sabathia. CC, thank you for being with us. And why don't you take the first remarks?
Thank you. Thanks, Governor. I'm excited to be here on this day that we're announcing that there are going to be fans back in the stands. I grew up on the West Coast, but I consider myself a New Yorker now. And, you know, dealing with this COVID the past year, my family battling it, you know, us being, you know, kind of stuck in the house, not being able to go to games, do things that we're normally used to doing. We're excited to be able to get out. And as a fan now, being able to be in the stadium, cheering on the Yankees, you know, I'm just excited. So, you know, like the governor said, you know, continue to get vaccinated, do the right things, and let's continue to battle this thing so by the end of the season, we can have a full stadium for the World Series.
Yeah. Now to Mr. Al Leiter, as you know, former pitcher, former Met, former Yankee, did we forget? But a World Series champion, and he's been a great supporter for New York, for New Jersey, for the whole metropolitan region, whatever we've needed. Al has been there, so it's a pleasure to be with you. Al, thank you.
Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here for a lot of reasons, and listen to your daughter and seeing your mask with both sides. I am one of the few players that played for both the Yankees and the Mets, and the awkwardness of it all was that I grew up a Mets fan as a result of my father.
And welcome back to News Now from Fox. There was a live look of New York City and 6th Avenue right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters. Sorry about all that. There was some technical glitches and snafus there, but we got it all worked out. We were listening to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, and he was being joined by former players of the Yankees and the Mets in this announcement today where they're announcing limited capacity at sporting events and stadiums and the like. So just in time for opening day for baseball season. So we're going to get away from that event. We're going to go out now to President Biden. He held some remarks earlier today with Vice President Kamala Harris just about the goal will be reached very soon, he says. I believe he said March 28th, 100 million doses in his first 100 days. Much earlier ahead of schedule. Let's listen to him make the announcement.
Well, when announced in early December that a goal that I set of administering 100 million shots for the virus in the first 100 days of our office. 100 million shots in 100 days. It was considered ambitious. Some even suggested it was somewhat audacious. Experts said that the plan was, quote, definitely aggressive, and distribution would have to be seamless for us to be successful. One headline simply put it, quote, it won't be easy, end of quote. Well, it wasn't. When we took office, there was a lot that had to be done. We needed more vaccines, more vaccinators, more places for people to get vaccinated. And we needed a whole of government approach. So I directed Jeff Zients, the coordinator of our COVID-19 response, to put us on a war footing, and I meant that in a literal sense, to get us on track to truly beat this virus. And I'm proud to announce that tomorrow, 58 days into our administration, we will have met my goal of administering 100 million shots to our fellow Americans. That's weeks ahead of schedule, and even with the setbacks we faced during the winter storms. And there's another big step on the path to checking putting checks in pockets and shots in people's arms. When we crossed the 50 million doses just 3 weeks ago, I told you that every time we hit the 50 million mark, I'd update you on our progress. So here's where we are today. 8 weeks ago, only 8% of seniors, those most vulnerable to COVID-19, had received a vaccination. Today, 65% of people aged 65 or older have received at least one shot, and 36% are fully vaccinated. And that's key, because this is the population that represents 80% of the well over 500,000 COVID-19 deaths that have occurred in America. We have nearly doubled the amount of vaccine doses that we distribute to states, tribes, and territories each week. We have gone from 1 million shots a day that I promised in December before we were even sworn in to an average of 2.5 million shots a day, outpacing the rest of the world significantly. And here's how we accomplished this. Using the power given to a president under the Defense Production Act, we expedited critical materials in vaccine production, such as equipment, machinery, and supplies. We work with vaccine manufacturers to speed up the delivery of millions more doses and brokered a historic manufacturing partnership between competing companies who put patriotism and public health first. These steps put us on track to have enough vaccine supply for every adult American by the end of May, months earlier than anyone expected. And we stood up or supplied more than 600 community vaccination sites that are administering hundreds of thousands of shots per day. We launched the federal pharmacy program, which has allowed millions of Americans to get a shot at one of 14,000 local pharmacies in this country, the same way they get their flu shot. And for folks who aren't near a pharmacy or mass vaccination center, we've supplied more than 500 mobile clinics, like pop-up sites or vans, meeting people where they are. We deployed nearly 6,000 federal personnel, including FEMA, active duty military, and Department of Health and Human Services to support vaccinations and serve as vaccinators, putting the needle in people's arms. We're also supplying vaccines to community health centers to reach those who have been the hardest hit and suffered the most, especially Black, Latino, Native American, and rural communities. This is really important because we believe that speed and efficiency must be matched with fairness and equity. Now, when President Harris and I took a virtual tour of a vaccination center in Arizona not long ago, one of the nurses on that tour, injecting people, giving vaccinations, said that each shot was like administering a dose of hope. A dose of hope. That's how she phrased it. Behind these 100 million shots are millions of lives changed when people receive that dose of hope. Grandparents can hug their grandchildren again. Frontline workers who can show up at their jobs without the same fear they used to have. Teachers with the confidence to head back into the classroom. These milestones are significant accomplishments, but we have much more to do, much more to do. And the American Rescue Plan will help us do it. In addition to the cash payments it provides to you and your families, it also provides the funds to add vaccinators, to supply more community vaccinations, support more community vaccination centers, and increase testing. It'll help us accelerate nationwide efforts to reopen our schools safely. And as I told the nation last week, I've directed all states, tribes, and territories to make all adults eligible to be vaccinated no later than May the 1st. I'm glad to see that several states are already taking that step to make more and more Americans eligible, even before May 1st. Tomorrow, we will hit 100 million doses our administration has administered. But I've always said, that's just the floor. We will not stop until we beat this pandemic. Next week, I will announce our next goal to put shots in arms. This is a time for optimism, but it's not a time for relaxation. I need all Americans, I need all of you to do your part. Wash your hands, stay socially distanced, keep masking up as recommended by the CDC, and get vaccinated when it's your turn. Now's not the time to let down our guard. In the last week, we've seen increases in the number of cases in several states. Scientists have made clear that things may get worse as new variants of this virus spread. Getting vaccinated is the best thing we can do to fight back against these variants. While millions of people are vaccinated, we need millions more to be vaccinated. And again, I need you to get vaccinated when it's your term and you're able to do that. I need your help. I need you to help. Not just the country, but your family, your friends, your neighbors. Get them vaccinated as well. If we keep our guard up, stick together, and stick with the science, we can look forward to a 4th of July that feels a bit more normal, with small groups able to gather for cookouts in backyards, and where we begin to declare our independence on Independence Day from the virus. Look, together we're going to come through this stronger, with renewed faith in each other and our government that fulfills its most important function, protecting the American people. Let me be clear again. Wearing this mask in the meantime, making sure you wash your hands, making sure you socially distance and listen to the CDC. We've got to reach the point where we have herd immunity, meaning where we have a vast majority of the American people have been vaccinated before we can stop wearing these. So please, please, don't let what you see happening in Europe and you see on television. Keep the faith. Keep wearing the mask. Keep washing your hands. And keep socially distanced. We're going to beat this. We're way ahead of schedule, but we got a long way to go. So I just wanted to bring you up to date. I thank you very much, and may God bless America. May God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin wants open talks. Would you agree to that? Your reaction to the photo of children in the border detention center, sir?
So there you have it, President Biden making that announcement today from the East Room of the White House, saying that tomorrow they will reach their goal of getting 100 million vaccine doses into 100 million Americans' arms in his first 100 days, beating that threshold. Well, I can't do math, but it's going to be the 58th day of the Biden administration, and so well above their goal of the first 100 days. So interesting to note there. A lot of people thought it was either too ambitious or, not ambitious enough. He got help as well from the previous administration, who had a lot of these existing kind of distribution efforts in place already. And so we're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot of great stories, too, from our Fox affiliates around the country, kind of more lighthearted as well, a little more entertainment focused, too, lifestyle focused. So we're going to get to those in just a minute, but we'll see you back here in 2 minutes on News Now from Fox. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on this Thursday night. It's almost the weekend, I know, but we have had so much to cover today and this week. I know we sound like a broken record when we say that, but there's so many stories, and we've got you covered here on News Now. Anyway, let's go out to Fox 6 in Milwaukee. They profiled two sisters who are up in arms, really, and their hobby is archery.
Are making their mark in the sport of archery. Tonight, our Lily Zhao takes us beyond the game as these two take aim at the indoor nationals this weekend.
Everything is more exciting with your sister by your side, especially when you're mastering the art of archery. Gabrielle and Meredith Shimada first picked up a bow and arrow 3 years ago, and the sisters took to the sport quickly.
Who's the better shot?
Me.
You're not even gonna argue that.
Hers is an easier style of shooting. It is.
The Shimadas shoot bare bow, which means they have no sights on their bow.
It's harder, which makes it more challenging and more fun because with sights it almost makes it easier, so I should try something harder. That's a lot to just remember. If I gotta tweak this and is this right? So we always shoot 20 yards, so if I shoot at 30 yards, all I need to do is move my fingers down on the string. Whereas with sights, you have to tweak all of the little gadgets on your bow to make sure you can hit the target.
Gabrielle, who is 18, shoots in the adult female bare bow division, while Meredith, who is 16, is in the young adult female bare bow division. They both use a different type of bow.
We both started shooting Genesises, which are like little compounds. I picked what I thought looked cooler.
Age is but a number for the sisters in a predominantly male sport.
I think it was just that the fact that there aren't a lot of girls doing it. I mean, it made me want to do it more.
At the Wisconsin Archery Alliance State Indoor Finals last year, they both finished first in their division. Meredith's win included breaking a 29-year-old state record.
I broke it by 31 points.
That momentum carried over to the 2020 National Field Archery Association Indoor National Championships, which were postponed to last December. Gabrielle and Meredith competed remotely from Beloit, and once again, they turned some heads.
I think it's because we're so young and because we are girls. That definitely shocks people.
At Nationals, Gabrielle placed third while Meredith won her division.
I was shocked. It was so surprising.
This weekend, they're going back to Nationals, which will be held in South Dakota.
We'll know what to expect and all of our equipment's in tune and ready to go. Yep.
In person and on a bigger stage means the stakes are higher.
It's going to be even more stressful because we'll be able to see how our competition is shooting and we can see what they shoot and then be like, oh, we have to do better than that.
A welcome challenge for the Shimada sisters as they target more wins in their futures. In Caledonia, Lily Zhao, Fox 6 Sports.
Welcome back. The journey to success for some of your favorite celebrities can sometimes be rocky, possibly even challenging. TV One gives a first-hand account on its hit autobiographical series, Uncensored. And this weekend, all new episodes premiering, starting with singer-songwriter and record producer Teddy Riley. And joining us right now, the legend himself, Teddy Riley. Teddy, thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Riley in the house.
Thank you so much for having me.
It is a pleasure. It is a pleasure. So why was it so important for you to share your journey with your fans on Uncensored?
Well, I felt like it's time to now really let everyone know what goes on behind the scenes. So this is basically something that I want to put past me, and it's got to come out because I can't take it with me.
Do you think your fans will be shocked by what we're going to learn?
Of course they will. I mean, just all the things that happened with me, and now it's time to talk about it, even though, God is blessing. He's just been blessing me, and I can only say that I want to put this past me, and, you're all going to see the actual film about all of this.
So nothing's off limits?
No.
Wow.
I'm not ashamed, because I know what the Most High have done for me and what He's doing for me now. So I must tell the story so I can get past it because it's still there. you know, what Gene and what Harvey Austin and a lot of the people have done to me in the past. You know, I'm just so happy that I'm blessed to still keep going.
Yeah, definitely. And we're so glad that you're going to be so candid about it as well. Tell us more about the New Jack Swing genre of music that you created, and how did you actually come about doing that?
Well, New Jack Swing was something that I don't take the full credit for. You know, I have my New Jack family, which is Dougie Fresh, Keith Sweat, Guy, Blackstreet, and all of the people that I work with. They are part of making this the genre of my life and of theirs as well. We can talk about it now today, that this music have been influenced, and this movement have been influencing so many people, you know, and still today, you know, I'm working on a remix for Hezekiah, and I always get, man, I want that New Jack. I want that New Jack. And I'm like, okay, let's get it.
I love it. I love it. And your influence is everywhere, right? Your music remains the soundtrack of my school days. Your timeless hits, from when you were with Guy to the songs you produced with some of my favorite artists like Big Daddy Kane, to the Jacksons, Mary J. Blige, Boyz II Men. I could go on and on. But is there an artist today who you would love to collaborate with?
Wow. You know, I work with so many people, you know, I would love to work with Seal. I would love to work with Morris Day, and people like that. I feel like I haven't tapped in to their, you know, their journey and their career. I just feel like when I work with people, I tap into their journey, and that's who I would love to work with. Seal has been one I've admired, and CeeLo.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
CeeLo.
Yeah.
CeeLo is, you know, these are amazing artists, Outkast. Who else? I work with a lot of people from Atlanta, Usher. So I haven't tapped into CeeLo and Outkast and some of the groups from Atlanta and in the South.
Hopefully they're listening. Any of those collaborations would be incredible. And that's why you are a music genius who continues to remain a force in entertainment. Your list of accomplishments and contributions are so vast, I can't even talk about them in an hour. So in your more than 30 years in the business, what do you think your biggest accomplishment? Can you even pinpoint one event?
Well, the biggest accomplishment for me is having something in the ground and getting my star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame was the biggest for me, you know, because many people, you know, living beyond my existence, many people will be able to walk across that star and say I've been there, or, you know, I got to see Teddy Riley's star.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And you know what? We all enjoyed watching the versus battle between you and Babyface when it finally got off the ground. It was a battle, like folks said, for the grown folks. How was that experience?
Well, I tell you this, for me, it was the roast of life. You know, for me, you know, I always say, you got to be careful what you ask for, because God will give it to you.
This is true.
He gave me the Teddy Riley Echo and the Teddy Riley Internet. Can you hear me now? In a moment.
It was wonderful, though. When it finally got off, it was great. Would you ever do it again?
Of course. Well, I could say this, and this is for my family and my sons that are there. You know, I can say congratulations to them, because being an owner and share owner of Triller and also Versus, you know, I feel so blessed, and all the memes and all of that stuff. I just want to say thank y'all for getting me where I'm at today.
Award-winning producer extraordinaire, singer-songwriter Teddy Riley, the legend. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Good Day.
Thank you for having me. And hello, Atlanta. Hello, Mikey and Lil Teddy. I love you.
Thanks again. The season premiere of Uncensored returns Sunday on TV One.
Everyone's favorite shark with the catchy tune is back. Nickelodeon is diving in with their new preschool series, Baby Shark's Big Show. The show will follow Baby Shark, his family, and his best friend William as they journey on some fun-filled adventures inside their community of Carnivore Cove.
Together we can do anything.
Big drama.
It's too cute.
And big action.
Come on. Wait, we're underwater. Oh, yeah.
In Baby Shark's Big Show, the brand new series. Friday, March 26th, only on Nickelodeon.
Two of the stars, Kimiko Glenn and Luke Youngblood, who provide the voices for Baby Shark, and William will join us this morning to chat more about the new show. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Hey, so kids love this character, this song, the whole underwater world here. It's grown so big in the last few years. Kimiko, I want to ask you, tell us what we can expect with this new show.
Well, in Baby Shark's Big Show, you can expect a lot of fun adventures, a lot of really catchy music similar to the theme song, and a lot of fun lessons to learn along the way. Just, patience and not giving up, being brave, but also staying true to yourself. It's going to be so much fun.
Oh, I love those lessons, especially. And I have a 2-year-old. He has a kid's tablet that he gets to use sometimes, and no matter what he's entertaining himself with, eventually he always finds himself back to that Baby Shark song. I can hear it all the way through the house at all times. So, William, I want to ask you. Ask you about your character, William.
Yeah, William is a quick-witted pilot fish and is incredibly funny, so not too dissimilar from myself. I like to think.
I love it. I love the kind of confidence. That's exactly what we want to see. And Kimiko, most viewers will recognize you from your role in Orange is the New Black, but many may not know that you spent some time performing on Broadway. So you mentioned those catchy songs here, some original songs we're going to hear. Was that something that was exciting for you about becoming Baby Shark?
The brand new series.
Absolutely. I mean, more than anything, Baby Shark is just such a wonderful character, such an exuberant personality, playful, ready for anything, like putting on shows, much like how I was as a kid, I was always dressing up and trying to shoot commercials with my dad's camcorder at the time. And and of course the singing aspect has been so much fun, and every single song is so catchy and so fun. It spans the genres, and I think there's just something for everybody.
Oh, we can't wait to watch for sure. And Luke, I want to ask you too, it's been 20 years, believe it or not, since you played Lee Jordan on that very first Harry Potter film. 20 years. But looking back, did you have any idea that would grow to be such a phenomenon that it is today?
Absolutely not. I had no idea. We were kids and we were just going into something that was already established, similar to Baby Shark in that sense. But we had no idea that 20 years later, people would still be talking about it. There'd be theme parks, there'd be themed rides, foods, all of this merchandise, offshoot movies. Like we didn't know. We were just having fun in what we were doing.
Oh, I love that. I love those first few films with you especially. And I also want to ask about, do you ever get to see each other? I mean, in this pandemic, do you two get to work together at all, even though you're just doing the voice acting?
Well, we haven't been able to be in the same room, but the past few sessions we've been able to do ensemble records where we get to see everyone play their parts on Zoom, and it's just so fun. I mean, everyone's voices are so adorable. Like, I seriously tear up every time someone says a line. It's just been so much fun. And I've seen Luke kind of crossing over oftentimes, like I'm ending a session, he's starting one, and he's always been so lovely. And the whole cast is amazing.
Yeah, this cast is awesome, that's for sure. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. We can't wait to watch, and I just know my son's going to love it. So we'll be watching for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. We want to thank also Nickelodeon for providing production assistance with today's interview. Baby Shark's Big Show premieres on Nickelodeon Friday, March 26th.
You all.
All right, so that does it for us here on this Thursday night. We're going to play some of the best events that we've shown you throughout the day already. We're going to start with the White House press briefing with White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She was joined by newly confirmed Department of Housing and Urban Development Secretary Marcia Fudge. So she joined the briefing today, taking questions from reporters as well. Had some remarks from President Biden as well, some House hearings and Senate hearings, and some coronavirus press conferences from state governors around the country. So it's going to be a really great compilation there on the overnight. And then we will round off the week on Friday morning, starting off with our Orlando team there, Rain, Regina, and Pilar. They'll kick it off at 6 a.m. Eastern, and then join myself and Christy Larson back here in Phoenix in the late morning, early afternoon, and late evening hours on Friday. So almost the weekend. I'm Andrew Kraft. I want to thank everyone for watching News Now. Don't forget to follow our Twitter account. That's at NewsNow Fox. That's our Twitter handle. My Twitter handle as well, at Andrew Kraft with a C. And don't forget to visit our website, newsnowfox.com. Just want to put this up here as well. This is where you can find kind of all of our streaming platform partners, just to figure out where you can watch us or tell people where they can watch us if they don't already. So for all of us here, I'm Andrew Kraft, and we wish you a very good night. See you back here, same place, again tomorrow.
Fudge served as U.S. Representative for the 11th Congressional District of Ohio for more than 12 years. She's a former chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and earned a reputation of tackling the unique challenges of her district by working across political ideologies. In 1999, Secretary Fudge was elected the first female and first African-American mayor of Warrensville Heights, Ohio, a position she held for 2 terms. As mayor of Warrensville Heights, she adopted one of the first vacant and abandoned property ordinances in the state. Additionally, she brought new residential development to the city and addressed the city's growing foreclosure crisis through the formation of a long partnership that helped residents maintain the financial security needed to buy or keep a home. As Secretary Fudge has said, her first priority as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is to alleviate the housing crisis and get people the support they need to come back from the edge. She's happy to take a couple of questions after she gives some remarks. Thank you again for joining.